I think she counted it after I went into the venue, but she was just like yeah, I'll count. Like, it was very much a, like, first off, it was like a voluntary cover fee. So it was like a bar that had a band that was playing. Actually, I could show you a patch for that band, because I have a picture. So it was like a very informal thing. So this coming weekend, I'm actually going to go do stuff. It's been a minute since I've done stuff, but I'm actually going to go do stuff. I'm going to go hang out with a friend who doesn't live on the island, Kevin. And we're going to go to a concert, and then the next day we're going to get on a boat and come back here, and then go see ZZ Top. Kind of as my birthday thing, because, like, it's June 1st that we're going to see ZZ Top. But Kevin's mom has a sewing machine. So whenever I go over to Kevin's house, I bring a bunch of patches and random shirts and things and just get them stitched on. And it was this band that I paid to see in quarters. Which, you know, they're not... I wouldn't say they're my favorite band of lesbian witches, but they're up there. Like, they're just... To explain what this band, Pure Love, Eternal Peace, is like... They're from the middle of goddamn nowhere. And they're like loud about it. They're like, we had to drive 19 hours from the country to get here. They drive a, like, beater Ford pickup truck with all their stuff open in the back. And a little trailer that's full of water and gasoline. And, like, 3 of them in the front of this, like, 2-seater. Like, just with the bench seat. And, they have one song and it's about 45 minutes long. So, they're great. I hope they write a second song someday. No, more like 15 hours in the snow. They are. I mean, if you like heavy doom stoner stuff, they are great. Also, Saints of Death, fantastic Vancouver band. This was from a T-shirt. The T-shirt finally died. Like, it's completely dead. Like, it finally died. And I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Cajun Bard, thanks for the 59th month. Man, those numbers are getting scary. Like, to me, when people get past the 40-month mark, I just can't even... I can't even, like, comprehend the numbers at that point. Yeah, exactly, roses are red. And when I bought this patch, which you might not be able to hear me right now because an ad just started, damn. But chat room, can I get a round of beers for Cajun? Keeping that sub alive for 59 months. Feels like you stumbled on my stream a few days ago. Can you remember what I was streaming when you first stumbled on the stream, Cajun? Was it just Dwarfs back then? I guess, like, I'm at the point now where I've been streaming Dwarves probably for more than half my streaming career. It's either just DF or maybe Risk of Rain. Like Risk of Rain 2? Yeah, that sounds right.
Just realized I could share this today, lol.
Hell yeah, Bismuth. Thanks for the 8th month. Or 9th month, rather. Wait, hold on. I'm very confused. So, on Twitch, it says 8 months on a 7-month streak. On my dashboard, it says 9 months at tier 1 for 8 months on a 7-month streak. Which one is it? Maybe, did you subscribe 6 months in advance? Maybe that's what it is. I was playing Tekken 8. I've never played Tekken 8. I've maybe watched a trailer. I know I watched some Tekken cutscenes once. Is my throat doing all right? I sound a bit hoarse. Gumbo the Great in the YouTube chat. My throat's fine. I think I just only... You're just catching me early enough in the day that I haven't fully woken up yet. Like, people don't fully understand this unless you live alone, but I literally didn't speak a word out loud yesterday. Like, for the entirety of the day. I said yes, thank you at the art store when I bought some new pencils. That is the only word I said out loud yesterday. The day before I talked quite a lot because I was still editing. But yeah, no, this so like my voice gets kind of crackly if I don't talk for long periods of time. But yeah, this is my, well, that's my audio setup. But this is my new patch project because I have a battle vest, just like a denim vest that's like full of patches more or less. And I'm continuing that. So this is for more patches, which is going to go on this flannel, which is actually like way too big for me. Or it was obviously too big for me, like the sleeves come down to here. But I bought it for $2 at a thrift store, so I just cut the sleeves off. And then like torched them with a lighter and set my smoke detector off last night. You know, as one does. And now it's got a bunch of patches like pinned to it. And that's gonna be my next. I'm going in casual music thing, you know? I'm also just refreshing the chat real quick because I'm tired of it disappearing and reappearing, and I keep on saying I'm gonna fix it and then I never do. Yeah, there we go. I mean, if you're talking over a microphone, that's considered talking because like you're actually using your voice, right? But like I can unironically go days without speaking, like using my voice and talking. Just gonna put that record away real quick. So the beginning of this conversation, Frisco, was that I sound a little bit hoarse. And they asked if my throat was feeling okay, which it is. And I also even haven't smoked weed since Friday as well. So there's that. But like, I get a little hoarse sometimes because I can go days at a time without saying anything. And I literally didn't talk all day yesterday. So not speaking, using like text to speech would not require using your human fleshy vocal cords. Thus, you're not speaking. Sure, I will think out loud sometimes, but for me, think out loud is more like muttering, where it's like, just kind of talking like this about maybe about this level of volume. Like I don't really go louder than that ever. And so sometimes I'll do that, but like it's not all the time. Whereas like when I'm talking, it's a lot more projection. And I kind of don't consider the two of those things the same thing. So, something else I did over the weekend when I wasn't editing, because most of my time this weekend was spent editing, is I did a little bit of doodling. I drew this. Got another bookmark. I do think this one's going to show up on the merch store at some point. Really, all I need to do is I need to go to the post office and figure out how much it would cost to ship one of these to Australia. That's all I really need to do, because that's about the most expensive shipping I would need to do. It's like Australia and Brazil. It's like, how much does it cost to ship one of these to Australia or New Zealand? And how much does it cost to mail one of these to Brazil? And then at that point, I will know if I could reasonably sell these. Otherwise, I mentioned this before, but there's a record store that I go to sometimes out here called Cavity. It's mostly like a metal and black metal shop. And he's already told me he'll trade these for store credit. So, like, if I just walk in there with 5 of them and then walk out with 3 free cassettes, like, even if they're like $2 cassettes, I'm winning as far as I'm concerned, so. Yeah, but like I would be mailing, and the reason I'm doing bookmarks for doodles, like, is because like I can just put this in an envelope with a stamp and mail it, which is about as cheap as you can get for shipping. So, like, I think the one thing that these are missing, in my opinion, is like I need to find either a nice piece of ribbon or like yarn or something to like tie on the top. Yeah, no, just a regular letter. But the thing is, like, I don't know what like USPS is like, but Canada Post, fucking not great when it comes to going to their website and trying to figure out how much it would cost to ship a letter to whatever address. It's not very clear. So I would rather just go talk to a person. But yeah, they'll probably all be priced differently, and it'll probably depend on how long it took me to draw them. Like this one is probably the first one I did that I was really happy with, which is just like, I don't know, that little doorway and a planet, and then on this side, the inside. Really happy with how this one turned out. But like, this one took me a lot longer to draw than this one. Also, I drew this one whilst drinking. So at a pub. So this one will be cheaper. Well, not really pub, brewery. Because, actually here I can show you. Just gonna mute Dwarf Fortress for a second. Actually, I've got 2 videos I want to show you guys. Oh. Some of you may know where this is, and if you do, that's cool. So that's what I was listening to while drawing this? It was kind of a vibe, actually. It's like 3 something for Australia from Canada? Yeah, that's not bad. So OP23N1 in YouTube chat says, I work as a postal clerk with Canada Post, and if that was an envelope, I'd estimate it'd be around $4.20. I mean, that's not bad. It's not bad at all. Because then I can either just charge $20 for these with free shipping and just say fuck it, or like slightly cheaper and then do $5 shipping. I don't know, slightly cheaper, but you pay for shipping, or slightly more expensive and I cover shipping, whatever it costs. What do you think is fairer, chat? Because I'm kind of leaning the, like, I'll just pay for shipping. Like, if it's under $5 for shipping, which is hopefully where it lands, the world revolves around free shipping. No, the world revolves around inflating the price of thing and paying for shipping in the price of thing. But, you know, yeah. This is actually a band called Earth Freaks, by the way. They're like a local psych rock group. They were fun. They all had like very obnoxiously striped shirts and big belts, and their shirts were all tucked in. And it was enough of a gimmick that there was a bunch of people that just showed up right before their set started wearing the exact same getup. So they have a little army of fans, and it's kind of fun. Now, I have another video I'm going to play, but I'm not going to show the video because it literally shows the road in front of my apartment. But this was filmed, okay, filmed from my bedroom window at 12:30 at night last night. Oh, come on. This is a guy on a bicycle, try to imagine this, with a 2-inch speaker. Oh, sorry, a 2-foot tall speaker on the back of his bike. It's just randomly in the middle of the night. It was just like, dead bodies everywhere. It was like, great, thanks, man. Fuck, I'm awake now. Just unexpected corn. If I could go the rest of my life without unexpected corn, I'd be very happy. He's either really cool and asshole. Oh, he's definitely a jackass. I know that much. So he's... I think he busks downtown because he has this gigantic fucking, like, stereo monitor or studio monitor on the back of his bicycle, and it's, like, in a baby carrier. It's not an electric bike, so he is pulling it up hills. So I kind of respect him for that. But he also has a guitar on his back and a guitar on, like, his carrying thing. So I think he goes downtown and busks with that speaker. He's kind of a jackass because he does it at, like, 1 in the morning. But I like his taste in music, so I kind of can't hate it. Like, I hate it when he wakes me up, but the rest of the time it's genuinely just kind of funny. Like, honestly, like I think I talked about this, but about a month ago now, it was the middle of the night. I'm not from Quebecois, so I don't really say we, unfortunately. But that was a thing from YouTube chat. There was one time about a month ago where he rode by playing, I shit you not, the Hans Zimmer soundtrack for Interstellar at like 1:30, 2:30 in the morning. And so like I had my sliding glass door here open so that I could have fresh air, and I was just like completely fast asleep. And then suddenly like he just like, it had a long pause because Hans Zimmer, or like he just started playing it like while he was going past my building, because at like 2 in the morning, it was just a random. I had to get up and make tea. Like that's how awake I was after that. Unexpected corn sounds like a hilarious prank show. I mean, kind of. Like I said, the only reason I kind of respect it is because I know for a fact he's pulling that thing up a hill, and that can't be light. You know, so like he's earning the obnoxiousness. I just wish he'd turn it down by about 30%. Imagine him just like the default ringtone for the iPhone. I don't actually know what it is these days. I think I know what or like the like bird tweeting sound ringtone, or like not ringtone, text message sound for Samsung phones. That kind of sounds like what Twitter would sound like if Twitter made a sound. It's like a person whistling. Yeah. Anyway, as far as bookmarks go, because that's the line that I was on, I've got 3 now. I've got this one, which I already showed. I've got this one, which is like Tesla coils, I guess, and then one of them's exploding. I'm really happy with how that one turned out. It's got a cool scale to it. And then I got this one, which somebody on Discord said it looks like Oxenfree. Just because there's a massive fucking cliff right next to the building. I might add something to the back of it, though. It's kind of, that driveway's a little blank. You hate those fucking alarms? I mean, you know what my alarm was in high school? The Bring Me the Horizon song, Diamonds Aren't Forever. Because, like, the beginning of that song is We Will Never Sleep, because sleep is for the weak, and we will never rest till we're all fucking dead. And then metalcore drop. That was my alarm for a while. And then after that, I think I changed it to, I want to say Watercolor by Pendulum. I think it was Watercolor. I'm doing all right, JJ's videos. It's very edgy. I was a child once, I'll have you know. I grew up too. We all have our moments. Yeah, I mean, you know, I'll say this. I'm real fucking happy that social media didn't exist when I was in my edgy years. At least not in the modern way. You know? Because I feel like I would have said some really dumb shit when I was like 16. Like, there still is dumb shit that I've said on the internet from that age, especially, like, you know, deleting my Facebook account and then occasionally, like, skimming through, like, the data files that I downloaded from Facebook before I deleted it. And it's like, ooh, yeah, no, I said some things. You had Gaia Online and stuff? I didn't. Maybe you did. I had dial-up, and, like, the computer was in the kitchen, and my mom stared at everything I was doing. I maybe said some dumb shit on RuneScape, but it's not quite archived the same way that some of those MMOs were. Nothing but vampire fort streams if Twitch existed then? I mean, I don't think I would be... Well, if Twitch existed then, I'd be playing League of Legends. Or, I guess, Dota. Or Counter-Strike. You appreciate my choice in alarm sounds? Thank you. You know, true story, I've never once played Heroes of the Storm. I'm still reading Jason Schreier's book, Play Nice, and the Heroes of the Storm chunk just happened. This game is hard because you don't understand anything? Well, that's why I have tutorials, my friend. But since I have a lovely captive audience here, I'm going to ask you guys for a favor real quick, and then we're going to dive in. So, I uploaded a video the other day, and it's doing quite well. Like, it's certainly getting views. People is watching it. But it could always use some more comments. I did this for the last one. I'm doing this one. I'm doing it for now. So if you've watched the video and haven't yet, please leave a like and a comment on it. Or if you've already left a comment, please respond to somebody else's comment. Help the conversation keep going, because that's what makes YouTube video go up. That's all I ask. Is just go leave a comment if you haven't yet. But yeah, how is it doing at this point? Yeah, it's got almost 30,000 views. It's doing real well. I'm very happy. And then tomorrow I will likely make a post about Unchowder's new video, which has me in it. And yesterday was like a hell of a day for Dwarf Fortress content, I realized by like the afternoon, because not only like I uploaded a video, Unchowder uploaded a video, and so did Hoodie Hair. Like, me and Hoodie Hair uploading on the same day is kind of wild. Although, I kind of want to do the thing that Hoodie Hair did, which is just only Obsidian. Like, you is only allowed to use Obsidian for everything. Unless you have no other option. Which is kind of, it was a nifty little video. And based on the amount of backlog I have and the amount of time it takes me to make videos, if I do that challenge in the next 6 weeks, that video won't be out for a year, so people won't accuse me of copying. I mean, like, you know, she was using, like, iron armor and stuff, but, like, obsidian short swords and, like metal, normal metal picks and whatnot, but, like, all furniture except for beds were made out of obsidian. It's a fun little cinematic universe she's building over there. I feel like they would do better if she didn't number them 1, 2, 3, Elfie, because they're pretty standalone. Like, I am of the opinion that if you're going to make a series of a thing, it's better to not present it as a series. It's better to present it as a standalone thing. Let them all stand on their own as standalone things, but for people who watch them all, for like those who know, they then see the through line. I think that's the better way to do it. If that makes sense. Hello, parking meters! Am I a parking meter? What does that mean? Morning, Vikingo. Yeah, I think mine came out and then Hoodie Hair's released like an hour later or something, Gumbo. It was like within an hour or something. Yeah. Because, like, I finished my video, and then I went and got a blood test. Because I had to go do that, and then I came back and showered. I then went out went and got a snack, and then I came back and showered, and then sat down on my computer and realized that Hoodie Hair had released a video. You discovered me from watching Hoodie's videos? I remember the first video that Hoodie Hair made, because she posted it on Reddit. It was like maybe 6 months before Steam launch, I think. It was like within a year of Steam coming out. She was using Space Fox style set back then. Remember seeing those and going, ooh, another one enters the ring. It also helps to make a super cool VOD with all 3 in one video. That's the other thing, yeah, is like once it's completed, like if you make like a series of short videos to like make a compilation. Like there's a Factorio YouTuber who subscribes to me on YouTube, and his most viewed video ever is he took a like 18-part Let's Play or something of 30-minute videos and then removed the intros and outros. It was him playing like Crastorio to completion, I think. Removed all of the intros and outros and then just put it together into one big video, and it like eclipsed the original series tenfold. It's kind of weird, like. So we are digging. You know what? We'll. People are asking about like what the theme is for this fort. I'm just gonna start. Let's just start. So, it is largely a surface fort because I haven't built a surface fort in a while, and surface forts are fun. I embarked using Embark Anywhere on top of a castle. And the castle had some population, which is why there will be a bunch of non-dwarves running around in my fort. There's a bunch of necromancer experiments in the fort. They're fun. And the rule is I'm allowed to use metal. I'm just not allowed to use metal for weapons or armor. I'm also not allowed to use metal that was left by goblins, and I'm not allowed to use any form of goblinite for any sort of profit. You've seen me on YouTube? No. I saw me in the mirror this morning. It was wild. It is true. I am, in fact, on YouTube. So that's kind of the gimmick for this fort is I'm not allowed to use any metals for weapons. Now, there is metal on the map, but it's only gold. So I've got a shit ton of jet because I embarked on a castle that was made entirely out of jet. And I've got a shit ton of gold. And we're also in very close proximity to not 1, but 3 necromancer towers. Castles. Necromancer towers. And one keeps sending necromancer experiments at me. So, Skull Ponders continues here. Twitch chat. You can say hi YouTube if you like. And greet the VOD watchers or the live YouTube watchers. We are streaming on 2 platforms. I prefer you watch on Twitch because Twitch is the chat that I interact with more because the chat is more consistently busy here. Sometimes the YouTube chat picks up, but generally the Twitch chat is the more active of the 2. So that is the one that I personally prioritize. However, if you are watching on YouTube, do not forget, very important, please leave a like on stream because there's 64 of you watching and only 19 likes. Twitch chat, if you want to help out the YouTube stream at no cost to you, there's a link where you could leave a link or a like. I am continuing the thing that I've been doing for years. Euthris, how you been, mate? What's up? It's been a minute. And to the folks over on the YouTube stream, if you would like to support the Twitch stream at no cost to you, there's a link. Seb, if you think that that is hate, then you have a very, very, very loose definition of the word hate and should probably consider using less strong words when discussing me prioritizing the place that has more customers from a business perspective. And the more consistently active chat. It's almost like Twitch is designed for streaming, whereas YouTube is designed for videos. And people watch Twitch as a streaming platform to interact with, and people watch YouTube as a video platform. So the YouTube chat ends up significantly quieter, regardless of if the view count is comparable. It's almost like that. Yes, no, sorry. I fucking hate YouTube, and I wish that everybody on YouTube would go away. No, of course I like you guys. Come on. Christ. I wouldn't stream there if I didn't like it. Y'all are just sensitive. But yeah, I've been busy. It's been a while. YouTube chat is this is true. This is true. Catralism. This is true. No, I mean, YouTube chat is mostly a lurker chat. I mean, I've been reading it all morning, so. But when it's moving, I read it. When it's not moving, I don't. It's also like, I find the culture in YouTube streams, and I see this in other streams that aren't my own, people in YouTube streams tend to talk about the streamer, if that makes sense, instead of talking at the streamer. Oberlay? What? Whereas with Twitch chat, I find it a lot easier to actively communicate with Twitch chat. Because YouTube is designed to, like, let you watch a thing for a couple of minutes and then go watch something else, whereas Twitch is designed to get you to watch something and then keep watching. And then stay until the stream ends and then move to the next stream. Like, that's what benefits each of the different platforms. So, I really hate that invader screen. It's such an annoying spoiler. Oh, I've got a ghost I gotta deal with. Nah, not zombies. Not zombies. Speaking of not zombies, the dwarves in the fort are Brian, Sapphire Starship, Taz, Squizzly Girl, Wasabi Chunk, Romanoid, Adam Zuki, Iron, Neezer, Wolf, Snail, Nilo, Disastrophe, Masmaraz, Donut, Kila, Creed, and Lonely. And I have to name somebody content violation? But I can't remember who had that last name. So instead, I will just name you It's a long story. It's a long story. What's up, Gist? I get the gist of it. I will continue uploading them. Nick? Now you have 40 plus hours. Congrats, mate. Hope your chickens are doing good. Hold on. I just need to remember where I put them. But there they are. There's your rooster. You know, we've got your shaft hatchet. Is your other rooster? Oh man, you know what? Actually, hold on. Sorry, this is just too good of an idea. I'm not going to name this character content violation because somebody else will probably want them. However, this is a very fitting name for a rooster. I just have to unpause long enough so that the name takes over. What do people have against Cavern Moss? Maybe this is like an old player versus new player thing. I love Cavern Moss. Like, it makes me happy when I see it. So, Cavern Moss ain't the problem. You just have bad taste, mate. Now, which one did I name content violation? That's the question. Because the name hasn't updated yet. Oh, I see. No, that's not it. That's a different one. I can't find it now. Help. Grumble. Excuse me. I'll find it later. I mean, it allows you to pasture animals underground, like here. You like it when it stays in the caverns? Then expose it to sunlight. Like, if I remove these floors, then yeah, we'll stay in the caverns. Looks sort of yucky. Y'all just have terrible taste, my friends. Cavern moss is a sign of dwarven success. It means that you've been digging, as a good dwarf should. Is your dwarf dead already? Of course, naturally. Of course you're dead. I don't remember where I put bodies. I have zero recollection of just about anything I've done in this fort, so I need to explore this fort a wee bit. But yes, of course your dwarf's dead. Why would I let them live? That's ridiculous. Once again, I have no memory of where I put bodies. Right, over here, yes. This is where I put bodies. I don't remember what happened to Moreb's body. But I do have a ghost for Moreb around. Did you even have a dwarf in this fort? I'm not seeing one. Yeah, you never had a dwarf in this fort, so not that I'm aware of, anyway. Yes, that sounds right. You didn't have an animal, did you? No? I don't think you did. Like, I'm pretty sure you didn't. Pretty sure you didn't. So anyway, as I was saying, this was a surface fort and it was a castle. We only have gold in this fort. This character is the only remaining original Navy SEAL leader, as you can see, SEAL leader. And he was, or is, a elf who owned a bunch of slaves, which were all of these various weaponsmiths and other things, necromancer creatures that are in my fort now. Using DFHack, I forced them to join the fort, and now this character lives up here on this roof and right above my beehives. I figured that was a punishment fitting of somebody who was keeping slaves. Dead by never living, Afridu, exactly. I don't need your slander thrown at my beautiful Cavern Moss YouTube chat and Twitch chat, so I'm going to ignore all bad takes on the good moss of my fortress forever now. That's it. Period. So essentially, these are dwarves who moved into this castle forcibly, freed the slaves, and imprisoned the elf on the roof to be stung by bees forever. I just happen to be looking right now, but if you want faster responses to questions, do ask them in the Twitch chat instead of the YouTube chat. It was an Atom Smash. You played Dwarf Fortress and you wanted to rebuild it, so you were not able to designate a stockpile. Do not designate a stockpile. You use a dump zone, and then you dump stuff out of a stockpile into the spot using the dump zone.
Crypt metal, crypt metal,
zone.
crypt metal.
Don't put a stockpile there. Stockpile won't work. You know, my favorite cavern layers are the ones that are just completely barren and full of bloodthorn trees. True story. We are also making mead and honey and other things, which I can actually queue up a task for. I need to automate that job. But yeah, this fortress is pretty small and still pretty new. Still pretty fresh. Metal Fuse, thanks for the 5 months. And George, thanks for the 7 months. And I do have to say, thank you very much for those resubs, guys. You guys are the reason that we're able to do this. It's why the big videos that people like exist. It's why the streams exist. It's why basically all of the work that I do on this channel exists. Because without you guys, I wouldn't be able to afford to do this. So thank you for, you know, tuning in and watching the streams. And especially thank you to those of you who choose to subscribe, throw bits, do the super chats or gift subs, because straight up, like, without you guys, this channel wouldn't exist. The like content industry that I'm a part of, streaming YouTube videos and all that, has been on a downward trend recently due to the state of the planet, and my channel is one of the few that is still kind of holding. So thank you for allowing me to continue to afford my mortgage payments. I appreciate you guys. Words cannot fully express how much I am thankful for that. Prue, thank you very much for the 11th month. That's Prime. I'm just going to move this, actually. I am planning to pave this, regardless of whether or not, like, I was defending the Cavern Moss, but... Just none of this. And I would like to continue to, Alter Ego. This is Jet, yes. Correct. YouTube chat. Anon Giles, thank you very much for the... Is it Giles or Giles? Thank you very much for subscribing for 3 months in advance. And for the 7 months in total. And for the 5-pack. Holy shit. Wasabi Chunk withdraws from society. So I need to figure out what in the hell I'm going to do with these necro experiments. And these necro experiments. They do seem to be pretty well armed. I'm kind of tempted to just cage trap them, but honestly, that's a wee bit cheesy. So I'm not totally positive what the current plan is. But we got to work somewhere from it. Where did I hook you up? You are right there. The other thing that I'm building with this fort is I'm trying to make as big of a library as I can reasonably put together. So I'm slowly building this taller and taller and taller and taller. We're also making flour and growing rye, amongst other things. Oats, rye, spelt, etc. And it looks like we're getting a gem-related artifact, which is cool. Let's see what you go for. And of course, you go grab Jet. Was that gem-related? No, sorry, a stonemason, not a gem cutter shop. For some reason, that looked like a gem cutter shop to me. So because I'm very limited on weapons and armor, less limited on weapons, more limited on armor, I've made an armorsmith's guild. So I'm kind of hoping that dwarves who... there we go, there's the gems. So I'm kind of hoping that dwarves who go into strange moods will make more armor weapons, but apparently this dwarf is a more skilled miner than armorsmith, so I'm getting not what I wanted this time, which is a bit of a shame. I thought I was hearing the combat sounds, but I think it's actually just a truck idling outside. Also, that is a level 3 hype train. It needs 7 subscriptions or $31 in bits to level up. If you happen to have a Prime sub on your account, think about me, you know? Because now's a good time to use it. Mesa Music, hello. It's good to see you. Only gold swords can only be made if they're artifacts. Mastercraft. Button, says Bob. Now it needs 6. Thank you very much for the 17th month. Welcome back. Thanks for pushing the button. And for helping these streams exist. I like the color of turquoises. They look really nice. So let's see where we're at. No, kind of short on the jet at the moment. Oh, it's because it's all paused. They're mostly doing unrelated tasks. What is everybody up to currently? A lot of socializing and things. I go through and unforbid a few things, but not everything. Is this in the burrow? It is. I just need to check burrow real quick.
Emstivoy Volkodev cheered. X200. This is a blind stream. All craft dwarfship is of the highest quality.
That explains a lot.
Crypt notes.
Have I dug down yet? So as far as depth goes, I've dug down a bit. I've gone down to the first cavern layer, although some interesting things have happened down here. So we saw a gremlin, and so I made a gremlin trap. I clearly haven't caught one yet. If I go here and type in cage, we have a troglodyte, but ideally we will catch a gremlin. That would be really cool if we did. But yeah, we haven't done much down in the caverns yet. I probably should close this off a bit because I'm very scared of Forgotten Beasts. Like, this may end up just being the entryway to, like, my space over here. Like, I might block it off here, block it off down here kind of deal. Because I'm a little bit worried about Forgotten Beasts due to our lack of weapon. When it comes to the military, you know, we've got, like, Marks dwarves with wooden and bone bolts. I do have a dwarf with a weapon who's got a gold mace and apparently is currently completely naked. Why are you naked? Why? Thank you for the little hype train chat. 10 subscriptions and $2. Means a lot. First hype train of the week. Please wear leather armor, dwarf. I know we have leather armor available. He has a boot on. He also has artifact pants. This is a bulky gold greaves. So he does have pants on. I just want him to have a shirt. So he doesn't get upset about being uncovered. There you go. He's slightly more armed now. Armored? ED now? Armored. I'm also going to go footwear and say high boot. Which is just forever going to say that it's not fully... What? Oh, Moreb was finally laid to rest, which is good. Can I update this? Maybe high boot made of leather. I'm pretty sure I've got leather high boots. Yeah? Maybe it's because you've got the one gold one on. It's probably because you've got the one gold one on. And over here, I need to get you... Do you not have access? No, you have access. Doesn't feel anything after having no shit. You know what? Screw it. Where's some other uniform thing? It's fine. You feel like shirt is optional? Sure, but like I still don't want him to die. Like that's pretty important. Also, let's just say wood shield, because I know I have those. I do know that I have those. And Wasabi Chunk, the metalsmith, has created Uzalistmed, a jet throne, and offers it to the Curse of Knowing. Well, at the very least, that is possibly the coolest throne we could have. My diplomat requires a throne. Oh, also, we have a bunch of barons in the fort, because my faction has, I think, a population of 6 before I started this fort. So we have a bunch of, like, random diplomats and stuff. And these are offices that I'm slowly building. I'm just going to throw this down here and give this to my diplomat. Although it's currently being hauled somewhere. Let's see what the description of it is first. This is a jet throne. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round jet cabochons and emerald-cut turquoise emerald-cut turquoises. There we go. It is decorated with rope reed, and this object menaces with spikes of jagged, bright metal. No, it menaces with spikes of jet. On the item is an image of glaze papers. You gotta glaze that paper, chat. The jagged, bright metal mace in dog leather. Sure, certainly. Very blingy, not very combative, I suppose. So now that I've forbidden and unforbidden it, I'm just going to go to here. Throw that in there. I'm also going to go up to here. Place the gold throne, and let's also do table. But yeah, this can be the office for my diplomat. I will put stairs in these and make these look nicer with time, but... Progress is being made slowly. Slowly. To see how I made the gremlin trap? It is a support, it is a lever, and it is one piece of flooring that's connected with a grate, because grates are not load-bearing. So something comes up here and pulls this lever. This floor immediately collapses, which causes them to fall and skid around. And if you're lying down and you step on a cage trap, you get caught in the cage regardless of if you're trap avoid. It's like knocking you into the trap, essentially. So if something pulls this lever, they'll either get crushed by the floor, hopefully that won't happen, or they'll get landed in, you know, one of these traps. The Gremlin Video Gazoon also runs over that concept really quickly. So if you want, like, you know, maybe a better, faster description of that, that'll hopefully keep you covered there. Why do I have so many fucking puppies? What the fuck? We're gonna have to eat some puppies in a minute. I'm sorry to all the puppy lovers in chat. I'm also gonna have to geld all of my war dogs. And you. Lonely. My militia captain now has 2 pet war dogs. 2 of them. It depends. Sometimes they'll specify if they want a specific cloth, and sometimes they don't. But usually if they want cloth, they want plant cloth. Because otherwise they would say wool, or thread, yarn, or they would say silk. So I realize the kind of ambiguous response to that is a bit bothersome, but it is the truth. Oh, I'm already slaughtering puppies. Well, that explains a lot. That explains a lot. I'm also out of wood. Okay, well, I suppose that the... Tibbe, thank you very much for the $10.
_Tibbe cheered. X1000. Great job on the new video. I saw it last night and it's great.
I'm glad you liked it. Appreciate you, mate. Seriously. Chat, the Name Something redemption is up if somebody wants to name something. It's been up for a bit. I figured I would just mention it so we can get it cycling. But thank you. Appreciate it. Also, Devil Dawn. Yeah, no, I'm pretty happy with how that video turned out. I mean, I think that, like, it's always easy to for me to just, like, point out flaws in things that I've made, but I'm quite happy with how that one turned out. I think that the result was pretty slick. So you're going to the caverns. Oh, another thing about the caverns. The caverns are not... The entry to the caverns are not in the fortress. They're in front of the fortress. Because I'm kind of thinking about using Forgotten Beasts, which there are none on the map right now, as defense. Is kind of my hope. You just captured a vampire in your fort, so you're saying that you're gonna try and make a vampire fort then? You still don't get water mechanics? Water mechanics takes time, Seb. If you want to make gold armor, then, like, just go to the game raws. I and then look up armor materials, and then just you need to change one thing. Like it's like a 3-character raw edit. In fact, there's probably just a Wikipedia or a Dwarf Fortress wiki explanation of how to do it. That's probably very, very, very straightforward. There's also a cave crocodile up here somehow. Well, I will whack it to death with an axe. Go. Oh, well. You're too busy sleeping, so maybe, yeah, you'll go kill it before you go to sleep. Although you're moving very slowly because you're, you know, entirely kitted out in gold gear. But let's see how that gold thing is working. Bashes the cave crocodile in the head with his Concore, which is a great name for a thing. Roses are red. What am I naming, by the way? Which is the gold mace. Seems to be pretty effective. I mean, I don't have any... I've never seen a were-emu. I don't think those exist, do they? Mark's dwarves are shooting lots of bolts, too. See, this is the problem with the current status of the weapons in this fort. Maybe I should go get me some obsidian, just so I can make some swords. Well, that's that, I guess. So many cave crocodiles. So many. All right. Let's close this drop. The Forgotten Beast Limthol has come. I was about to say let's close this bridge. That's very good timing. Has come. It has a pair of branching antennae and a bloated body. Beware its webs. I'm not going to complain about that one bit. Dorothy the Door. Do you know where you want Dorothy to be approximately, or is it just dealer's choice here? This is perfect timing. Absolutely perfect. Yeah, huge skinless iguana. It has a pair of branching antennae and a bloated body. Beware its webs. Terrifying. Whatever I reckon should be a Dorothy. Well, I mean, obviously I a Dorothy. I think Dorothy is a maple wood door. That's Dorothy. Right here. Right next to the trading depot currently. So where's this beast at? Have you killed anything? It's killed a Monera. In pure evils. Only the purest. The Flies of Warding is the only place it's been before. 1349 years old. And it has full access to the surface. And let's see, did I get my fortress shut? I did. And I did. So I don't think it can get into my fortress. It's going to go fight the siege. Do you guys think that we're going to clear the siege with this? And is the beast going to fall? I'd love to know your thoughts. For the Twitch chat, I'd say press 1 if you think the beast is going to fall. Press 2 if you don't. And I'm going to run a poll in the YouTube chat. I'm curious what they think. I mean, I could make a poll in Twitch chat also, but it doesn't really... I actually kind of have polls disabled in Twitch. Because believe it or not, I would rather just say, hey, chat, what do you think? Type in a number. Because it doesn't matter anyway. I'm just curious. Mods could do it in the YouTube chat as well, but I'm also gonna deny their parlay and hope that they don't fly, because a lot of them have wings. Considering they're all up here. Where are you going, Beast? Oh. You know, there's a whole army of things that you could be murdering to death. But instead you go kill the one naked Moldog on the surface. Not necessarily. I mean, because Strength in Dwarf Fortress is generally size-based, and it is listed as huge. Which I would say makes it strong, just kind of by default. I mean, he certainly did fuck him up, let me tell you. So YouTube chat says it's gonna die. I really hope it doesn't have a way in. I mean, actually, they theoretically could get in here, but... Please don't climb into the fort. That would be awkward. I'm now just, like, suddenly worried that they have a way in, but I don't think they do. Just because of the direction they're going. They may also just, like, walk up to the door and then turn around. Also gonna tell oh, no, not you. Just you. I'm gonna tell my Marks dwarves to go stand here and practice a wee bit. Yep, they're shooting bolts. Forgotten Beast is killing another naked Moldog. He's got a vendetta against naked Moldogs, I suppose. Hopefully this beast ain't like, these necromancer experiments, they my people. No, he ain't. Okay, so. Beast runs into the fighting, begins shooting out many webs. These creatures can be webbed, unlike a lot of other things. So these things that he's fighting currently are called Dellerkomans beasts. Which are very large feathered decapods. They have mandibles and a pale pink feathers, which are downy, kind of like a crab. This night creature was first created by the dwarven necromancer Olin Steelspreads, Dent of Dentmighty, after horrible experiments on horses in tire fields. Wait, what, Elfie? What can't we do? But, oh, what, like mods can't do it? I think editors might be able to, but not to be mean, I don't really want to give you editor perms. Okay, so it's lost the ability to stand. Are they getting hits in on it? Forgotten Beast kicks the creature in the head. Yeah, so it just, like, completely obliterated those. It may actually survive this, which would be good for me. Okay, it's heavy bleeding now. It can't... Okay, so it's going to die. It can no longer breathe because they've, I guess, destroyed its lung. Yeah. The pikeman actually stabbed it in the upper body with an iron pike, which tore apart muscle and tore the left lung. So it can no longer breathe because... did they destroy the lung? Oh, okay. Well, it can no longer breathe. Why so many experiments? Because old world, and there's lots of necromancers in the area. And they've killed it because they were able to, like, completely obliterate its... lungs. These are all dead. Because it's the year 1073. And we're near 4 functioning necromancer towers? That's why so many experiments. So are they still alive? Are they still sieging, is the question. Yes, it looks like they are. I can't tell. Are you guys... Oh, wow, there's more. Are they leaving the map, or are they regrouping? I can't tell. It almost looks like they're leaving the map here, but... Have I hooked this up to a lever yet? Down here. Yes, I have. Okay. So because I've hooked this up to a lever, I'm going to open this. I don't know. I guess that's up to your headcanon, Babushka. Like, from my perspective, the player in Dwarf Fortress is like a weird non-side conforming, like, director of events or something. Sort of like Q fucking with everybody in Star Trek. And also now I see that in the YouTube chat. I look at the YouTube chat about a third of the time, so. Conceders Tunnel now. They have not patched that. That is something that they are working on. I don't know what it's going to look like when it actually makes its way into the game. Dwarves are doing some pretty decent jobs with their bolts, actually. This one bruised some muscles, which she says improved his armor, which is kind of funny. I don't know what that's going to look like. You need to realize that them working on something doesn't mean it's already in the game. So I'm going to catch as many of them in cages as I can. What? Romanoid was found dead. Did some... Oh. Romanoid must have been in the caves. Well, rest in peace, Romanoid. Considering where he's located. Must have literally just walked out. I can also probably cancel this. Sorry, Romanoid. You died valiantly. Let's see what actually happened. Yeah, it seems like he fired some bolts and then charged. Must have been gathering materials or something from the caverns. His tunic was ripped to shreds. Did a bunch of missing and then says, I've been injured badly. This leaves me so shaken. Slashes the armor smith in the right foot with her bronze scimitar. Oh, I see. That's the creature, not the dwarf, with a bronze scimitar. And then you got bit in the lower body, which bruised the muscle. It latched on firmly, and you've been found dead. They hacked all your limbs off, yeah. They turned you into the Black Knight. But yeah, that's the thing when it comes to siegers. I don't know if they're just going to directly tunnel. Tarn's been very cagey, which is usually the case because he likes surprises. So I have a feeling they're not going to just start digging straight down and then beeline directly to your fortress. I have a feeling it's going to be a little bit more methodical than that, how Tarn's talked about it, but I don't know, so. Not right now. And they haven't been since 2008, when the game became, well, 2007, when the game became 3D. Which is why you don't really see people using catapults and ballistas. The reason they aren't is they're just not reliable. I like reliable forms of defense. They're not even remotely reliable. Tarn's disappointed a couple times, but hopefully not this time. YouTube chat is the forgotten stepchild because YouTube chat acts like the forgotten stepchild. If YouTube chat stood up and was as active as the Twitch chat and helped keep the stream funded as much as the Twitch chat, then yeah, I mean, I then there would be more chatting with the Twitch chat, than the Twitch chat. But the YouTube chat has about 1/10 of the activity per day and about 1/5 of the watch time. On average, people on YouTube watch for about 20 minutes. On Twitch, on average, people watch for about an hour. So it's if you want more active responses, watch on Twitch. Otherwise, I can't help you. But at the same time, I do watch you and I do talk to you. And at some point, I will just cease acknowledging all of the people who are just like, I hate Twitch or he hates us on YouTube, because I don't hate either of you. Y'all are just silly. But ballistas are getting remade or reworked for the next major patch, so we'll see what that ends up looking like when it's done. Well, it turns around. How's the fort? You know, still early. I'm wondering if there's something behind them. Why is there a naked Moldog down here? Certainly. I mean, I might make ballistas in this fort. I don't recommend that you prioritize them until the next patch. They're more like a weird novelty that can be used in some niche situations, but I wouldn't describe them as reliable or good. Yeah, I like the look of them. I prefer catapults just as a fun thing to use, though, because they're basically just like long-range stone traps. Okay, so they are now retreating. They mostly just make the enemy dodge out of the way. Oh, also... Oh, whoops. I was going to say there's a dead experiment there, but no, that was just Romanoid. I'm not surprised that didn't go well, Smallbean. Where have we embarked, dwarfs? We are... Where am I? There I am. I am on top of the Castle of Skull Ponders of the Curse of Knowing, and we are trying to build a library in a pre-existing surface structure, which I'm renovating to make not look like garbage. And we're also in the middle of everything crazy and psychotic and silly, so while I have taken over a Dwarven Hillix and now maintain control of it, there's 1, 2, 3... Necromancer towers that are close by, and I destroyed one that's slightly south of me. This one, Wise Tomb. And I'm definitely not looking at the YouTube chat, that's for sure. Naranjo? Gee. It's really funny when like people are just like, he never reads the YouTube chat, as I'm reading the YouTube chat. Like, most of the pain that YouTube chat gives itself is self-inflicted. Just, I respond to 2 things from the Twitch chat, and then I get accusations of being ignored. But yes, Aiden. I have a feeling it'll be more like chipping away at outside walls and stuff. Because I'll tell you this. If the way Tarn ends up implementing enemies digging is just them beelining directly for the center of your fortress through a tunnel, I will turn it off, like, immediately. So, and if I turn it off immediately, then as far as I'm concerned, the whole experiment has failed. I'm gonna allow the dwarves to, refill all of these traps. And I'm gonna get tasks up and running again. Well, those are all large anyway, so. Well, currently I have a singular gold artifact weapon, which is an artifact mace called Kankor. Kankor. And Kankor is an artifact gold mace. But I always feel bad when I see these, so. It's an artifact gold mace, which is my only usable metal weapon in the fort. But I'm mostly using wooden bolts, bone bolts, and I'm thinking about digging down to obsidian to get some obsidian short swords, because I think that'd be fun. Or just pouring some water onto lava, because I do have both water and lava. Best of luck, Fredio. Take care of yourself, friend. I mean, this is the only few things that Tarn has. This is the few things that Tarn has posted, right? Sword Death in YouTube chat is he's talked about like reinforced walls. So I guess like basically requiring the player to reinforce walls for more consistent. If you're wondering why I'm just hitting X, it's because it's faster than unpausing them all, and these are all automated jobs, so they will just kick into gear immediately by themselves without me doing anything. Tarn has talked about reinforced walls. Apparently, like he made a blog post like yesterday, I think. Let me check. I saw it vaguely and then like immediately spaced on it. Yeah, this. Well, I thought I was going to continue along with siege planning, refreshed and cheerful after coming back from a little week-long vacation at the beginning of this month. Instead, I got 3 weeks of fever and infection and misery, and fortunately, I'm now feeling better. So I'll be able to continue on work now, but it'll be a bit before I've pulled something together since I haven't been able to work at all. I think he, flew back to be with Zach for the beginning of this month. I think it was somebody's birthday. Putnam has been doing Lua stuff, and the audio people are starting to take a look at fort mode, so maybe we'll get clicky buttons soon. And the artists have produced various cool things for sieges in the meantime, and siege engines, reinforced walls, etc. So here's to a better and healthier June, which is why we didn't get a patch last month, because Tarn was sick. I will just state this, Ada Not. Elves use grown wood, like arrows, right? And bolts. Dwarves are using wood, meaning dwarves are hacking up the wood and making it into a thing, which is very dwarfy. So using wood in a dwarven fort is very dwarfy because the methods used to create the material is completely different, right? It's like the difference between like, I don't know, glass blowing and pouring glass into a mold. You know? It's like two very different techniques using similar materials. So as far as I'm concerned, using wooden weapons and using wooden materials in a dwarven fort is extremely dwarfy because elves would never do that. So if you're worried about being too elf-like in your forting, don't worry because you are nothing like them. You might think you are, but that's your own preconceived notions of how dwarves function, right? And not really you actually being anything like an elf. Right? Like, if this was a elven construction, this fingerlime wood hatch, then it would be a grown fingerlime wood hatch. And this door wouldn't be a fingerlime wood door, it would just be a grown wood door, or a grown fingerlime wood door. It would be like if somebody... You know, it's sort of like a watermelon versus a square watermelon. Like a square watermelon is because a human put a box on a watermelon and grew a watermelon. Not because nature did that. Exactly. If the elves are pissed at you, then you're dwarfy. You know, I wonder if that's even possible with Wooden Anvil. I kind of doubt it. At least not in the vanilla game, probably, but now you have me wondering. Okay, well... Does Romanoid have a tomb? That is the question. Yes, you do. Your body isn't forbidden, is it? No, it's not. Okay, so somebody's coming to get you. It's a shame. Well, I mean, I'm sure the elves would be all right with metalworks if there was an ethical method of acquiring metal, which I think all metal requires destroying nature, which is the antithesis of elves. Anyway, for all of those of you who love to go to war with elves, we're probably going to go to war with elves in this fort for some reason, and I'm not sure why. Maybe you'll figure it out in the next 10 seconds. I also need to acquire lava, which is going to be a bit of a pain. I'm kind of low-key thinking about making obsidian. Because I've got this down here, which is mighty convenient. But, like, what I might do is hack down these. Oh, one of the few things I am allowed to make into metal weapons or use in my fortress are metal picks and metal battle axes, because that literally is one of my only sources of metal. So I think I'm going to lock this area, like this big ol' lava deposit here, and separate it from the rest of the fort, or separate it from the rest of the caverns. We're going to isolate it. And I'm going to spend the next little bit of time separating this from the, you know, the rest of the caverns. And then building a functional lava spot down here that I can use for forges without having to pump it anywhere. Lava piston would be hard because it wouldn't get launched. It would only get launched as because I don't have so like lava pistons work when like if the stone comes down to this level. So I would have to like move the lava over here and then piston it up like through the cave. So I would have to move it into like basically this formation here and then piston it up to here. Nah. Not currently. I might make a tower at some point. Or if I can find some lava-safe rock, I could do that. Or if I end up with access to glass somehow. But I don't see myself making a lava piston. We'll say there's a bunch of gold here, though. Not that I'm short. Do I not have a woodcutter? No, I do. Although I'm going to move it over to sapphire. Let's also see what we have for cabinets. Ah, right. Yeah, I was making gold cabinets, wasn't I? These dwarves are going to get some real fancy cabinets. Really fancy cabinets. Also, the name something redemption is up if somebody would like to name someone or something in the fort. This is a really strong fortress? I don't think so, but I'm glad you feel that way, YouTube chat. Kind of feel like I need to forbid a bunch of stuff. Any available nobles? Good question. I got a chief medical dwarf. Does Snail have any relatives? Would you like to be a family member of a noble? because Snail has an older brother named Como, who's available. Does that work for you? Or would you prefer the Chief Medical Dwarf? This dwarf. Also, did you have a dwarf in this fort previously, Bask? Can't remember. I just want to add a number if you did. No, you didn't. Okay. Probably thinking of the were creature in the last. Likes a little excitement now and then, occasionally overindulges, is assertive, and isn't given to flights of fancy. By the way, to those of you who've seen the Vampire Fortress, the throne art is available in mug format, in multiple kinds of mugs, and also available in sticker format over on the merch store. If you type in ! merch here in Twitch, you'll get a link. And then the YouTube chat should just be in the description. If it's not, let me know. And I'm currently prototyping some hats. I'm just not sure what the quality's like, so I ordered a sample. I'm thinking about maybe making some minecart certification hats. And maybe bringing back the fake brewery as a hat, if they're decent quality. He likes a little excitement now and then, and occasionally overindulges. And also, for those of you who have dwarves or characters in this fort, let me know if you want me to check in on them. He likes a little excitement now and then, and he occasionally overindulges. He's assertive, and he isn't given to flights of fancy. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and he often feels... Wait, what? He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others and often feels nervous. There we are. He can handle stress, and he doesn't often feel envious of others. He generally acts with an arrow focused on the current activity, and and he isn't particularly ambitious. I kept on reading that line a second time. He's currently more rude and currently more fearless. I should throw you in the military. Runs his fingers through his hair when he's trying to remember something, and when he's speaking, he usually lowers his eyes. When he's thinking, his body becomes very still. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about much anymore. Well, the same here. I'll just show you what I mean. I should make a hat with literally an image of the Vile Force of Mug on it. A mugged hat. So this isn't for sale yet, but this is the prototype of the design. But I'm not certain what their embroidery quality is like, so when my sample arrives, I will decide. These are what I'm thinking. Would a mug hat just be a mat? A mouse pad with a picture of a mug on it, and we'll call it a mug hat? Is that... It's a mouse mug hat. A mat. Also, Le Musketeer, it's good to see you. You know, like, when Tarn was saying that goblins would be able to destroy walls, Sword Death, the first thing that came to mind was, what happens if I make just, like, a bucket in midair with held up by a single block of wall? Will the goblins just go knock down that wall? Because if they do, I just want to build, like, platforms everywhere with held up by a singular wall and just watch the goblins crush themselves. Like... I mean, it's adjustable. Like I said, I'm going to wait until it arrives. It'll arrive sometime in the next week and a half. So whenever it arrives, I will show you guys the prototype, and I'll decide if it exists. You can flip the cap upside down and pour your coffee in it. You know, this is a pretty specific YouTube reference, but that sounds like something that... what's the name of that YouTuber who makes bad robots? Simon Getch? Getch? Is that how you say her last name? Simon Getch or something? That YouTube, the lady what made a Tesla into a truck before Tesla made a Tesla truck, and then was very unimpressed with the Tesla truck. That lady. Truckla, I think is what she called it. Well, the thing is, like, Tarn has said that, like, talking about, like, speculating about sieges right now for a second. Tarn has said that he wants the goblins to just not take the same route every time. Basically, he just mostly wants them to be a bit smarter. Which I think is interesting, and I'm super okay with that because that'll, like, give you reason to have multiple ways of defending a fort, which is exciting and cool. Yeah, no, I believe it. Because, like, RimWorld invaders are very, very, very gamey. Just go to YouTube and type in Truckla. Just go to YouTube and type in Truckla. I've seen a couple of them, and they are a pretty dastardly ugly vehicle in regards to real Tesla trucks, but there is kind of like a weird amusement, though, whenever I see them, because they do genuinely look like they fell out of an N64 game. It's like somebody low-polyed Earth. Yeah, not a fan. Never have been. Probably never will be. Dadrick. Although, who knows? Maybe at some point in Dwarfort, we'll get teleporting mages. That actually wouldn't surprise me all that much. Sure, but that's still they're arriving on the edge of the map and then flying into your fortress, which is pretty different than surprise they're in the middle of your fortress, you know? I guess, like, the closest you could get to that is, like, a Forgotten Beast, but that's also kind of your own fault. Like, if a Forgotten Beast arrives on the map and you forget to, you know, seal it in, then, well, that's kind of on you. Shame on me, I suppose, at that point, right? Yeah, but they're still flapping in from the edge of the map in regards to Kias. Also, I think I did that back when I played that game, Elmiran. Truly one of my favorite videos of all time on YouTube is when Simone saw the vomit Tesla truck for the first time and just looks incredibly unimpressed. Like, really? Why didn't they just make it like a normal truck? This is literally kind of her take. It's a good era of the internet, that's for sure. We also really need some more migrants in this fort. Like, bad. If the enemies could target easy cave-ins? I'm not going to say what I would like and what I won't like. I will be judgeful when it's implemented. And I've learned this the hard way. I can't speculate about features in Dwarf Fortress responsibly. Because if I do, somebody will hear me and go, oh yeah, no, that's a neat speculation. I could see how that could work or how that couldn't. And somebody else will hear me and say, Blind said that they're adding this. Or they didn't make it the way you thought it would. And it just inevitably ends with disappointment. I did a shit ton of speculating before Premium came out and was wrong on almost every single thing that I speculated about, except for a few things. And lots of regret there. And I don't really want to do that again. So, are they adding that? Well, they're adding the thing that you suggested. Certainly. Most 100% def for realsies. No, I don't speculate anymore. I learned my lesson. Where is your bedroom? Dwarf. It's this one. Taz, you need the nicest chest that I can offer you, which isn't made of gold because you already have a gold cabinet, you needy son of a... You need to make a lot of furnaces on the surface, and after about 3,000 years of toxic emissions into the atmosphere, it'll build up a thick enough greenhouse gas layer in the atmosphere, Jeremy Balls, that the water won't freeze. I'm bullshitting. That doesn't work that way. Put lava underneath it. Or settle somebody somewhere closer to the equator, where you're not going to get as much winter. But putting lava underneath the water will stop it from freezing. You know, it's really funny. I was fully planning to completely seal over all of this fungus because it's underneath flooring, right? But I think I'm going to leave it. And I will leave it until nobody complains for a few hours. I'm going to leave my little fungus garden, and I will enjoy the majority of it. And if you don't like it, cry me a fucking river. God damn it. What was I doing here? There we go. I'll expand it a little bit more on this side. And then this is going to get dug down again. Fungus is friend, man. And sometimes food. They're for certain adding at least one thing. This is facts. I mean, these dwarves are the funnest guys. I think personally having cavern trees growing on the surface is one of the coolest visuals you can have in Dwarf Fortress. So, 'tis just me. Mostly because it's really hard to actually get them to grow on the surface. We're also in an ad break, so I will pause the game until the ads are done. Really wish YouTube had a better way of saying when ads were running. Because it really doesn't. Because even if like I use the global ad breaks the same way I do on Twitch, it doesn't give me a notification in the chat when they're on. I have to actually have the dashboard running, which ain't great. Also, YouTube folks, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. There's about 100 of you watching that haven't liked the stream yet, at least, because there's 159 of you watching on YouTube and only 50 something likes. We can make that like number go up. Appreciate you for tuning in, though, as well as the 210 of you here on Twitch. Here, let me grab you the link. The command on the what do you call it? To go to the YouTube channel is !YT, but I haven't updated it for like streams because that would require me to update it literally every stream because YouTube doesn't have consistent stream URLs, which will drive me nuts until my life ends. It's like, why do you have to give me a new URL for every single stream I do? I don't think you have to, YouTube. There's a better way to do this. And every other streaming platform has done it that way. Why don't you do it that way, you antiquated piece of Grumble. Is there a jellyfish man in this game? Are you asking because you want to make the cast of SpongeBob? There are jellyfish. I don't know. Are there? I don't think there are jellyfish men. There's sponge men. Are you telling me that you're a boon tuber in the looking in a mirror, being a noob tuber? I still love the like apocryphal thing that like supposedly the term noob came from Ed Boon's website, because Ed Boon, the like director of Mortal Kombat's last name, his website is his last name backwards, which is noob. So noob.com was a thing for a really long time, which was just a list of Mortal Kombat high scores for a while. I don't know if that's true, that that's where the term originated, but that's where I like to think that it originated. Now we've got Twitch propaganda in the YouTube chat. That's funny. Can you use birds as scouts? I mean, not really scouts, but like you could chain one up somewhere or pasture one somewhere and things will spot it. They're not going to fly too much if they're tamed, though. Unless they're under extreme duress. Shock44, thanks for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you greatly. Didn't it come from LeetSpeak for newbie? The thing is, noob.com, as far as I know, predates LeetSpeak. Also, LeetSpeak uses numbers. And I certainly saw people do that, but I don't think that's necessarily where it originated. Yeah, Noob Scibot predated modern internet, exactly. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's just Ed Boon's last name. And then was like co-opted by MemeSpeak, more so than LeetSpeak. Oh, game's paused. I'm like, why is it taking you so long to dig through that? When was that website created? I'd have to go look at Internet Archive. But it's early internet. So 1998 is the first capture on the Wayback Machine. December 6th, 1998 for noob.com. Was Boon and Tobias backwards? Yeah, no, absolutely. It was registered in 1997. Yeah, and the first capture is like roughly a year later. How much further down do I need to go? 2 more levels to hit rock? I think we can do that. I think I can do that for my my moat. We started playing online games in the early 90s as a way to play multiplayer. And the only way to play multiplayer was to use a program called Kali. Also, Shock44 with the Prime subscription. Chat, can I get a round of beers? Isn't the proper spelling noob? I don't think so. What the surface village needs are war foxes? What are they going to do? Musk on the enemy? Like, are they going to go pee on them? Or run away in fear? I don't know. Like, a fox is like a cat stuck in the body of a knockoff dog. So, like, I don't think that would be particularly effective. Maybe giant werewolves? At least they'd smell worse. I mean, maybe if we're fighting kobolds, which kind of have a vermin appearance to them. Also, thanks for the $5, by the way, Allison. In the YouTube chat. You know, fun fact, I've never once in my entire life seen a functioning Dreamcast. I saw one plugged in and turned off at PAX once in the bring your own console room. But I've never once seen a functioning Dreamcast. I've never been in the same room with a functioning Dreamcast in my entire life. You still have one? Yeah, I mean, I didn't have consoles growing up, really. I had a Game Boy. Game Boy Advance SP was the first console that lived in my house. Gamers didn't really start getting super toxic past the 2000 era. I don't know. I've read about and seen images of a lot of really shitty Quake mods. So I don't know about that. Your Dreamcast won't save the time? Isn't that just like a battery that's dead then? It's usually what that means. Also, yeah, like, weren't arcades like a place that you'd go and get beaten up at one point? Like, it was a place where, like, not pseudo, but like, like gang members would hang out. And like, also in Japan to this day, like, people play cash games in arcades, which is never going to lead to positive interactions with people. I don't know. I think that might be... I think saying that video game players didn't start getting shitty until the 2000s, I think they always were. Maybe you didn't notice they were until then. Which is also fair. A caravan has arrived. Haladorfia. I didn't get to do this last time because there was zombies and necromancers on the map. And I got some wax crafts I can sell you for, like, tens of dwarf bucks. Also, I've got a bunch of honeycomb that needs to be made into waxcraft. I can't remember if I automated that or not. I may not have. Let's also go... Clear all this. I want to say that PSO2 is one of those games, like, I've never played them, but I know that people talk about them a lot, and it's one of those games that I see people talking about private servers relatively frequently. So if you do actually miss it, there's probably ways to play that. Like, it's probably one of those games that has, like, connected emulation projects and stuff in private servers. In fact, I guarantee you it does, if that's actually something that you're looking for. Just gonna sell those bows. These. It's a lot of bars. Ice Blue is giving away a Vampire Throne sticker in the Twitch chat here. If you type in !enter, you'll be entered for a chance to win. And I just screwed up my process of showing it on stream briefly, so just let me tab out so I can fix this. There we go. This thing. So if you'd like this to stick on something, pop into the Twitch chat and type in !enter. You have like a minute. Several different sizes are available. They're pretty cheap. And this is the same style of sticker. My water bottle, the biggest size. And I've had this on my water bottle for like 3 years now. So they do last quite well. Spot one of the mugs too. Hell yeah! I actually haven't looked at how many of them I've sold yet, but as of yesterday, I'd sold one. So you may be like the second person to buy one. Let's find out. You are, in fact, the second person to buy one. Well, actually, you're the first person to buy a black one. Sorry, the black ones don't go as big. Like, they literally don't make them as big. Did I draw it? No, I don't do digital paintings. I drew these, which will show up on the merch store eventually. But no, Goblin Art drew that one. He's on my Discord if you want to commission something from him. Yeah, black goes up to 15 and that's it. Buying a game with 20 to 40 floppy disks. That's a lot of floppy disks. Filler Bunny, if you click on that link that the bot just put into the chat, you can redeem your sticker. Thank you, Ice Blue, for checking out a giveaway. It's very, very kind of you. Literally tens. Yeah, tens whole values. The Outpost Liaison from the Mountain Homes says, I don't know where they're coming from because I don't have a mountain home, but I like this last name. Led Keckham. Led Keckham. It sounds like David Beckham, but like the dwarf version. Online gaming made toxicity more available. I think, okay, well, if you go back like 200 years, people used to make like when printing presses became sort of available to wealthy people, people used to just like make a flyer of somebody that they didn't like and then go one town over and then distribute it. It's like, so-and-so broke my fence and I'm going to disparage his entire family and talk about how his wife is sleeping with my neighbor and me. And here is 50 flyers, and then you pay somebody to go to the next town over and hand them out to everybody so that Sir Dumbfuck McGee over here gets disparaged. And, like, the internet just made it faster. Like, people have always been crappy, and anonymous internet, like, makes it worse. Were you alive 200 years ago, Powerly? Also, if you want to find some fun history, go look up American presidents from like 150 years ago doing that. Anonymous is checking out 4 Vampire Throne mugs. The black edition. Again, I screwed up my tabbing process. So I'm now going to fix it again. I managed to like get it at an angle where I can't full screen it, and so it just looks awful. And I keep doing it. Just need to tab out first. This mug. I think it's pretty cool. It says Winter Hearth on the front. It's got the Winter Throne. You know, if you want a vampire on a mug, ! Enter. There's 4 of them. But anyway, we meet with the Outpost aides, and they say there's much to share, and they've updated the civilization and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? I'm just going to request wood. And I'm actually going to request coal. Maybe sandbags? Actually, let's do sandbags. Just sand in general. They have a need for handwear. Well, that'll be easy. Sure, I'll have plenty of used clothing for you. Reg Staff Squish. I wish your name was Reg Stuff Squish, but Tibbe, Neezer, Jezza, and Linkman. Also, hey Linkman, it's good to see you. Are the winners. Just click on that redeem link. Pompeii has disparaging graffiti. As soon as there was writing, there was dickwads. One of my favorite things I've ever seen is like a ruin from ancient Greece, and it's just a giant penis drawn on a wall. I don't think that one's in Pompeii, but there is just like a wall from like ancient Greece with a dick on it. And it's like, excellent. There's a lot of phallic motives in Pompeii. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of, but I can't, like I said, I can't remember what town it was in. It's just one of those things where I found the Wikipedia page once and was reading it at 2 o'clock in the morning. Speaking of people that have been dead for a long time. Hi, Jesus. What's up? I think that when it comes to people being mean on the internet, I think people are just more widely policed for it now. And there's a book written by the journalist who wrote Men Who Stare at Goats called So You've Been Publicly Shamed, which is basically just a book about, people that get eviscerated off of the internet by the internet for being rude on the internet to people on the internet, more or less. And I really think that there's some, truth to that. I think I'm just going to buy the brass because that platinum's too expensive. Graffiti has no originality. People are not creative, maybe. I don't know about no originality. Let's see. This is what? Milk. I don't need $1,000 barrel. That's ridiculous. Cave spider venom. That can go away. Dwarven beer. They also brought some picks, which I'm definitely buying. I'm also going to buy the cheaper sandbags and the gypsum plaster bags, actually. Don't need the cave wheat seeds. I'll buy the... Okay, I would have bought the dwarven sugar, but that's too expensive. That silk is so expensive. I'm just going to buy all the cloth. Considering, my dwarves can just go underground and grab silk, that's quite expensive. I'll buy all the fish. I would like to do some fishing in this fort, though. I'm just not really set up for it right now. I'm going to try and trade for this, but don't quite have the value. I think I'm going to take... This is significantly lower value. Yeah, let's do that. Didn't want to piss them off too much. But yeah, to the 3 of you who won, or to the 4 of you who won, which was Tibbe, Neezer, Jezza, and Linkman. Please go redeem your mugs. Please and thank you. In YouTube chat, archaeologist here, look up Babylon or Babon, B-Y-B-O-N, Greek rock. It's basically a guy named Babon inscribed on a rock that he could lift it. It was 300 pounds and basically back then was pretty difficult with the average build. That sounds like a really heavy rock. Anonymous, thanks for the 50 bucks. That is a 316-pound rock. Wait, hold on. So is this just like the Greek equivalent of like Gym Bros flexing? I mean, like, people can deadlift that. So I'm inclined to believe it.
2 years, 2 beers, crypt beer, crypt beer.
Devildon, I can't remember if I mentioned this, but thank you for gifting a subscription. And Nono Casa with the 24 months, the 2 years. A beer per year. Let's do it, chat. 2 beers for 2 years. Above his head? Pics or it didn't happen. Someone better have inscribed it while an image of him holding it, or it didn't happen. But still, like, I don't know, like, go watch the strongman competitions on, like, ESPN 12 or whatever fucking channel it's on. Some big number of ESPN that nobody actually watches. Because as far as I'm concerned, shoutouts to Babon, I guess. Bybon? Bybons be Bybons. Speaking of archaeologist in YouTube chat, Pete. What is your opinion on the YouTuber Mini Minuteman? I personally think he's awesome and really like his stuff, but I'm actually really curious what the archaeology community thinks of him. ESPN 8, is that the channel that it's on? I don't know. I sometimes see it on at, like, public spaces and go, why the fuck does this exist? Shit's weird. Anyway, I'm just gonna offer this as a gift. And then trade this for, I don't know, a gem maybe? No. And another gem. What does he do? It's a picture from ancient Greece. Oh wait, if you're talking about Mini Minuteman, he is a archaeology YouTuber. Not always about archaeology, but almost always. He also then just like straight up talks about archaeology sometimes. Those are the ones I really like. Like I like when he goes to actual dig sites. I know that might sound kind of crazy, but you know, an archaeologist going to actual dig sites and then talking about them and educating people is kind of a novel concept in the current year. You see his stuff all the time? There you go, cool. Good to know. Milo Rossi is his real name. Most proficient available marksman. So not these. It could be any of these. I don't know if any of them are really proficient, but. Do you have preference of beard or non-dwarf? Because I got one without beard, one with beard, and then I got one non-dwarf. I don't think there's anything that I can unironically say that I enjoy about Big Bang Theory, so just based on being in Big Bang Theory, dislike. You're a 13-year-old lady, and I'm gonna call you Troll. She is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need and is very curious and sometimes to her detriment. She isn't given to flights of fancy and she is often, she isn't given to flights of fancy and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. She can handle stress and she is quick to anger, doesn't often feel envious of others, and finds obligations confining, and she is conflicted by this and she believes in the, And she is conflicted by this since she believes in the importance of the rule of law. She prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible and and is moved by art and natural beauty and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings and speaks deliberately when she's angry and doesn't care about anything anymore. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally abhors those that would pursue the mastery of weapons and skill and finds the skill with weapons and fighting distasteful. Well, thankfully, crossbows aren't a weapon. It's a tool to end lives. Gib, which is your name, likes pig iron and picture jasper, finger lime wood, giant mongoose leather, and the color rose taupe, as well as windows, spiked balls, and, of course, skinny fowls for their social nature. When possible, she prefers to consume tuber beer and can't stand fire snakes. I'll say it, Bowerns. It's good to see you as well. It's also been a while. There's a lot of people that I've seen popping in recently that I haven't seen in ages. So it's good to see you. I know that like the majority of those moments though are like, oh, I used to work from home and now I'm back in the office, so I can't watch as much. It's like, oh. I'm glad that you have things in your life that you love, but I personally find Big Bang Theory to be one of the most obvious pieces of out-of-touch humor that is like publicly available right now and made by a large network. Like, it's just painfully out of touch in all of the worst ways, and I don't find it even remotely funny. Oh, so hey, Cyanide. There's a huge influx. I mean, I would say that's the same with any educational part of the internet right now. Pete in YouTube chat. Pete said it's super hard in the archaeology world right now because of an influx of AI videos. It's like that's literally every single. I mean, that's politics. That's education of like almost every aspect. It's dieting. It's everything more or less. Oh no, I mean, you're allowed to like it. I'll tell you this, assuming they haven't changed the theme song, I like the theme song. Because I like the Bare Naked Ladies. So like that theme song fucking rocks. But that's maybe about the only thing I like about the Big Bang Theory now. Yeah, but I don't think it does a good job of making light of nerd culture, personally. Like, there are shows that do. Like IT Crowd. That's a fucking funny show. And does a good job. Basically, here's why the Big Bang Theory irritates me. Is because it's a show making fun of nerds by people who aren't nerds. Does that make sense? It's like all of the nerds in the writing room were fired before the show even started, is what it feels like. Because to me, it seems like a show that was written to appeal to people making nerds seem funny, but written by people who were bullying nerds, not by people who know what makes nerds funny. Does that make any sense? Not yet. Maybe after you suggested that, Alter Ego. So yeah, I think that's kind of my issue with Big Bang Theory. And like, if you like it, then, you know, by all means, enjoy. There was a few moments in that first season when I watched a bit of it that I found funny. But like, the more I watched of it, kind of the more I hated it. Is kind of the best way to put it for me. I think I'm also just going to knock down that wall because I think it'll look better with the door right there. On this side as well. Also, we're in an ad break, so I will keep the game paused. You had to go through the what the fuck was your password session? Ah, well, welcome back, Neezer. I like Jet in combination with things. I need to get some accent colors into here, but yeah, I do quite like it. Why did the mugs need a redemption arc? Because I don't know. I'm trying to think of like a pun for that, because that almost reads like a why did the chicken cross the road joke. I'm just trying to. I can't think of one. I'm not that funny, I guess. If I was a more talented person, I would make a funny, but I can't. Ditches are better in almost every way because moats generally do a better job of killing your own dwarves than the enemy, and almost half the enemies can just walk through them anyway. Anything that's undead or a necromancer creature and a lot of like titans and big creatures that can attack you will just walk through it without caring. So, simply put, you kind of want a dry moat. Unfortunately, I've had to see some young Sheldon in my life, yes. But ideally, I won't see any more of it. I mean, the Bronze Colossus don't swim. Bronze Colossus just don't care about water. Bronze Colossus is just indifferent to water's existence. These are going to be the fanciest fucking farmer's plots ever. I kind of want to plunk you down in the middle. Right there. Yeah, ditches with an overhang is going to be better in almost every aspect than something with actual, you know, water in it. If you're going to put water in yours, just make sure you have a way of draining it. That's kind of the big tip that I have for you. Is if you have a way of draining it, then yeah, go nuts. Nothing wrong there. Can things cross gaps in DF? If they jump, yes. I mean, I have a YouTube short of a dwarf handlebarring across a gap. Things can't climb up overhangs, which is what I'm planning on doing with this fort, is going down one more layer and making an overhang down here. Well, down here in the dirt. The problem is I may actually hit my well line. Kind of didn't think about that, but... I could actually make it go down one more, though, because I did pump the water in here. So because it's not freely flowing into here, it could go down further. It's weird. The dwarves aren't burying the necromancer creatures. I'm not sure why. I mean, things can usually jump to 2 to 3 tiles at most. So as long as, like, you're not giving them a way of jumping it, then you're kind of fine. Also, something I'm going to do. I'm just going to make 20. Let's make 10 out of whatever material. And if menacing spikes are less than 50, they'll make 10. Only if there's more than 20 wooden logs available. First time you built a lava moat was also the first time you learned goblins can jump. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, things can jump in Dwarfport. I'm like, this is one of the reasons why I encourage everybody to play a little bit of adventure mode, because if you can do it in adventure mode, you can do it in fortress mode. Something can do it in fortress mode if you're able to do it in adventure mode. And that's like, you know, just kind of the important rule of thumb that you should always remember. It's like, if it's possible in adventure mode, they can probably do it in fortress mode. Can also grab 2 more miners now. Nothing can climb up an overhang. EXE. Just flat. Overhangs are impassable. But like, you know, if you have an overhang and then there's a tree here connecting to here, something could climb across the tree and then climb up. Like, so, you know, sometimes they'll still surprise you and get around it in ways that you're not expecting, but nothing can get over an overhang just on its surface. If there is just an overhang there, nothing can surpass it. Oh, that's gold bars that I'm using as floors right now, which I don't want to do. Yeah, but a rock can... Okay, nothing can climb up an overhang. If something can fly, well then, welp. It kind of goes against, like, the logic of the discussion. Like, yeah, I mean, if you've got giant ravens on your map, or, like, giant osprey or sparrows or something, yeah, of course they can get over your fucking overhang. Duh. And rocks will also pass it when I throw them at your head. Mm-hmm. You know, I really like the way this roofing section here looks, and it's really handy because I can chuck a bunch of crafting shops up here. I'm going to deconstruct it because I'm tired of explaining to you guys why there's fucking moss up here. I'm happy that you guys are very observant and constantly notice, but I'm tired of explaining to you why there's moss here. So I'm just going to get rid of my nice patio here and not rebuild it. I give up. I don't think so, Sandberg. Did you have an animal, or were you a... Maybe you have died. Unless... Wait, what did you name your dwarf? Did you name it Sandberg or something else? The bittersweet moss? Yeah, I'm bitter. I'm not particularly sweet either. It's been on cooldown for 15 minutes, which means it has another 10 minutes of cooldown in regards to naming things. It should have a little countdown timer unless you have all cookies disabled on Twitch, in which case then it doesn't have a little countdown timer and I can't help you. That's funny. You're on mobile? Oh, well, then I also can't help you. I mean, you've been named in previous things, but yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think you've been named in this fort. Unless you named it something that wasn't Sandberg. Which some people do. Like, there you go, you've been put to rest, which means I could probably memorialize Sandberg. Or not Sandberg. I'm reading Sandberg while thinking about the name of the other dwarf. I can memorialize Romanoid. Now that one's been done, because the other one's probably done. I'm pretty sure you've been named before, Sandberg. I seem to recall naming a dwarf Sandberg. Just not in this fort. So many random dwarfs getting laid to rest. I guess we finally got those bodies buried, maybe? Are we putting things in tombs? Is that what's happening? Mayhaps. I think it's looking awesome, yeah. Sup, Zavi? I really like the way surface castles look, although they're a bit too symmetrical for me, generally, so my goal is to just make them, or make this one less symmetrical. Make it more eclectic in its design, and thus interesting. You know, actually, let's go up to here. Skip that top one. Yes. Also, block walls are harder to climb than boulder walls. So if you're making your walls out of rough boulders, don't. Or your enemy will just climb them. So I recommend making your walls out of blocks instead of boulders for this reason. I mean, I don't mind a little bit of symmetry. I think that if things are just purely symmetry and nothing else, I think that's really boring. Aesthetically. It's just not that appealing to me visually. To be really careful to not accidentally cave this in on my traders, because I would like more migrants. Because as you can see, we got no migrants this season, because I missed trading last season, so. But EXE, I will recommend, if you want to learn everything about climbers, play 90 minutes of adventure mode. Because all enemies are novice climbers, so anything that you can do as a novice climber, they can climb. Like, go to one of your old forts and try to get into it without using the front door. It's actually, like, I think a pretty fun little exercise. Is build what you think is an impenetrable fort and then try to get into it. What's up today? Still this guy. I hope. What's up with you? It's always a question I'm really bad at answering. Just the generic what's up. It's like, I woke up, am streaming, is good. I released a video yesterday. People seem to not hate it, which is also good. I think that's it. What's up, Flykick? Like, I'm good at just generic hellos and how are yous, but it's like, what's going on today? It's like, I don't know. Hopefully not something I'm unaware of. I'm trying to, like, deconstruct in my brain what that sentence means, Krampus. The heck? I don't know what that means. Like, do you mean in the, like, sieging sense? I mean, I uploaded one 2 weeks ago in regards to the vampire video. The, like, water calamity video was the last one, and I will do more. I don't like referring to something being pregnable. That's, I don't know. I don't know if I like that. There's something about that makes me kind of uneasy, and I'm not totally sure what or why, but it does. It's like, I know that you're referring to, like, sieging, I guess, but... God, I hope they add battering rams to Dwarf Fort. I would love rolling battering rams. All right, so I've got way too much construction that I need to do, so I'm just gonna go into here and pause a shit ton of crafting jobs. I'm gonna do this again. I'm also, I am gonna go up to here though and tell them to press wax. Assuming it's available. Nope. Because I need to cook this honeybee royal jelly. Grumble. I'm just gonna take meat, all of it here. That's very XE. I mean, I'm trying to think how many I've made now. I mean, I started in August last year, and I did 10 Years of COG, the Cult video, the Cursed Fort video, the Haunted Fort video, which was, I think, the only one that I would describe as a failure. The Caves of Cod video, which has been a very slow burn. I made the Gremlin video. I made the One Adventure Mode video. I made the water video from the other day, and then I made the one that I just made. So like 9, I think. Not bad. I'm gonna just tell you this. I try my best to not know any military terminology because it makes me feel physically ill. English Dragon in YouTube chat. And I have heard that one before as well, but nope. That's all I have to say. You take from this stockpile. This thing is just very limited as to where it can take from, so I just need meat to be in this stockpile. Once meat's in that stockpile, we can do stuff with it. I caught a naked mole dog. What else do we have? Troglodyte and a naked mole dog. Right, there's content violation. The rooster. Content violation, I will make you available as a pet, though. What else do we have? I'm gonna slaughter the 2 adult bulls. I would rather not stream Dwarf Fortress then. I think the only situation that I would play Dwarf Fortress without a manager would be if I played Adventure Mode, or if it was like a 3 population fort or something. I wouldn't do that. Like, it's funny because, like, maybe not funny. I've been pretty stalwart about this for quite some time now, and it's pretty simple. I really like Dwarf Fortress, but there's a key to that. I like Dwarf Fortress, and I don't want to hate Dwarf Fortress. And there were portions of the way other games that I've streamed in the past were played that were the popular ways to play them, or the ways people liked watching people play them. That ruined the game for me. And I think that if a challenge actively makes the game unfun, like not fun to play, I don't want to do that, because the last thing that you want is me to decide I'm not going to stream Dwarf Fortress for the next 4 months because of how burnt out and unpleasant a playthrough was. And that's the last thing I want to do too. So if that's genuinely something you want me to do, I would recommend, to have almost the exact same effect, go watch a different channel for 3 months and then come back, because that's probably what would happen to most of my audience if I did a challenge that made me hate the game for a period of time. Smile. Because what would happen is it would just make me not want to play it. Like, I'll do challenge playthroughs that make the game played dramatically different, or it can make things go south. But if you just want me to do extreme amounts of micromanagement for no real logical reason, hard pass on that, I'm good. And I do kind of hope that, like, I'll be honest, the vampire fort that I just did, that recent video, that fort wasn't pleasant to play by the end. And the reason I ended it wasn't because I needed to end the fort, which is why the video kind of just ends without any real major calamities happening. It's literally because I did the thing and it was getting annoying to manage. And I don't want to burn out on the game. That is the priority for me. I go outside. I ride my bike. I go for walks. I draw. I'm a regular at bars and or a brewery. 2 breweries actually I'm a regular at. And I'm the high score holder of a very, very specific indie sports game that I wrote about once on my blog. But I don't play a ton of games outside of stream. If I'm playing games, it's usually I don't ride my bike while drinking, actually. Specifically, if I'm riding my bike to a bar or a place where there's music, I won't drink more than 1 because I'd rather not die. Not crashing is the important distinction there. Got a strange mood with Alath the Carpenter. Using 3 pieces of logs, 2 jet blocks, and gold bars. Hopefully they make us something cool. Make 3 animal traps out of wood. I'll do that seasonally. Maybe I'll make it kennels, why not? Let's see if we can catch anything. I mean, vermin catcher shop. Kennels haven't existed for some time. See how big this is exactly? Over there. Okay, so 1 taller and 1 shorter. But yeah, I'll be honest, like I don't play many games off stream, not because I don't like playing games, but purely because for those of you who've worked from home, are you less interested in sitting at your computer when you're not working if you work at a computer from home? Because it's the same for me. Like, even though I enjoy my job, which I very much do, if I'm at my computer, I get that kind of playing hooky from work guilt, if that makes sense. Well, I wish I could be like you. But I genuinely get like this feeling of like, man, I should just be working when I'm at my computer and working from and not working. Like I should be playing something that I could cover or play something that I could write about and often I do, you know, like I'll if I'm going to play a game off stream for a bit, I'll try and play a game that is like something that I could cover in some format on the stream. So I would rather be in the other room, listening to music and drawing, or doing something unrelated. Alath the Carpenter has created Ought That Ifin, a pearwood table, and offers it to the Curse of Knowing. I'm going to throw that in with this artifact throne. I do think it's funny that I've got all these armor smiths, and yet nobody's making me armor. Without panic attacks? Wow, that's intense. I don't get panic attacks. The best fighter JJ. Lonely's already named. So, would you like a beard or no? It's a failed game made by Valve that nobody talks about anymore, Tygo, is what that is. Chuck King of Chairs on YouTube channel had a conversation today about features not added to the game yet, and was curious on your thoughts towards dwarfs and their bedrooms. My thoughts towards features that are not added is I try not to speculate because one, a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress that haven't been added yet, in brackets, are very far off, and two, if I speculate, people take me out of context and think that I'm saying it as fact, even if the person who initially asked the question got me in context. So I try not to speculate. I'm not going to say what could or should be implemented. I recommend you speak with the developers about what they think could or should be implemented. Or go mod it in. You'll take the second best. Do you want a beard or no? Nobody in this fort is really best. Everybody kind of sucks because one, we don't really have good gear, and two, we haven't really had many opportunities to fight, so nobody's particularly trained. So we don't have any good fighters. So would you like a fighter with a beard or a fighter without a beard? Those are your options. And if you don't answer in the next 5 seconds, it'll be dealer's choice. 1, 1,000, 5, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000. Going once? No beard. Okay. You have stream lag? I have lack of patience. It's all good. She hates vows, obligations, promises, and other binding elements that could restrict her life. Oh, well, okay, fine then. Bam. The clock is ticking, Mr. Bond. I will stop reading when the ads start. Though she rarely develops negative feelings towards things. She is prone to strong feelings of jealousy, and she is extremely confident in herself in situations requiring her skills. She does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations and works to spread this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She is prone to strong feelings of lust and does not often find most jokes humorous. She is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is bothered by this, and she values friendship, and she has an active imagination. She tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. And she is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking. Boy, I missed that. And she's conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She really feels discouraged and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. And she doesn't focus on material goods. And she tends to be a bit stubborn and changing her mind about things. She's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about much anymore. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally deeply dislikes competition and those who wield power over others. Likes horn silver and pig iron, as well as emerald and quivers and the words of the bejeweled diamond and the sound of the chartreuse meadow of tweeting. Okay. And when possible, prefers to consume whip wine and hates rats. You're a member of the fortress, of course, and you worship Emtan Notem. And you're friends with my diplomat. Emtan Notem is... I don't see it. Pink dye. Chat, am I blind? I mean, I know I am, but... Oh, I see. The god of everything. Yeah, that one. Congrats, Necrotier. How long you can keep this streak? Or how long you can keep watching? You know, I'm a little worried about Lua scripting. Right now, roses are red. I will say that. Because, like, Kit Fox just put out basically a bounty saying, hey, train our modders to, like, script in Lua. But, like, I'm wondering, like, how much of a response they're actually getting. Like, I'm worried they're... I'm basically worried that it's gonna alienate some of the old modding core people. Because like people know how to mod stuff in Unity pretty easily, and people know how to do basic raw editing in Dwarfort. But I do actually wonder like how common Lua is as a scripting language in the Dwarfort. Like I'm not a modder, so. But I haven't seen much in the way of activity around that stuff outside of like the modding room on the KitFox Discord. And it's a very small number of people actually talking about it. So I wonder how that stuff's coming along. But you worship the god Emtan the Born, which is the god of metals, crafts, creation, pregnancy, family, children, birth, youth, longevity, and hospitality. Yeah, but like, I'm wondering out loud how much it's been picked up so far, and it doesn't seem that much, So it might just take a while for it to catch on. But yeah, I mean, that's certainly something that's gonna be curious to see once it moves into the main branch. I'm just glad that Tarn's feeling better, because whenever I see somebody posting that they were sick for a while, it makes me feel worried. Mostly because, like, I don't know if anybody here watches Techmoan, but Techmoan got sick recently, and, like, it very clearly, like, obliterated him physically, because he just, like, didn't upload for ages, and now suddenly he's uploading again, and, like, his voice is completely different. It's kind of crazy, actually. Well, I mean, it's a matter of, like, the implementation getting there as much as it is the actual tools being built, but... I mean, they are still in the process of building the tools, so... You also need to remember that... I don't know how many copies Cyberpunk has sold. Tens of millions of people, probably, have that? That's a much larger community, right? Off the top of my head... I can think of maybe a few dozen active Dwarf Fortress modders. So you do need to realize that this is a very different scale of community that we're talking about here. And it's a community that's been around for a really long time and is used to a very particular type of modding. To a point where, like, when the premium tile set came out, a lot of the old guard of the Dwarf Fortress modding community just straight up vanished because, like, the format of modding that they'd been used to up until that point no longer exists as a thing in the game, right? Which is just editing tile sets, more or less. So, like, you kind of need to, like, take that into account and remember that. Is Tough Lua a specific form of Lua, or is Tough Lua... Or are you saying Lua is tough? I don't really understand that sentence. I'm filling in the bottom of this to make this much harder to get into. Oh, is that a Vo type of... Oh, I see. Okay. You also... Yeah, I mean, Muds was a very long... Muds being popular was a very long time ago, is maybe the better way of putting it. You would start tinkering if they extend the features, but for now, the functionalities are pretty limited. I mean, it's just procedural critters right now, right? Like, it's just vampires and Forgotten Beasts. And night creatures, I think? Is hack mud a mud? I was always under the impression that that's more of like a hacking sandbox. I know that that's kind of a dumb question to ask in the context of we're talking about muds, but... Certainly a very niche thing, though. Like, I always think of muds as more of a, like, a physical world, like an MMO that you can exist within. Wait, what? Kingdom Hearts 2 modding? Okay, sure. About a year ago, you were talking about how Lua makes no sense for you for some reason. Oh, well, you've had the displeasure of learning VBA and you have to say, sorry, Lua devs. I mean, hey. Most programming makes no sense to me, so... Well, I'm not referring to enemies in mobs. Muds are a multi-user dungeon. It's an acronym. Acronym? Something just died. to a cave crocodile. That's what I get for having open caverns. Are you about to die too? At least you have a weapon. What are you doing? You're bashing it repeatedly in the head, bruising the scale. Well, on the bright side, you're probably getting pretty good at fighting really quickly right now. Some of them actually have bolts, like this one. Which is probably pretty good for your Marksdorf training. But it's dead now. Get back to whatever you were doing, dwarves. Yeah, a MUD is it's an acronym for a multi-user dungeon. It's like the original RuneScape was a MUD. MUDs are like the predecessor to MMOs. They're usually like basically multiplayer text-based adventure games. Or some form of that type of thing. Oh, okay. I always thought of like I've never played or seen HackMud being played, admittedly, but I was under the impression that it was a bit more of a like a sandbox. But I mean, hey, that's kind of cool. I didn't know. As I think so. Yes, you are in fact still alive. You are doctoring. Yes, you are my general, and you are giving somebody stitches. Trull apparently is getting stitches right now, which is good, but not good because that means that you got injured during that last fight. Yeah, because you were beating the crap out of a cave crocodile. You must have gotten bit a couple times. About some new obscure game. Yeah. So we are butchering these shush saths monsters. And apparently they can't butcher the feathers, so they're just getting left out here. But if I actually go to the meat section... I probably just have a bunch of them, right? Maybe not. Maybe we just got bones out of them. So do you have a coffin? Is the next question. I know that body was lost, so... Oh, those need to be fancied up. Because these are tombs for my nobles. I'm also trying to make my tomb fields outside of the fortress, which is probably a horrible idea, which I will later regret most likely, but I'm sure it'll be fine. At least for the time being. Until horrible things start happening, at least. I'm just not sure why they're in the butcher shop because like feathers can't be butchered. Also, sorry, YouTube chat. I've been ignoring you guys for a bit. I swear I haven't been ignoring you guys for a bit. My chat's apparently just frozen, so let me just fix that. That's another thing. YouTube chat is like extremely unreliable. I use pop-out chat, and I've like been looking at the YouTube chat for a while, and like, is Killa still alive? Killa is still alive. I've been looking at the YouTube chat and going like, man, they're quiet right now, which is odd because there's a lot of people watching. And then I like tab over to the YouTube dashboard, and it's like, no! This product has crashed. Please refresh your page. It's like, what? YouTube Studio has crashed. Why does YouTube crash so much? Learn how to fly before you buy a jet, YouTube. God damn it. Speaking of flying, has anybody here seen that music video for Freebird? What's funny to me about that is they released a music video for Freebird 50-something years after the song was released. Not even on the 50th anniversary. It was like the 53rd anniversary. Like the official one that Lynyrd Skynyrd uploaded like 4 days ago. It's like quite literally, they just made a music video for Freebird. Can every sentient person become a vampire? If they consume alcohol, yes. And I think you can force them. Sorry, if they consume water, yes. If they don't, then no. But I think you can force them to become a vampire in adventure mode. Or if they get like angry and tantrum and then punch a statue in a temple. I haven't been ignoring you. I've been wondering why you've been so quiet. Jesus. Also, you try to read 2 quickly moving chat rooms in real time. It's not easy. This is like something I've had to practice to get good at. I will never forget the... there was one day when I was on Twitch front page, and I had like 2,000 people watching. And it was more than that at one point. I think it was closer to 5. But I was literally responding and saying hello to everybody in the chat. Without any chat delay. I did this for like 4 hours. And this one person was just like, why is this fucking guy reading chat? What's wrong with him? Which today, to this day, might actually be one of the funniest things I've ever seen somebody say. Like, 'cause this is how I stream, goddammit. I mean, here's the thing, Ilmarin. I ain't your dad. Have you seen the video for Freebird? It is unironically, it's pretty good. Also, I like Freebird, so maybe I'm just weird, but... They don't. They just make money and forget chat exists. Like, genuinely, that's how a lot of the super toxic communities on Twitch form, is you just don't really moderate your chat and don't really read it. Like, literally, that's how you do it. And then I'll occasionally respond when people give you money. It's why a lot of platforms like Twitch and YouTube that have live chat get a bad rap, is because of all the channels that just don't moderate their chat and don't read it. I mean, it's not true of all of them, but that is generally what ends up happening. Also, for whatever it's worth, it's not too hard to just like sit there and cherry pick responses. I mean, basically no large channels read everything that's written in their chats. Like, that's just kind of unrealistic. But it's not too hard to like sit there and skim and then pull out the occasional statement. I also know that Tim the Tapman has a moderator that he pays who reads chat all the time and sends him questions. So he'll get specific questions or things like forwarded to him. And sometimes he pulls stuff out too. Man, Jesus. I guess this is why you stop. So Jesus just says, you try listening to and ignoring 2 billion prayers each day. I'll have you know, like, I guess this is why you must have stopped reporting prayer numbers, because, man, the numbers have dropped. I thought that you guys were over, like, 6 billion. Really? Like, man, heaven must be falling on hard times. I hope those subscriptions are keeping up. Anyway. I've been thinking about World of Warcraft too often recently. A chat liaison. Yeah. Yeah. Gotta make the corners interesting. Although, who am I kidding? Heaven can probably just print more doubloons or whatever monies they use. Random side tangent. Has anybody here seen the movie Heaven Can Wait? Because I randomly saw a clip of that movie in a GIF while I was looking for memes for the video that I was editing. I'm wondering if anybody actually remembers that movie or if it's just me. I mean, just like any countries with an economy, just make more money. Most of those prayers are just prayers for food. Wait, like blessing food or asking for food? I'm trying to figure out the direction you're going with this joke. Do you remember it? Nope. Did you watch it? Yes. Okay. Well, fair. Was remade in the 80s? I think I've only seen the remake then. I didn't know there was an original one. I don't know. It's like up there with Angels in the Outfield for like weird Christian pop propaganda, but like oddly funny. Heaven Can Wait is literally just a guy who dies early and then shows up at the gates to heaven. And they're like, oh shit, you weren't supposed to kill him yet. It's like, but it was a deadly car accident. It was brutal. It's an odd movie. But also kind of funny. Blessing. Okay. So like dinner table prayers. Got it. All right. What in the hell was I doing? So I'm building defenses. And the other thing I want to do is I want to build a spike area. And these aren't going to be effective because they're going to just be wooden. But I think they look cool, and I think they're a bit of fun. And it'll give me an excuse to automate stuff with minecarts, and that's also a bit of fun. Why is your body still there, Trell? Why? Why? And because I think that automating stuff with minecarts is a bit of fun, I'm going to build a little kind of circle here of spikes. Torture area? I mean, enemy deterrence area, maybe? We aren't really torturing anybody, per se. We're just disincentivizing enemies coming in. I mean, that's the... If that's an upside down cross, then every fort looks like a penis, man. Like, I don't know what you want from me. Like, truly? I don't know. Upside down penis. Sag. So for everybody who's talking about siege weapons in the YouTube chat, siege weapons are designed for a game that was flat, that didn't have 3 dimensions like Dwarf Fortress has had for the last very long time. They're kind of a waste of time and energy right now. However, they're likely going to cease being a waste of time and energy after the next major update. So if you're curious about them, cool. But disregard literally everything that people are saying about them right now once the next big patch comes out. Because quite literally, they're most likely just going to lose. Like, all of those statements about it is going to lose its accuracy very soon. Only hits targets that are standing and they can no longer stand. They do not hit. Oh, that's funny. I didn't actually know that. Makes sense, though. And, like, catapults are virtually useless for actually doing damage to things. They're more like a long-range stonefall trap. These are, like, tools that were useful, like, literally in the Boat Murdered era. Every now and again, people will, like, compare my videos to Boat Murdered. They're just like, oh, Boat Murdered was better. And it's like, well, I mean, Boat Murdered was kind of made in a different game, in a way. Like, comparing my stuff to Boat Murdered is a bit mean to both my content and Boat Murdered. But, okay, I'm glad you like Boat Murdered. But you need to remember that Boat Murdered was largely a different game when it was new. Because Boat Murdered was made when Dwarf Fortress was 3D. Dwarf Fortress hasn't been 3D for a but was made before Dwarf Fortress was 3D. Dwarf Fortress has been 3D now for quite some time. So because this stuff was made before that era, things that were made then for the game were a lot more effective. Oh, certainly, like, they can be used effectively. But I can tell you in, like, a sentence why I don't like using Ballista for basically anything. And the reason I don't like using Ballista for basically anything is Ballista can't shoot up or down, and they're operated by civilians. In the 2D game, if you've never played it, back when it was ASCII, in version 27, or whatever it was, point 27, played very differently when it comes to how dwarves behave and how military dwarves behave. So the reason I don't like Ballista or any siege equipment is if a dwarf who is not actively in the military is within 30 tiles of a goblin, they do one of two things. They run at it and attack it, or they run away screaming. More likely that they run away screaming. And I have zero interest in trying to micromanage my dwarves into not running away screaming when there's a goblin on screen. And that's usually what ends up happening, is you have to micromanage your dwarves into not running away screaming when there's goblins on screen. And I just find that very irritating and not fun to manage at all. I mean, if it works for you and you like managing it, I mean, I guess more power to you then. I don't, and I don't, so I don't. And it's kind of that simple. Boat Murdered was a community Let's Play that was done on the Something Awful forums with Dwarf Fortress back in the good year, like 2007. Down the Rabbit Hole made a video about it recently. I was planning to make a video about it, very similar to the way Down the Rabbit Hole did it. And then Down the Rabbit Hole did it, so I guess I don't need to do it now. So yeah. It's a classic Dwarf Fortress written tale. Okay, that's it. I'm just going to pause all of these construction jobs because I need to get these bodies cleaned up. Because moods are dropping, and it's because there's dead bodies in places. I realize I'm going to accidentally cancel some of these, and it's going to frustrate me later, but it's worth it. If you set it up behind two fortifications, they don't run. Not until a bolt is fired at them. I've seen them run behind 2 fortifications. I've also seen them run behind 2 fortifications and a, what's it called? A set of bars. So, I don't know if I agree with that. I find them just painfully unreliable. But I was kind of thinking about using them as a theme for a fort at some point this year. And then Tarn announced that he was going to do the siege update. And now I'm going, well, I'll just wait until it's over, because otherwise I'm just going to have people asking me if they're worth using and trying to utilize them. And I think they're not really worth utilizing. Thankfully, there's a VOD DFS FD, so you can go to the VOD from it started 4 hours ago. Do you know of any booga? It's mostly up your nose. I know of more bugs than that, and the cat get drunk bug was such a long time ago that most people watching this stream probably weren't playing at that point. Some of you probably weren't born when that bug happened. The most recent one that really strikes my fancy, aside from clicking on sheep or any livestock that's a child crashes the game, which was kind of funny. I mean, the skinless children dwarfs is one that I'm kind of surprised people don't talk about anymore, because like that one was very funny. There was a chance that dwarves wouldn't be born with skin because they wouldn't have the skin pigment, which would kind of break the game. And they would show up with no skin, and that bug had been in the game as long as I'd played, more or less. Because, well, simply put, you wouldn't notice in an ASCII game unless you read the description of them what the color of their skin was. And if it didn't have a skin color listed, then, well, they showed up with no skin. That one was pretty funny at one point. I'm also going to pause this. Baby dwarf brain parasites was fun, yeah. Your last fortress fell because you made a military service mandatory and squad changes every month, and the dwarves stopped doing real work and got stuck in an endless loop of picking up and storing equipment. You should fully... Oh, you have to remove them from the training. So, like, in your barracks, this. You have to click that when they're not training. So, like, this squad, they will periodically go and train if they're set to ready with this ticked, but if they're set to off-duty or monthly orders, and that's still ticked, they sometimes forget what the fuck they're doing and try to equip and drop stuff. Also, if they are assigned to a uniform in the military and also assigned to being a miner or an axe dwarf, then that will cause that, because they have to have 2 uniforms on, and they can't wear 2 uniforms simultaneously. It's a bit fiddly, but you can make it work. Like, I did that in the last fort. So, yeah, staggered training was probably your problem there. Desokun, thanks for the Prime sub for 12 months. Welcome back, dude. Because there's a lot of people on YouTube that make content out of Dwarf Fortress by only seeing 1 or 2 things or reading 1 thing or watching 1 documentary, and then after that they presume that everything is still an ongoing concern. But Dwarf Fortress has been in development for so long that there's a lot of out-of-date information on it. It's the same reason why, like, you're probably in an ad break, actually, should. I think a lot of people found my YouTube channel after watching the Down the Rabbit Hole video. I mean, it was pretty clear because, like, my videos got recommended a lot after that. Altieri. Also, Twitch chat, can I get a round of beers for Desokun keeping that sub alive for 12 months? I think I'll say this. I'll wait for 40 seconds, but I have a thing I want to say about Dwarf Fortress bugs. I'm going to presume that most people are through the ad break. So the thing that I'll say is this. There is a lot of channels on YouTube, right? And there is a lot of websites on the internet. And they have something in common. And this thing that they have in common is that they make a lot of content. And when you're making a lot of content, it turns out that you need a lot of things to make content out of. Same whether you're writing or streaming or making videos, whatever. Dwarf Fortress is a game that a lot of people learn about, but don't play. And what I mean by that is it's a game that's referenced a lot. It's a game that's referred to a lot. It's a game that has a lot of basis in games culture, even if it isn't the most widely played game. And that's much to my dismay. I wish that, 30,000 people were playing Dwarf Fortress right now, because if there was, then I would have 1,000 people watching instead of like 300-400 over 2 platforms. And the reason for that is like Dwarf Fortress is very obtuse. However, because Dwarf Fortress is so well known, it gets a lot of references, as I stated earlier. So there are a lot of channels that cover Dwarf Fortress and talk about Dwarf Fortress with absolutely zero actual knowledge of how the game works. And the way these channels work, and they cover a lot of similar games of similar levels of depth, or alternatively, they'll talk about, or write about games, is they'll just go look up what is like the most well-known thing. And if you go to and look up Dwarf Fortress famous bugs, you're going to find like 4. You're going to find drunk cats. You're going to find overbreeding cats, because people like cats and the internet is made of cats. We know this. And most servers are maintained by cats or humanoid cats. And you're going to find you're going to find the story of the elf king, which people seem to think is a bug, but it isn't. You're going to find stories of it crashing. You're going to find the story of the person throwing a lion at a lion and killing the lion with the lion that they threw at the lion. You're going to find tales of things getting stuck in places. You're going to find all the classic stories. You're going to hear stories about rampaging elephants, which I guess kind of happens again with Untamed Wilds. But you're going to find a lot of stuff from like 10 plus years ago. And then they cover it because it's funny with a capital I. And I would honestly say that at this point, it's largely You're also going to read a lot about like them implementing the economy and then removing it because it was too accurate. Because I've seen many videos about Dwarf Fortress over the years and read about Dwarf Fortress in articles where it's like, oh, you read the wiki and read like 6 wiki entries to make this or write this, which is fine. People should do that. But that is the vast majority of stuff that people make about this game. Like even the NoClip documentary, like Danny is on record stating that like he didn't start playing Dwarf Fortress until they were deep in the weeds of developing it. And even then he only ever learned a surface level of knowledge of the game because like this game takes a long time to learn and most people don't have that time. So you combine a lot of people making stuff out of this game or writing about this game or talking about this game who've never played it. And the fact that the game has enough ire and interest that it gets views. I mean, look at my videos. They do quite well considering how niche this game is. You're going to have a lot of very old information getting recirculated time and time and time and time and time and time again. Carp, boat murdered. Yeah, mermaid farms. Exactly. Giant zombie whales. And I think that that's kind of unfortunate because I think that there's a ton of misrepresentation about this game at this point. Where does the hole go? My trash pile. So, it's kind of hard to explain and talk about for me without sounding like I'm just complaining about people misrepresenting the game, because I'm not. I think that it's good that the game gets coverage. I just wish that more people who covered this game talked about the modern game. Like even now, like I'll see people talking about Dwarf Fortress and they'll like, there was a negative, like it was a short, but it was very negative about the game. It came out about a year ago that I remember seeing circulating and talking about how they thought this game was really boring and a bunch of other things. And then they make a bunch of references where they say, I thought this was a game where things like, and they talk about drunk cats and they talk about carp and they talk about rampaging elephants. And they're like, where's this? Where's this? Where's this? And it's like, oh, so you like watched a 5 things that happened once in Dwarf Fortress 5 years ago video, or 10 years ago, or 20 years ago at this point video, and are expecting all those things to happen immediately? Okay, well, that sucks. It would sort of be like if the only thing that people knew about Skyrim was an obtuse mod, you know? And then you go buy vanilla Skyrim and go, well, where's the obtuse mod? I mean, I'll take a foot-long meatball marinara if you're buying. James Croc in YouTube chat. I don't know why I said meatball marinara, but... Okay, so hopefully we can start improving moods now. Yeah, why isn't Thomas the Tank? I thought Thomas the Tank Engine was in this game. It's actually like not that bad, not that far off of like a direct comparison. So yeah, I don't know. It's a little weird being a personality in the space of this game because of that. But at the same time, like, you know, I'm just glad that so many people are playing it now. I mean, I'm still confused when things happen sometimes. Just, you know, and I've been playing this game for a very long time. Dare I say, almost as long as I could possibly have been playing it. And I realize I'm constructing stuff again, but that's because I think we're getting through all of the bits and pieces. You know, a game that you can play for a while and say that it just confuses you, I think is a testament to the quality and interest level of the game itself. Okay, we are still dumping stuff. Jeez, man. You have a room? You should be sleeping in your room, Dwarf. Speaking of bugs that are going to get repeated for forever, in regards to volcanoes erupting. Do I remember all the hotkeys for types of items and placement? I did. I don't now that there's mouse support. Because they all changed. Unless you're asking me, do I still remember all the hotkeys? Yeah. Like, I can, like, load up version 47 and it takes me a minute. Be like, oh, what was that key? Right. And then, you know. But, like, BCW, build, construct W, for wall, stuff like that. AB, 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 QR. You know. Good times. We're getting to where they need to be. I'm also going to move this back here. Can also unforbid this. Yeah, there were ways to make volcanoes erupt, sort of. Not really. That's something that would be cool if they implemented that as an actual feature, but... I mean, there are plenty of bugs in Dwarf Fortress that have been kept around or made to not crash the game as much, or made to not crash the game, that are now accepted as features in Dwarf Fort. Like quantum stockpiles are one. But yeah, if you watch the video I uploaded to YouTube yesterday, a link, that video shows off me making a volcano erupt, in air quotes. Okay, let's unforbid all of these constructions now. Just the constructions, though. And let's see if I can happyify this fort a little bit. If we get sieged in the next year, I'm just gonna ignore it, I think. I'm also going to just double check and make sure that I don't have the migrant cap up still. Yeah, it is set to 100, so I should be getting more migrants. Well, hopefully you get the chance to watch it sooner than later. It's going to be a bit probably before I get another one up. Are you talking about version 50 Classic and version 50 Steam? Version 50 Classic and version 50 Steam are identical. Mechanically and control-wise. Version 47 and version 50 are not, but they're different games, right? It's like kind of like asking, like, is, you know, pre-Cataclysm World of Warcraft the same as World of Warcraft Cataclysm? No, they're pretty different at that point. And you had to look up, as apparently a dwarf can fall to the bottom of a volcano and bleed to death afterwards. That's just a really fat dwarf. Actually, I don't even know if that's really a bug, because the thing, as far as I know, that causes that is as far as I know, what causes that is a dwarf with that, instead of hitting like just nothing, like the void, they hit semi-molten rock, and there can be floors of semi-molten rock or obsidian in the magma sea. And a dwarf, if it takes them a while to burn to death, it means that they're a very, very, very large dwarf. And I remember Tekid was doing some file diving with, I think, DFHack, and trying to figure out like details of how big dwarves could get, trying to like figure out how to optimize the military to ludicrous degrees. And he discovered that most of his indefatigable military dwarves were roughly the size of a small black bear. Like, they weighed almost a ton. If you were to do like 1-to-1 Eurist units to like kilograms conversions. So I don't think that that's a bug, actually. Like, I've seen that happen too, but I'm sure somebody's calling it a bug, but I don't think I wouldn't consider that a bug, is maybe the way I'd put it. I'm gonna lock the dwarves inside briefly, and I'm gonna go here, and I'm going to actually just fucking close this. And hopefully I don't crush a dwarf in the process. Yep. I don't think that killed anybody. I didn't see the population go down, so. Didn't mean to reopen that. I did that on running on automatic. I don't know. An Adis. I think some dwarves are just bigger than others, but it's not like, how do I word this? It's not generally fat. It's more muscle. Like dwarves with really large amounts of muscle, basically. But I don't know. In my experience, you don't generally want super large dwarves. You want skinny dwarves because they're more agilic. That's more just like a how I play the game type thing versus how other people may play the game. They can leave here, I just want them to take the combat tunnel exit. They're finally adding housing that you've always wanted and it looks good. Oh, that's neat. Yeah, I've never played WoW. Fun fact. I've always been mildly fascinated with it, but... It was on the bug report page. You need to remember that the bug report page isn't managed by devs. It's managed... Well, I mean, they can, like, delete bugs if it gets fixed, if they consider it a bug, but it's community maintained, basically. So anybody can submit a bug and call it a bug. Like, I would consider... How do I put this? I wouldn't consider dwarves wandering off the map and disappearing as a bug, because... Alas, the carpenter was found dead? What? That was the dwarf that made that artifact. Oh, you're fighting with a troglodyte. Well then. That sucks. But like I wouldn't consider that a bug, because almost always, like, when I've gone in and looked them up in whoops. Whenever I go look them up in Legends mode after the fact, it always has a reason for it to happen. Like, oh, they, you know, they just left. They you know, maybe they died as part of the siege and it wasn't reported, or they got kidnapped as part of the siege, or they just defected and went and joined the goblins themselves, or, you know, they went and became a mercenary for some reason. Like, to me, that's enough justification for it to not be considered a bug. But, like, that's gonna be called a bug as, like, long as this game exists, until it's properly explained as to why it happens. So... Bug report those damn cicadas. You know, cicadas to me are kind of like crickets. I like the sounds of them. I like the sounds that cicadas make, but that's also because I don't live near them. Although for me, crickets are just very, 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 very nostalgic. Welcome back, Boom Boom. We've missed your clips. By the way, Twitch has a clips leaderboard now, if you didn't know. No, I believe that. I mean, where I grew up, I heard frogs all the time. And similarly, like, I would go outside and it would be like, I wouldn't describe it as deafening, but like very loud. So like if you found the sound of tree frogs ribbiting annoying, then like, certainly I could see that. And I've always kind of presumed that cicadas are similar to that. But for me personally, like, I kind of like the sound that they make. I mean, sure, but that's not a bug. That's just something that they haven't added, right? Like, there's plenty of stuff like that that like absolutely could be better about Dwarf Fortress. There's no denying that. They sound like summer. Here's another example of this. I like the smell of cow manure because it just smells like my old home. Like, for me, like, fucking cow manure is like, it's springtime. As long as it's like, as long as I'm not standing in a pile of it, like, if it's like, you know, a good 800 meters away, it's like, just like the wafting scent of cattle manure. It's like, it's like fresh cut grass, kind of. Springtime rain. It was impossible to miss it. James Crock in YouTube chat. Because about 150,742 people sent it to me in about a 20-minute period when it released. I think that might be the most DMs I've gotten in a week. Like, in the last several years. Just random people I hadn't talked to in years. Just being like, have you seen this? I was like, yeah, it showed up in my subscription inbox. I don't know what you're telling me. Well, I mean, it's just like the bits leaderboard, right? It's just at the top of the stream. So if somebody clips something and then links it and it gets views, you get... I think it has to have like at least 10 to be listed on the leaderboard. I don't think anybody's clipped the stream yet today, so there's nobody on there. You had a pine tree in the backyard. Man, most of the dwarves are still working. This is one of the problems with having super low population forts. Is it just takes forever to get stuff functioning. Absolutely forever. I just need my dwarves to get to a point where they're actually praying. Don't really like the location of these stairs. Certainly not happy with this one. This can go away. How you doing, Rallies? No, because the way jobs are managed is completely different from version 47 into version 50. Because back in the day in version 47, Shamalama Ding Dong, which is a name I always need to sound out before I actually say it out loud, is the way it worked previously was like every dwarf basically just had a checklist of every single task, and you would manually go into every single dwarf and set what tasks they do, and DFHack just put that in a spreadsheet. But tasks don't work that way anymore, so no, there is nothing like that because the game has been mechanically changed enough. Which is why there's like one person on Reddit that posts once a month, maybe not Reddit, but probably just my YouTube comment section actually, about how Tarn ruined Dwarf Fortress and how Dwarf Fortress is a terrible video game now because that feature's gone. So, you know, bad game, literally destroyed by developers, do not play. Feels bad. Anybody who likes game is bad person and denying the reality of the game, according to that person. Which I disagree with, but... It's complicated. Grandma thinks it's like 3 different people. Such is life, anyways. My grandma couldn't remember who I was. Well, not totally true. My grandma didn't recognize me because she didn't see me for 4 years. My hair got long. And then, like, towards the end, straight up didn't know who I was. So, you know. Is that gold dining room? Correct. And I'm trying to fix the moods in this fort. Everybody also has bedrooms already, too, so... Where did I put those dining rooms? Snail, right? They're over here. And then it's my general and the diplomat. I don't know about that. Our imported and exported and created wealth isn't actually that high right now. Could be, but we need a lot more population for it to be rich. You'd be subjectively more hyped to see steel in the dining room. If I was a dwarf, I'd be mildly frustrated as to why they were using steel for the dining room and not, like, weaponry. But that's just me. I don't know. You know, Rylai's, I'm going to be honest with you right now. I'm not going to respond much to these discussions because it's entirely out of my element and something that I have zero experience with. So while I can empathize with you, it's frankly not something that I can reasonably respond to. So all I can really do is smile and nod, and that's about it. So glad you're finding your way in things, but also, I mean, it makes the bricks easier to pick up in a unit and put onto a wagon or something. Dwarven Mango, thanks for the 6 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Dementia runs in your family, and we had your granddad saying that at the house to take care of him and went to the bathroom at night, and he died. Jesus Christ, that's scary. Yeah, no, that's terrifying. Sorry you had to go through that. Boom, boom. That's a expensive monarch you got there, Ahuna. It's like having a partner that wants everything to be in the format of Gucci handbags. Chat, can I get a round of beers? And YouTube chat, can I get a couple party emotes or something for the 6 months of Twitch subscription from Dwarven Mango? I like mangoes and dwarves. What made me choose Dwarf Fortress for a main game? I liked it and hoped that I wouldn't burn out on it, and I didn't, and people watched. Like, chat, you guys can like agree or disagree with me on this, but I'm curious to know your take. I think it's fair to say you don't really choose your game in this industry. You just kind of throw stuff at the wall until you find something that works and the audience chooses you. Because, like, you know, I didn't start streaming Dwarf Fortress until 2018, really. But, like, I'd been playing it since 2009, on and off. I played other games before that. I had a small audience for a bit playing Roller Coaster Tycoon, of all fucking things. Like, I gained an audience because of DF News. And I'd made videos like that before of other games that never went anywhere, so I kind of stopped. Timing was right, and I haven't burned out yet. Like, literally, that's it. How did I come across it? A friend of mine DM'd it to me after I finished ADOM for the first time. I save scummed. But I finished ADOM, and I was sitting in queue for Heroes of Newerth, I think. Or it was called Counter-Strike. It was one of the two. Waiting for my friends to log on so we could play in a group of 5, and I'd finished that, and I was talking with my other friend, and he says, well, you should try this, and sent me a link. I mean, it's sort of like the it's like the YouTube channel Force SC Strategy. My favorite thing that he says about his channel's name is that, oh, no. I'm just a really, really big Soul Calibur fan. No, it's not StarCraft. I'm just a really big Soul Calibur fan. I don't even know, does Heroes of Newerth still exist? I enjoyed the Savage games more than Heroes of Newerth, actually. I think they made a third one and nobody played it. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't think I necessarily... Like, honestly, when I started streaming Dwarf Fortress, I was in a position where, sorry to get weirdly personal always, but my ex had literally just left me. I was making a little bit of money streaming, but not a lot of money. I'd been a Twitch partner for a period of time, not a very long period of time. And while I was doing all right, I wasn't doing great by like any stretch or any sense of the word. And And I told my audience, I was like, I have 3 months of money, basically. And then I need to go get a traditional job again because I'd quit my job, I think, about a year and a half before that to try streaming full time. And chat kept me funded, but those numbers were dropping before that. And they were getting worse and worse and worse. And I was expecting that I had like 6 months of time left of streaming before I would just go get a job again and then keep it as a hobby, which is what happens to a lot of people in content. And then my ex moved out and I told my chat, I'm like, I have 3 months, guys, not even. And people doubled their Patreons and upped their subscription tiers or subscribed for the first time. And I scraped by ever since. I started streaming Dwarf Fortress because it was a game that I really wanted to dedicate time to learning properly. And I had 2 options. I could either do that and watch my stream slowly die, which is what I was expecting to happen. Or I could do that and keep playing what I had been playing, which was RimWorld, where my stream was dying. Like, I was streaming RimWorld and then other niche PC games and some city builders now and again. And my stream was just slowly losing popularity. Like, I was losing out to basically every single other person in the same niche. My numbers were getting worse every month. Like, I go back and I look at my stats and it's like, I got partnered in October. By January, I had about 50 people watching. By February, I had around 30. And I just remember that drop off and just going like, I'm fucked. Like, there's no way. So I started streaming Dwarf Fort because I was like, well, I have this runway and this is an opportunity for me to properly learn the game. What niche game? I mean, just random roguelikes and stuff. Like traditional roguelikes. Other ASCII, some ASCII stuff, not a lot at the time. But yeah, no, I like me dedicating to Dwarf Fort was literally stream suicide, sort of, in a way. I was expecting to not be streaming full time after. Me and my ex were together for 8 years. So I feel you there, mate. Remember somebody who I hung out with at the time telling me, he's like, it's going to take you half the length of the relationship to get over it. And I was like, oh boy. And he was right, actually. It took about 4.5 years to get over it. Well, maybe 4, 3.5, something like that. But, I think that my channel suffered from the same thing that a lot of channels suffer from, Romanoid, which is like post-partner drop. Where people get really excited when you're close to getting partnership and then just go watch somebody else. Like, there's one DM that I have a screenshot saved of on my computer, which I won't ever share. But it was from a subscriber who'd been subscribed to me for, I think it was like 30-something months at the time. Like, basically the duration. It was one of my first 10 subscribers. It was like the duration of affiliate existing. And I remember them sending me a DM saying, congrats on getting partner. Unfortunately, now I'm going to unsubscribe. And I'm going to go seek out other channels because I would like to support other people on their journey to partner. I was like, well, that sucks. And I literally haven't seen that person since. And so there's a lot of that you get when you get Twitch partner. But the dead walk. Hide while you still can. I'm going to lock the dwarves in the fort. That's interesting. Why? That's the reality. You've been discombobulated for 6? I'm sorry, man. That sucks. I probably wouldn't be over mine if I hadn't gone to therapy, I'll be honest with you, Trell. Do kings want the adamantine chair? Adamantine or the godlike metal. That's the truth throne. So it either has to be like, you know, the metal that you get from angels or adamantine. One of the two. So the zombies shouldn't be able to get in now. We'll see what the total number of them is, and I'll try and cage trap them, but I can't fight these. And also I need moods to get better, so I think now is actually a good opportunity to let the dwarves socialize for a bit. Read some books. It is going to suck, though, because we're going to miss another migrant wave. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. That's too many. That's too many. It's too many. How many cages do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ah, fuck it. We'll let them in. Try and catch as many as I can. Maybe even crush some with the drawbridge. Oh, I mean, that's fair. I would call that compounding trauma, Taigo. Something you and Troll have in common, I guess. Who am I responding to? Twitch chat and YouTube chat, James Croc? I do have 2 chats. Thankfully, you guys don't also have to compete with TikTok chat. I know some people who also stream on TikTok, and it's like, they'll talk to Twitch chat a bunch, they'll look at YouTube chat a bit, and then they'll just be like, hi, TikTok, back to Twitch chat. Just completely ignore TikTok 90% of the time. That's usually how it goes. There's something about that I find really funny. Just occasionally acknowledge the platform that you mostly ignore. No problem, Mason. It's mostly the clowns in my head, Jesus. And grats on the streak, Blue Chimp. You'd ignore TikTok? Eh. Bearded Dwarf? Sure. Glow Gravel, what a good name. He personally holds the shrewd and crafty individuals at the lowest esteem, values good craftsmanship, and dreams of raising a family. You never use TikTok, so no stance on how it is a service. I used it enough to know that I don't super like it, but... he never feels hatred towards anyone or anything, and he feels very friendly and always tries to say nice things. I will say I'm a little bit jealous every now and again. I'll see a random channel on Twitch with like 30,000 concurrents, and it's always like somebody who got big on TikTok streaming, and it's like, oh, you've been a Twitch partner for 14 days and you have 30,000 people watching. It's like, you're making more money in like a week than I do in a year, maybe even like per stream than I do in a year. And it's just like, it's very rare that I get jealousy over other people's surprise success. Usually I'm just kind of happy for them, but like whenever I see that, I just kind of go, especially like when their microphone and camera sucks. Anyway, he never feels hatred towards anyone or anything, and is very friendly and always tries to say nice things to others. He is assertive and he has a sense of duty. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance and does not often feel lustful. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he is rarely happy or enthusiastic. He is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and he occasionally overindulges. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and often tells pointless stories without... He often tells pointless stories when he's nervous, and when he's thinking, he clicks his tongue repeatedly. Excuse me. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of raising a family and personally holds shrewd and crafty individuals to the lowest esteem, and dreams of raising a family. He likes lay pewter as well as tanzanite and giant hornbill leather, Remy paper in the color green-yellow, grates, ballista parts, and dogs for their loyalty. Giant gropers. Gropers? What the? Oh, that's a fish, right? We've been over this. For their lips, and the words of the bejeweled diamond and the sound of the berry of sweetness when possible prefers to consume plum wine, and absolutely hates leeches. Maybe he just pities people after witnessing death. It's like, that's a funny way to refer to, like, you know, pop music fans. See how many of these critters we can catch in cages. Yeah, giant grouper lips. Were you watching the stream like 3 minutes ago, NDK Gaming? Because you would have heard me. I played and streamed RimWorld for about 2,000 hours and burnt out 2,500 hours about. Probably a little bit more than that because I did play pre-Steam and those hours weren't counted. And I got so fucking tired of it that I never wanted to see it again and haven't really played it since 2019. The last time I streamed it was before that era, actually. I need you guys to run away. Oh, well. That was Creed and Iron running in. Well, this is stupid. Let's try it. Let's go for it. Creed is stunned and injured and probably about to die now. I need you to go slightly south, and then they'll get caught. This is a bad idea. I'm gonna lose so many dwarves in the next minute. Let's follow the only actually armed dwarf in the fort. I do have one dwarf up here in a martial trance that's ice blue. And before ice blue gets named in the fort and then immediately dies. It's currently bashing a corpse in the body, which is just bruising it. There's so many of them. Yeah, in 2022. You're not making up memories. That was the last time I streamed it, and then I noticed the dwarf running in and then stopped. Troll is dead. Adam Zuki is dead. This was a bad decision. Why did I do this? Iron is dead. I should actually go back to a save, shouldn't I? This was completely unnecessary. Because I forgot to change a setting. This dwarf just needs to keep dodging backwards, though. Keep dodging, Donut. Me saying I should do something doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to do something, but... You know what I should do? I should let this fortress die and then reclaim it. Because I haven't been getting migrant waves for the past 2 years. And I think I might just be out of population. JJ is dead. Where did Donut go? I don't even see him anymore. I think that's what we're going to do. Because I like this fort, and I want to keep it going. But this faction seems to be kind of, for lack of a better term, dying. So if these zombies can kill all of my dwarves, I will reclaim it. I think that's what we're going to do. Any complaints with that, chat? It's still less than 1/3 lost? Yeah, but I haven't gotten a migrant in 2 years. Gort Vitus? Because there is another dwarven faction that's close by here. What will happen to the Baron on the roof? I mean, he will remain on the roof. Donut was found dead. Mass Morass was found dead. Why can't you switch factions? Because the fortress has to fall or be retired or destroyed for that to happen. You can't just switch factions. So why can't you? It's because the game doesn't have that as a feature. Disastrophe has taken the position of Baron of Oil Swords. Cinna Monsters has been appointed to the position of General of the Lean Paddles. You'll miss your chickens, though? 'Tis a shame. I could seal them in and try and, what's the word? I'm also going to need to reappoint more soldiers. But, like, same rules. It does appear that we have broken the siege, with 20 dwarves left. So I think we are going to retire this fort, chat. I think we're going to retire this fort. However, the problem with retiring this fort is all of these critters are going to get released. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set all of these cages to be dumped. Neezer, you are still alive as well. Actually, no, let's just do this. DFHack, you failing me. Oh, you literally have to do them one at a time. Well, that's great. No, I'm going to reclaim it. I'm going to abandon it and reclaim it, Bad Lotus. We're just going to jump to a different faction. Because I was worried about this. Basically, like, how long have I been streaming today? I've been streaming for 5 hours. So I've been in Dwarf Fortress since probably like 10:30. I haven't had a single migrant today. I think this faction is just a bit too dead, and I haven't done enough to revive it. So I'm going to abandon this fortress to ruin. Okay? And in a couple of minutes, ideally, I will reclaim it as a new faction. But we're going to keep the continuity of this fortress running. Wait, where did Analysis Lover come up? Because that was somebody in this chat for a while had that username. So chat, can I get a round of beers? The dwarves are fleeing Skull Ponders. What'd you miss? Another siege of zombies, but I'm abandoning the fortress and reclaiming it. YouTube chat, for anybody who missed it. Did Killa survive? I don't. If you have to scroll back to the list and look. I didn't look at the list of names. The reason I'm doing this is too few migrants. We're just not getting migrants at all. And I've had several notifications in the past 2 years of gameplay from today stating that no migrants have arrived. Also, I'm going to go put on shorts because I'm sweating. Not enough skulls to ponder. I mean, maybe too many, even. Well, experience comes with time, Vile. In YouTube chat. So one must practice to get good. You obviously don't start good. Also, thanks for all the likes, YouTube chat. Well, I mean, I'm totally fine with them being reanimated and trying to bite me, as long as I keep getting migrants. But the problem is that we stopped, right? So in order for me to be okay with pondering skulls and letting them bite me is, well, we need to have more than 30 population. Otherwise, it's just going to be a slow decline. And that was continuing. I'm like, well, So, new fort, identical theme. Clear? How did you die? You got ripped to shreds by a zombie. The same way every other dwarf that just died. How did you die? I don't know. Watch the VOD and find out for yourself. I mean, I'm going to try and do similar stuff. I mean, I want to build a library of 1,000 books. It's also been a while since I've reclaimed one of my own forts. There we go. The knowing, the curse of knowing of the lean paddles found at Skull Ponders, and the curse of knowing abandoned the settlement in the early spring of 1074. So I'm going to grab... I could play as the Rod Diamonds. But I think I'm going to play as the Obstinate Rampart. This is the faction I was playing as. The Lean Paddles. The Hammers of Dance is the other one I've played as. So, like, the population has gone up to 190 from 5, so good for them. But, I think we're going to play as the Obstinate Rampart. Looks like that's a human name? Stone, if you're watching, you could probably confirm this. Also, hey, Lio, what's up, dude? Because this faction has several castles around and several other destroyed sites. So we're going to play as the Obstinate Rampart. And we're going to see an opportunity. The Obstinate Rampart is going to inhabit and reclaim Skull Ponders. And to play some Sonic? Well, that's your mistake, was playing Sonic. Which Sonic? Out of curiosity. Keeping the same name. Whoopsies. The Enjoyable Ring. Let's call it the Enjoyable. So the previous name was the Curse of Knowledge. This is going to be called the Enjoyable Knowledge. And the symbol is going to be dwarves, dead, burning, and then a dwarf praying to the dead dwarves, a sun, object, No. Shape. A blazing sun is burning the dwarves. Oh, no, not the other way around. Burning. The blazing sun is burning the dwarves. And, maybe a scroll? The dwarf is raising the scroll. Basically, like, we're picking up where you left off and continuing it. Now, the problem is there's a non-zero chance that there's going to be a bunch of zombies on the map. There's a non-zero chance that there's going to be a bunch of zombies on the map. So I'm going to give all of these dwarves some fighting skill. Just in case. But we are keeping the library theme going. Also, Ice Blue. If I don't name it Ice Blue, I will give you an honorary named dwarf because you did pick a name for a dwarf literally 19 minutes ago. So I kind of feel bad. Also, as a reminder to everybody, this is a crowdfunded channel, meaning if you have a hat next to your name on either Twitch or YouTube, congrats! You are the reason that this channel exists. I would not be funded or be able to do this full time if it wasn't for people who tuned in and watched. So thank you for doing that. Because otherwise, I just wouldn't be here. So thanks for allowing me to be here. The dream of the Battle Monk Fortress continues. That's why I leveled up dodging after fighting. But, you know, one thing at a time. What'll this fort be about? Exactly the same. I reclaimed the last one. I go. Hey, chat. Whenever somebody asks this question, respond with that. How about writing? Such as wordsmith and writing. So when someone tunes in and says, what's this fort about? Please say, same fort, just reclaimed. Save me the, you know. You're a poet. Let's go in with a couple of critical skills, such as weaponsmith, mason, armorsmith, armorsmith. Same fort, new management. Yeah. Ice Blue, which dwarf do you want from the list? And YouTube chat. The first person to put 3 pickaxe emojis into the YouTube chat gets one of the starting 7 dwarves. I will put I had to reclaim the fort.
Repairs cost way less than I thought they would, so you get some UAH's laughing face.
Well, thank you very much for the 45 months and also the monies is. There we go. I've updated the titles, so it should hopefully be clear. Hopefully. Shamalama Ding Dong, congrats. You got that. That's the 3 pickaxe emojis. Which one would you like? After Ice Blue selects one. Because there's so much stuff here, I kind of just want to embark with literally nothing. Yeah, I mean, there may have been more tenants before the first one. Tibe. No, it's all good. I only just asked. Shamalama. I don't need these, don't need those, don't need those. Chad, is there anything specific that I should bring? That you would like to see me bring to this fort? Did you mean to write pets, Squizzly? Like, this is like PETA. What? Excuse me? Oh, you know what I should bring? I should bring paper. Hi, dyslexic. I'm blind. Preferably leader. Okay, so expedition leader goes to Ice Blue if available. No preference. Okay. So I have to name one. Well, do I have a Urist? I don't have a Urist. Which one would you like to name Urist? Shama. We'll just go with that. Weapons for everyone? That's too smart. This is a reclaim, but I'm going to go in and be a little ballsy. 500 sandbags. I think you can bring sand without bags, can't you? I mean, I could just bring a bunch of sand. And? No. Sand. I could bring 1,000 sand. That's ridiculous. Why did I think sand cost more? So I'm gonna just sit here and click this for a bit. Well, wouldn't it be glass, actually, Bad Lotus? Yep. My wrist doesn't hurt yet. Can I hold down shift? I swear that they had like a thing where you could like hold it down, but... I have pretty good, what's it called? I have pretty good ergonomics, so I think I would have carpal tunnel by this point if I didn't. I would recommend that if you have problems with your wrists, like, look into fixing your ergonomics. It's kind of amazing, though, that some people here didn't know that there was a version before the Steam version. Let's go here and type in jet. Gonna bring 10 of these. I'll look at the animals section, but I doubt it. Because these are just dwarves, right? Dwarves pretty rarely have super interesting animals available. Oh. Well then. Never mind. I lied, actually. I really don't want to remove 300 sand, chat. But I will remove everything else. The funny thing about elephants is how long they take to multiply. Like, it's ridiculous how long it takes. Bring jet, that would be very redundant. Like, very, very, very redundant. I'm just gonna bring nothing. We'll just say that this was like lore-wise, this is a group of travelers who got lost. That is my headcanon. maybe like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 pickaxes and 301 sand. Are they cave elephants? I mean, elephants could live in caves. Real life elephants have a 2-year pregnancy? I didn't know that. That's wild. They take 10 years to grow up to full size in Dwarf Fortress. I need 1,000 charcoal. I mean, I don't need 1,000 charcoal. I could just use lava. All right. I have no idea how well this is going to go. I have to name a dwarf Urist, which is Stuckwood. I said Stuckwood, and you're now Urist. I'm happy to help, she says. Sand merchants who got lost. Sure, yes. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Noth Kodishmab. But there's almost no supplies left. But there's almost no supplies left. No shit. But with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan, hopefully sooner than later because we have no food. But it is spring now, enough time to delve secure lodgings. Ere the Anthananabis soldiers get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here, at this place. Skull Ponders. Strike the earth. And I already am hearing somebody dying, so that's a good start. I think I broke the UI chat. Oh, man, that got rid of it. You're out of food. Oh, phew, that's fine. I was very worried. So there is one of them's demons. There's also a bunch of carp. If I look at the fortress, how much view do I have? Okay, so empty cages. Seem to have full view of all the way down to here. Cool. So remember how... Who here watched the vampire video? In the vampire video, I talk about how it exposed a cavern layer when I reclaimed it. I think that's been fixed. Because see this? I don't have vision of the magma sea. I did before in this fortress. I think they fixed that bug. That's cool. Oh, sweet. We're right next to the old wagon. Where are the chickens? Oh my god, if some of these hen eggs are fertile. I'm just gonna leave those hen eggs. They're probably not fertile, right? They would say that they're fertile, right? I should import some chickens, though. Oh no. It's just dead cows everywhere. Alright, well, let's reclaim everything and get back to the fort, shall we? Also, it appears that our imprisoned elf has eluded us. It seems that they just abandoned the cattle. This is not going to be a big enough space for these, but that's fine. Oh. Hi, tutorials. All right, so... Blue. Ice. You wonder if he fled or died? I'm not sure. But, like, Adventure or Legends wouldn't be updated until right now, so... Chat, can you do... You can do Legends export with DFHack from in-game, right? Because I could just do a... and export Legends from here. I think the DFHack command can go from in-game. We can make some sand. You should have said witches, as in, like, you know, a Alakazam kind of witch. I'm gonna make a potion kind of witch. I do use DFHack, yes. I just have all of the overlays turned off and most of the scripts turned off because I don't like them. Just a personal thing. An abandoned wagon is a bad sign? Maybe they pulled over to see if they could get a distress signal. Once they're fertilized, you don't always need chickens, but usually, yes, you need chickens. I've had fertilized eggs, but they also say fertile next to them in brackets, so I don't think those are going to hatch. Also, I have to say, the manager of this fortress is immediately gonna get the world's nicest fucking like office, because I straight up just have like gold offices set up, which is kind of funny. I can also now confirm whether or not stuff gets unbuilt. Actually, you know what I should do after saving? I should just do Stone Sense. Do you guys want to see this fort in Stone Sense? Because it like just dawned on me that I haven't seen it in Stone Sense yet. I think it might look really cool. What? Well, never mind. I can't show it to you in Stone Sense because load failed. Okay, so it must be run from Legends View. Yeah, that's what I thought. Your fortress has run out of food, blah, 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 yes. Still have the cool ability to do your save in? I don't know what that means. What does that sentence mean? Aw, oh, man. Okay, hold on. I have to go through and delete all of these bedrooms. Because I personally feel this will be easier than manually assigning them. Although you can have this, 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 you can have this. Imagine being a dwarf and just getting to move into this lovely place. Don't mind the bodies, dwarves. Don't mind the mounds of corpses. Do enjoy the riches, though. I may also have to remake the temple. I will read those two dwarves' descriptions once I'm done with this, though. Can it still corrupt the save file? I'm not... Wait, can Stone Sense? I've had Stone Sense crash my game before. I don't know why it would corrupt the save file. I've had other DFHack commands corrupt and break things before, but not Stone Sense specifically. I think I'll just give this to Ice Blue, actually. Okay. Ice Blue, you're going to go plant seeds. Ice Blue is prone to feelings of jealousy and is curious and eager to learn, lives a fast-paced life, and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he has an active imagination. An ambush, drive them out. Oh boy. What is it, though? Troglodytes, maybe? Has to be troglodytes, right? Yes, it is in fact a troglodyte. Well, good luck there, Troggy McGee. Where was Blue Ice? There you are. He lives a fast-paced life, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and has a greedy streak and has an active imagination. He can handle stress, and he is moved by art and natural beauty. He tends to consider what others think of him. He licks his lips when he's nervous and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally values tranquility and a peaceful day and doesn't care about nature one way or another. It's a good thing I didn't leave all the doors shut, eh? He likes cert as well as fine pewter and cherry opal and deer antler and linen fabric and foul blendex for their goat legs and the sound of the cobalt boulders and the sight of the diamond mines. I love that word. They have a form of music or dance or something called the diamond mines. That's so fitting. When possible, prefers to consume squid, horse cheese, and quinoa beer, and absolutely hates flour. And absolutely hates lizards, likes pearl mullet flour, white mullet, and hates lizards. Yes, that. He worships Kadol. You're a member of the Creed of Cobalt, which is a dwarven religion. Let's see what that is. This is all new to me. Okay, so temple. The Creed of Cobalt is the god Kadol, which is the god of minerals. It seems that everybody worships Kadol to some degree, but many of them are part of different religions, although the Creed of Cobalt seems to be the most popular. So they all worship the god of minerals. Well, that's kind of cool. Disastrophe. Could I name one something slightly different than Disastrophe? Maybe Diz? Just so that they're easier to sort through in Legends. And the other one that I have to read real quick. And also, if you have a preferred beard or no beard, let me know. Urist is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success, is not careful with resources when working on projects, and often spends unnecessary effort, can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and doesn't focus on material goods, and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and isn't particularly curious about the world, and tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and she finds helping others emotionally rewarding. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally values eloquence and values nature, and sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish. Also, I really need to check something. I'm wondering... Wait, it was the store. Dorothy lives on. So if you get an inanimate object named in a fort, that sticks around when you reclaim it. Which is actually kind of awesome. So I'm here for it. So shoutouts to Dorothy, you live. Now that I've done that, I'm just going to go into here real quick and say you load from here. You'll take items from there. You don't exchange items there. There you go. And then the other thing that I'm going to do now is a good, no beard, since most like beard. Well, which one would you like? You got English or Adil are your options. I'm also pausing most of the jobs. I'm just going to jump up here and... I'm just going to make these two into the farmers. Also, Laya, thank you very much for the 22nd month. Welcome back, dude. Let's go with the armorer one, maybe. Plank shoved. Dizza. Dizza dwarf, chats. Frog can drink. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Frog, who can now drink? Well, I mean, I'm sure you could before if you wanted, but now you can for realsies. These dwarves are gonna have a lot of cleaning up to do. You know, actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna, maybe not. Actually, keep changing my mind. Dizza. Finds helping others very much rewarding. Is very comfortable around others that have that are different from herself. There is a blind cave bear. What? Whoa. Let's undump all this stuff. And say maybe like... Maybe like, let's just go up here. Oh, I've got a problem, actually. Here's hoping that we can acquire a pickaxe from somewhere. Uh-oh. Got our first death. All right, don't acquire a pickaxe. Well, 'twas nice knowing you, Blue Ice. I'm trying to get them out of here, but I kind of can't. Although it does appear that they're sort of able to beat this one to death, which I guess is good. Where'd they come from? Definitely from the caves, yes. Ushrir has assumed the position of the leader of the enjoyable knowledge. He knew that the abandoned wagon was a bad sign. Naturally, yes. There's actually nothing I can do right now, by the way. They're just fighting with these blind cave bears and trying to get into the fort. And it's going to highly depend on if they make it up and in. The frustrating thing is they should be getting caught in these cage traps, but they're not because they have knowledge of them. So you're just punching it. Repeat. This dwarf's just punching it, and this one's just falling asleep. Wasn't there? Oh, somebody else died. Who's not dying right now? It would be real cool if the elephants joined in. I guess, like, I'm trying to think of how I could make this go better. And I guess that would be, like, putting them all into a squad and then immediately war training the elephants, but they seem to be making their way in. The elephants are doing some damage, although I'm going to heal this one. Oh, no, never mind. That's not the elephant that's injured. It's just a troglodyte. So who's still alive? We've got Dizza, we've got Ushrir, and we've got Stakkud. Although Asmil is, like, about to die. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to assign a chief medical dwarf. I'm going to set nobody to farming. And I'm going to see if we can recover wounded. We are. So we're immediately in a, oh God, phase. Oh, you're the injured one. Full heal, please. As far as bears go, we do still have all of my bears. My yak bull's also coming inside slowly. The game really doesn't want you to be dwarfed, does it? You're going off to pick up equipment. And I'm just going to presume that all of my dwarves are in here. Dwarf 1. Dwarf 2. Dwarf 3. And Dwarf 4. Okay, sweet. So all of the dwarves are now in the fort, and there's a troglodyte. I'm going to go here. Well, not there specifically. I'm going to go here. And we're just going to war train all the elephants. And actually unstation them from here for right now. You just ran away in fear from something. Okay. Right here, I need to make a food stockpile. If I could figure out where the food stockpile button is. Do you ever just sometimes wonder why your brain decided to short circuit? Because I'm wondering right now. An ambush driving away. Oh boy, why is there more of them? Oh, hey, we found you. That's funny. He's still up there. Well, that answers that question. You know, this is a terrible idea. Let's not do this. Let's just follow this bear and see where it goes. Please don't get into a fight with it. Don't do it. Run away. Run away. No. Okay. I want you to chase it somewhere. It looks like we're about to lose another expedition leader, which we now have. 2 more, actually. So we're down to 2 dwarves. About to be 1 dwarf. Man, I was prepared for all sorts of threats, but I didn't get the one that I was expecting. This kind of is brutal, yeah. This will be fun, though. You're going to go clean yourself. That's fair enough. And you run away in fear. How about I just do this? Oh, there you go. Okay. This goes up to here and then down into there, so it's not exactly all that helpful. Let's see where you run. Please walk north. Please walk north. Please walk north. Please walk north into one of the bedrooms. Walk this way, maybe? Of course, the bear goes where all the honey is. Straight out of a horror movie. Oh, this is great. This is one of those, I can fix this moments. Little to the left. There you go. Okay. Finally, what made your first well after following episode 2? There you go. I mean, these can kind of go bad extremely quick. Oh my god, and there's a fucking troglodyte. There's still another one, man. Oh no. Let's just hope that dwarf stays there. There's another one over there. Oh my god. Were those dwarven teeth? I don't actually... no, they were bear teeth. Like the band Beartooth. Okay, so you're trying to train a war elephant. Come on, you can do this. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to forbid all of these doors. Which will give us a good chunk of time. And I'm going to say, ask myself, why didn't I make this more secure? Running away from fear from in fear from everything, are we? Oh my god, there's one right there. Dwarf, I need you to train this elephant for war. Right now. Right here. Okay, so now that you've done that, you can just train the elephant for war. I'm also going to full heal it because I feel bad for injured animals. Don't mind a little bit of cheating. Come on, I need the other one too. Get over here, elephant. There you go, perfect. Last couple are hanging onto their onto their. Yeah, no, absolutely. Just gonna put them both into the squad. Then I'm gonna grab you and say labor work animals 1. So we've got as right here. We're about to have a second one. Okay, so now we've got 2. Now I have to say, chat, wish us luck. Because the idea here is that we'll actually be able to kill them with the assistance of the were elephants. Here we go. Assuming the elephants follow us. And, you know, don't just abandon us and then die. They're abandoning us. I think that's where I had them pen pastured. Yes. Please don't die here, dwarf. Please don't. There you go. Okay, so that's bear number 1. Bear number 2. Oh, also troglodyte. Bones dipped? Oh man, bones dipped in candy. These probably won't be eatable. There's the second one. Where's the third one? You know what's funny is, like, I genuinely think this is more recoverable than, like, the situation we were in previously. Okay, that's 2. The troglodyte. Oh man, I thought that was my dwarf for a second. She's mostly just dodging them and then punching them. It's a good thing I gave her some, like, fighting skill. Okay, I'm just gonna full heal this elephant too, because I can't bear to have one of my elephants just be super injured like this. Okay, now I think that's all of them. Okay, so that's all of the bears that are currently in the fortress. So I'm gonna get rid of this squad. Oh my word, chat. None of the named dwarves survived, so all your points were wasted. I'm sorry, not sorry. Okay, so they were both injured, but, like, not injured enough that it's, like, a problem. Is this all rotten food? No. Okay. Cleaning. That's the thing that you choose to do? Okay. Tidy makes it. I suppose so. What are, okay, so we've got a just skilled, but Stat Good is a talented, competent striker, dodger, and then just novice and dabbling and everything else. Not great, but hey, you know, it's something. Another ambush, drive them out. Oh, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to remake that squad, which I just got rid of. So dwarf number 1 is charging in, starting to duel with this critter. Hasn't died yet. The elephants come in as backup. We got one of them dead. Now we're going to move to the top floor of this. Just going to get rid of all these. I will make them into other things as time goes by. Let's start off with a new temple. One that is ours. Actually, let's not put it in this layer. Let's put it in a nicer layer. Let's put it in this layer. Temple to no specific deity. And then this can be the tavern. No, 1 is the lowest pop number I've ever had. And I've had 1 dwarf several times. Like, I've managed to keep forts, or make forts come back to life after, like, being on the brink. Only having 1 dwarf. I've done that a couple of times. Got a ghost I've got to memorialize. Well, on the bright side, we've got plenty of drinks. Let's go up to here. They truly did get lost. This was like, you know, that the sequence in Alien where they go and they land in the place and then suddenly there's just horrible monsters everywhere. That's basically what just happened, right? Like, you know, they got a distress signal. They parked. They checked around to see what was going on. And then suddenly there was blind cave bears everywhere, and they're just getting murked. Like, basically the same order of operations. Can dwarves get used to ghosts? I've seen some dwarves, like, get indifferent to them, but, like, watch my ghost fort video. It's called I Let Ghosts Destroy My Fortress. Just watch that video, and then you'll probably have a pretty good answer for that question in about 90 minutes. So my recommendation would just be watch that video. And you'll figure it out pretty quick if they can or cannot get used to ghosts. Thank you. Analysis. It's an amazing fort layout. I mean, it's largely an overworld layout that I modified to work in my fort, so. Oh my god. This is brutal. And also, let's toss Refuse in here. I do think we got this, though. It's going to take a little bit. Oh, another thing that I probably need to do. Let's unforbid all this. Let's jump up to the surface and then go down to... Okay, no, not that. Let's just go here and just go down a few layers to about there. And then just unforbid everything. I think I'll just forbid this stockpile for right now. And also shrink this down to like there. And I'm also just going to go here and go hauling and just say, don't do this right now. Well, no, actually, yeah, do hauling. I think it's one of the better ones, and it's a shame that it's like the worst performing one that I've made. So, rate the start of this fort out of 10. I'd say it's 2 out of 7 is my rating for the starting of this fortress. Let's go to standing orders and then say refuse and dumping, and please gather all the refuse. Because that's really what needs to happen, is we need to put all of these bodies and stuff away. It's great out of 10, 12. I'm glad. You love the narrative? I mean, I uploaded it yesterday. Naisha? Is that how you say your name? I think so. Something like that. Reads is correctish. Putting jugs away. Oh, this shouldn't have... Fuck it, actually, I'm just not going to worry about it. Already got elephants. What's not to like? This? The one really upset dwarf? But I mean, yeah, I guess if you put it that way. I suppose if you put it that way. I mean, the good news is we're already like set for food for quite some time. Just not going to worry about farming for a bit because I don't need to worry about it for a bit. Whew. You started when you had 2 dwarves, elephants, and cave bears, so it looks good so far. For clarity, anybody who's just tuning in, we had to, where I decided to retire the fort because, or abandon the fort because I was worried we weren't going to get any more migrants because I hadn't gotten any in 2 years, and the faction I was playing was kind of dead. So I considered that kind of a failed experiment. What now? Oh, that's fine. And so I decided to reclaim it with a different faction. Anyway, apparently the game decided to oops accidentally a whole bunch of blind cave bears in the fort, which I didn't notice until it was kind of too late. So we lost a bunch of dwarves, like almost immediately, because I kind of wasn't expecting that. The one that isn't is pissed off, so you get S-Mill. Well, actually, no. We're going to go with Stack, the expedition leader. Yes, she's pissed off, but she's the expedition leader, and she was the only one standing for a while, so this dwarf is the reason they survive. Little Blast. Is driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success, is not careful with resources when working on projects, often spends unnecessary effort, occasionally could lose focus on the matter at hand, and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. Doesn't focus on material goods, tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and isn't particularly curious about the world. Tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes being outdoors, and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally values eloquence and values nature, and sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish. Bullheaded and foolish, and does not really value skills related to fighting. You know, I like the idea that this group of dwarves was just like a set of like sand, like a delivery of sand from one place to another, and their wagon just broke down, and they're like, well, let's see if they have like any repairing stuff, and ran into this place, and then just like got murked by bears. I really like that as like an idea of like the justification for this existing. She has very low cheekbones and a clear voice, and her somewhat broad ears have very large hanging lobes. Her very long hair is tied in a ponytail, and her somewhat tall head is broad, and her eyelashes are quite long, and her hair is straight, and her hair is dark tan. Or sorry, and her what is dark tan? Her hair is straight, and her hair is dark tan. Her skin is dark tan. There we go. So she's very dark tan. She has a pet war elephant, and all of her friends are dead. And she's a member of the Creed of Cobalt. So welcome to the fort, I say. It was literally just like fort started. Oops, chaos. Fuck. More or less. Oops, accidentally all chaos. You got named and then splattered. You and three other people got named and then died? Didn't even make it into the fort. Not necessarily. They could very much recover. You also need to remember that, like, this is maybe the... Not the nicest, but about as nice as you could get. For a fortress, rather. I also need to... Whoopsies. Check in here. Are the bears still in here? No. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to close this. So now that that's done, it's really odd to me that they haven't started working on this yet. There might actually just be that many jobs. All right, so I need to memorialize the starting 7. I'm gonna see, do I have coffins I could place in here? Perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Currently, they're just hauling random body parts and chucking them. And I'm just gonna, real quick, go here. Just get rid of this. Let's just let them put one other thing away. I may actually just forbid everything down and in here. Well, here's hoping that we get a really big migrant wave soon. Right? Chat, cross your fingers for me, please. And also, as a reminder to everybody, this is a crowdfunded channel, so if you happen to have a Prime sub available, do think about me. Because without it, this channel wouldn't be here. So I just wanted to say thank you to, everybody who's taken the time to watch this stream, tune in and hang out and chill out. Appreciate you guys. Something daily minimum, but I don't want to be pushy. You're off to go sleep. At least you have a great bedroom. My videos have finally made you crumble and attempt to play this game. You're glad that you could catch a stream, though. This is very much not your normal Fortress embarking experience, let me tell you. Chat, what's the wildest embark you've ever had? I'm always very, like, drawn to the one time that I built a fortress, pressed the go button, like, hit embark, and then immediately 3 dwarves died to a giant crocodile. And then another dwarf was hit in the back of the head by some bird that was trying to steal something, tried to fight with it, and then fell into the water and drowned. That was maybe like one of the most memorable starts I ever had to a fort. I was like, well, this is going great. But that has to be one of the most memorable beginnings of a fort I've ever had. Some animal stole all your things. I had that happen once. I just had like, it was like 40 monkeys. It wasn't quite 40 monkeys. It felt like it was unlimited armies of monkeys. Their crowds were so great that we couldn't see the hillside. No, there was like 6 of them. But they did steal my anvil and all of my alcohol. Which was just memorable. I'm not going to say it was like the fort survived. It was fine. But it was like a funny first year. You accidentally embarked on a bronze colossus? Accidentally? Man, what are the odds of that? Were you intentionally embarking on a cave, or did you like legitimately try to embark on a colossus? Mate, come on. She's sleeping. At least, okay, what is actually the pathing to this office? I thought that I gave you this. Oh, I see. No, I did give them this, but they then went and died. You know what? Actually, where are your bedrooms, dwarves? You two can have the nicest. You two can have the nicest bedrooms in the fort. These are going to be the most spoiled dwarves on this side of the Dorfus. The Dorfosphere. Literally immediately start fort, treated like royalty. A human has sprung from an ambush. What? The shit is happening. Thankfully, that door is locked. Jesus H. Christ, man. No kidding, mate. The fuck are you doing here? Yeet. They're also fighting with yet another blind cave bear that I didn't even know was there. Also, hi, Hobo. How was the trip? How was the car fast? They're fighting with a stealthed bear that I can't see. 500 reanimated muscle shells. Oh. I'm glad they can't reanimate those now. So this is a human ambush. I'm not sure why they're here, but they are. So we're just going to watch this dwarf do his thing. And chat, ask Hobo how his day was. I will be right back because I need to use the washer. Hopefully these dwarves don't die in the next 2 minutes. Oh, good God Almighty!
Cheese!
Your boy
for
can't win, hey?
everyone!
This fortress is cursed. I don't know about that. What are they killing, though? Oh, they're fighting with the Necromancer demons. Just missing a Necromancer and Goblins now? Forgotten Beast. Or Titan. Here's hoping that they just kind of leave, though. It would be particularly funny, though, if there was actually... Here's hoping they leave. Like, let's just be hopeful, chat, that they leave eventually, yeah? It would have been even fun. Well, I mean, they're outside of the fort and can't get in. So, I mean, currently we are still safe, I think. Okay, so right up here, I'm just going to do this. I am currently about to be in an ad break, so I will wait until the ads are done. But we're going to get our starting 7 buried. Oh, no. It's also going to take every single one of the other ones, right? I forgot about that. All right, it's time to put stuff in tombs. You like putting stuff in tombs? I hope you like putting stuff in tombs. Because we got a lot of tombs to fill. Fancy mittens, hey? I think I'm actually just going to pop back up to the surface and go right here. Thanks. I'm going to get rid of that. And this is going to be where I'm going to jump to. When I hit F1. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to here and I'm actually going to go... I'm going to reassign 2, 3, 4, 5. I just want to get my dwarves buried. I just want to get my dwarves buried, man. Anybody else? Well, we'll get to them eventually. The priority is my own dwarves. Also, which one was the one that's still alive? You! You can be somebody else. What key shows which menu? You're going to need to be more specific. I don't know when you typed that. And I just jumped through like 6. The jump menu. You're going to need to be more specific than that. This isn't like, you know, adventure mode, so there is no jump menu. Unless you're talking about in adventure mode. That's in adventure mode. Oh, wait, this menu? It's this. I clicked it. It's H is the hotkey. You mean the hotkey, like the binding areas to hotkeys menu? Yeah. Did I give them a nickname? I haven't nicknamed anybody because, well, otherwise I would probably need to, like... Yeah, well, I mean, Little Blast is nicknamed. I haven't given this person a nickname. You know, okay, I'm just going to do a thing real quick. I'm going to go add new work detail, edit. It's going to be cleaning, burial, and wall floor construction. Lever operation. And that's it. And this is going to be called... And that's it. Very, very, very quick and concise. Fast car was real good until they fucked up your boy's pit stop and didn't put enough fuel in his car when he was literally leading on the race with 15 to go. Oh, that sucks. Many beers was drunk. Glad you had a good time, man. I'm glad that you had a good time. The other thing I'm going to do is say, nah. Definitely don't. No. Nah. Nope. Def no. Sure. Can still do that. It's not even Shift H, it's just H. Rose the red. So many cages. Holy shit. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to forbid all this and see what they go do next. You're going to go drink. What are you doing? There we go. That's what I wanted to see. That's what I wanted to see. Ay. Okay, never mind. That was a ghost that was put to rest. I read that as like, oh no, one of my dwarves just died. Nope. Literally just a ghost was put to rest. At the very least, you have a gold goblet. So, you know, they're having wonderful beverages in wonderful gold-encrusted dining halls. But, you know, everything is horrible here, so... Now the two dwarves can get back to work. The important question now is just going to be like am I going to be able to get all of these dwarves, you know, underground in time, basically? Yeah, that's just rearm cage traps. I got rained on? You know, do people really... Okay, I have a question. When people say I got rained on in relation to Dwarf Fortress now, are they talking about, like, memes from the past? Or did people still have problems with dwarves getting paralyzed with stress due to getting rained on once? Like, I see it now and then, but it's so rare that it doesn't even register as an issue to me now. I mean, if it's just a meme, then it's just a meme, but... I can't really tell if people are memeing or if it's, like, genuinely still a problem that people are running into now. I just look at the YouTube chat and the first thing I see is, bruh, they fell out of a tree when I chopped it down and the baby drowned. I know what game you're talking about. Also, as a reminder to everybody, a busy chat's an active chat's a good chat. A quiet chat's a dead chat. And today's been a little lurky for the past hour and a half. So if you guys can help me keep that chat moving, that'd be greatly appreciated. Any kind of conversation is greatly appreciated at this point. Also, Napalm Sideburns, it's good to see you, by the way. Thanks for the beer call. I won't complain about money today because of the tip from earlier, but I don't really have too much else to start conversations with outside of the new video that released. It is summer as well. I get it. I just kind of presume that it's a meme, but like we were talking about like bugs that people don't realize are not bugs anymore now. Really, it rarely happens on migrants on the way into the fort because it's like the only fort long memory. True, yeah, I mean like, but still, it's no longer a... How do I word this? Like a scarring memory? It's a less critical memory now. If that makes any sense. You gotta go to sleep now. It's all good, mate. You do what you gotta do. I'm just saying, you know, if you have the ability, if you can help me keep the chat moving, that's greatly appreciated. But otherwise, you know, it's all good. Let's just haul stuff. Where it will appear the reason they're so unhappy because it's the rain. But that could also happen with, like, seeing the toenail of a dead cat. You know? Or, like, it's more likely that they're, like one of their reoccurring negative thoughts will be rain, but it won't be the thing that ruins their life. I lived through the era of, like, a dwarf getting rained on once would literally cause PTSD for the rest of their life, so. No migrants attracted notifications for like 4 times on 20 pop. Well, if you're playing a dead faction, you might just be fucked, Warlord. Trading with the home faction is what attracts new migrants. I was previously playing as a faction that's just dead, which is why I've reclaimed the fort, and then everything was awful, and now everything is still awful. But at the very least, you know, everything may be awful, but at the very least, you know, we're still here, sort of. I mean, they both have these. Do you not have an office? Maybe you don't have an office. You do. I guess they're technically throne rooms, but... Yes, I guess they're just preferring that room. It's nicer. But trading with the mountain home is how you acquire more peep shit. Okay, so thankfully that siege that was just on the map is no longer here, and the nearest bear is pretty far away. So I'm going to turn on the burrow and assign these dwarves all to the burrow and scream to the high heavens. Chat, wish us luck here. Please and thank you. I need the best luck that you've ever wished upon somebody, because we just got a migrant wave. We're up to 5-6 population, and I'm going to just turn on the burrow and keep it on, and hopefully we can just walk around that thing. You rename the saddest dwarves you have in your 3 latest instance of the game, so I know that if they ever throw tantrums or become happier. Fair enough. Somebody's fighting. I don't even know what it is, but there's fighting happening. Come on, chat. Post an emote that you relate to luck, because we need it. Help these dwarves out here with some positive encouragement. Like any livestock? A little bit. Why are you standing there and not going in? Doors is open. Oh, they are. Okay. 1, 3, 7. I mean, I don't use 7 TV, so I don't know why it wouldn't be working, though. Seven TV has enough emotes that I really, really don't like seeing that I just, yeah, no, I'm good. I mean, if you set your pop to 50, then that's, and if you hit 50, then that would do it, yeah? Okay. Wheel bank, eh? More bedrooms are now available. They all just go and meditate. What a fucking way to start this off.
Cheese for everyone!
What are you going to go destroy? Ah, beds. Got it. I mean, you don't have to make sounds appear on the stream to, you know, participate in conversation, Zavi. I'm sorry for asking for interactions, chat. I'll just babble and be one of those streamers that doesn't interact as much. If that's the kind of content you require, then I will do my best to provide. I will interact when you interact. I need metal ore. I'm sorry I asked. So, you know, if you're busy, it's totally okay. You're allowed to be busy. Interesting things when microwaves, you notice that in your current fort, you would have a faction with one dwarf total, created an embark with that faction, 7 dwarves. Obviously, first 2 programmed migrant waves came in, +7, +8 dwarves from that. Retired a fort after 1 year with 2 dwarves. The faction now has 100 pop. You kind of, so like what happens is there's always going to be an ambient population of dwarves, right? They're just because they're not in the fortress currently doesn't mean that they're not there. And the thing that you need to remember is that, like, Ice Blue's now a zombie. Where did Ice Blue die? I need to figure this out. The thing that you need to remember... do I have wood in the fort? I do. Okay, let's just do... Okay. I need a manager. Let's make my expedition leader into the manager. And just say charcoal 100 and gold coffin sarcophagus. Let's just say 35. That's probably about how many we need. The thing that you need to know is that, like, 10th survives. Thanks for the Prime subscription. And UGDPY, we'll see you later. You have a good night, mate. Like, there's always ambient populations of every, like, type of creature in Dwarf Fortress. So there's always going to be, like, ambient dwarf populations, ambient human populations, amongst other things. And what that means is, like, just because it looks like there's a population of 100 dwarves in a faction, or 50 dwarves in the faction, and then there's 3 factions, they all have about 50 dwarves. There's actually likely thousands of dwarves in the world. They're just all refugee camps and not part of a faction currently. But the game can pull from those. They don't have a history, but the game can pull from those, like, non-tracked numbers to give you migrants. So if, assuming there is still a populace of dwarves, when the player goes and starts creating forts, that stimulates kind of the game simulation a little bit, and people move there. When you retire a fort and the game saves, and then reclaim a fort or make a new fort, it moves World Gen forward by 2 weeks. That's the only way to move World Gen forward again. So those migrants and populations joining that new fortress happen during that 2-week period. When you're playing a fort for, say, 10 years, while populations can shift, mass migrations can't really happen in the overworld. So you don't see, like, populations of a fort like double or triple like that. But if you retire a fort and reclaim it, the population of a faction can skyrocket. If that makes any sense. It's getting late where you're at and you're out of chatter. Let's see. No. I think I'm just a little bit spoiled. I have sort of unrealistic expectations for when I put out a video. I kind of hope that it dramatizes, like increases the interest in my channel and makes people talk more. But the reality is not quite that simple. So it's my own fault for having unrealistic expectations, and I should learn to expect summer in summer because it's summer. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers? Please and thank you. I don't even know what Trailblazer is. Wait, isn't that's the what do you call it? Survival game, what, on wooden mechs, right? Oh, you're talking about the FTL alike thing. I wouldn't say I'm excited about it. I said it had a cool art style, and I looked at it for 10 seconds longer than I normally do with a video game. saying that I'm excited about it is a massively gross misrepresentation of my take and not true. But it does have a nice art style. I don't even think I'm going to play it, most likely. I'm kind of weird like that, where I'll see a game and I'll be like, oh, this looks cool. That's it. The only take I really had on that game is that it has a nice art style. That's about it. Actually, just going to do this. It's easier. Yeah, if you build stairs up into the tree, then the dwarf can just walk down. Nah, it's fine. I'm just being dramatic. I'm just being dramatic. You have to go get a drink. You're doing the constructing of buildings. Yeah, I'm kind of weird. I don't know. I don't really play demos. I don't really care about alpha tests unless it's something I'm really excited about. Which honestly, I would say the only game that I'm really excited about is Enter the Chronosphere. But I'm a little bit worried because chat doesn't seem too into it, which kind of sucks. Although I should just be used to that. If I play anything that isn't Dwarf Fortress, a tenth of the people tune in. I should just be used to that at this point. You're gonna go sleep. You're recovering wounded? Excuse me? Who's wounded? How'd you get wounded? Did you drink too much? Please tell me that this dwarf just got, like, evaluated with drunk. Maybe you got a bee sting. Did you get a bee sting? I genuinely have no idea what the injury of that dwarf was. It may have legitimately just been a bee sting. Looks really interesting and unique. Yeah, no. I mean, it's just I'm stuck in a weird niche. It's my own fault, really. Uh-oh. I think YouTube might be frozen again. Hey, YouTube. I realize that it's winter on half of the planet, but it's summer up here, so please unthaw. Yep. Yeah, no, I haven't seen anything in YouTube chat since Harry Rosette said should have built stairs. Hey, YouTube chat, could you please yell at YouTube and tell them to be less bad? Was the early start DLC for Workers and Resources? What does it do? YouTube chat has been freezing every, like, 25 minutes all day. Hey, YouTube chat. I know that a lot of you like watching on YouTube, and that's cool. But if you use Twitch pop-out chat and still watch on YouTube, then you won't get forgotten when when YouTube decides to just, like, cease to function for 15 minutes. Oh, it's terrible, Glib. Maybe we want to be forgotten bees? Well, then why are you typing? I haven't forgotten yet. You're now a remembered beast, my friend. Or maybe that's simply just a beast. Avo's the diamond glow. You have become that which you feared, my friend. to 1930s, so now it has steam trains. Well, steam trains make everything better. Although I would argue that like post-Soviet countries are one of the few places that still have steam trains, so. Some of the few places that still have functioning steam trains that aren't like a museum piece, like actually operating for their intended purpose. Yeah, that's fair, Klim. Not minding being forgotten. There's not very many of them. I wish I enjoyed Workers and Resources, because I think that there's a world where I could really like that game, but it's just a bit too... I don't want to call it tedious, because I think that's the point. Like, it's intended to be tedious. But I just found it too fucking tedious, man. While looking up long dark music? Oh, that's pretty cool. I apparently live like a short bike ride distance from the studio that made that game. There we go. This is what we need to have happen. Trowel's body's getting buried. Enjoy it, Disastrophe. Don't forget to leave a like and a comment on it, please and thank you. And I hope you enjoy it. I put a lot of work into that thing. That is going to be the last one probably for a bit because I have an idea of what I'm going to do with the next one, but I do have a planned vacation in the middle of the two, so next thing is going to be vacation followed by then when I get back from that, I will think about what we're going to do next. Although I haven't done 2 in a month in a really long time. I did 2 in a month when I put out the Caves of Cud video, and then like less than a month later, I put out the video about me playing adventure mode. So. I don't know what KCD2 is. What do you mean missions, I guess? Control, Command, Destruct, the sequel? I probably know it. Kingdom Come Deliverance? I'm presuming? You mean just like quests? I mean, adventure mode kind of has quests. You know, actually, that's not true. Analysis. YouTube compression is actually way better. The problem is multi-streaming takes twice the CPU resource as just single streaming. If I were to double the compression for like the bitrate for YouTube, which I could do, it kind of starts to test my CPU a little bit, and I don't like doing that. And not even like that I'm maxing it out. It's just I don't want to run at like 80% capacity for like 10 plus hours at a time, because I don't know if you've looked at the prices of computer parts recently, but buddy, they're fucking pricey. And so personally, I feel like the last thing I need is like my computer to explode. And like, I do okay, but I ain't rich. So I just explained it, analysis. That's why. Also, the reason, like, dwarves are so strong, YouTube chat, is because dwarves have martial trances. That's what gives them their advantage. Humans don't have that, and neither do goblins. So that's why, like, a goblin is so much weaker than a dwarf, is because they're roughly the same size as a dwarf, but dwarves go into martial trances, whereas goblins don't. That is literally the reason. Okay, who's the happy one here? How are you happy, sir? See, you didn't feel anything after seeing a blind cave over ogre's dead body. Fair enough. You were satisfied at work. You were near a splendid burial receptacle. So saw a dead body but was near a pretty coffin after the fact. and now is just really satisfied at work. Well, at least you get to be near pretty coffins, I suppose. There's Ice Blue or other Ice Blues. Dead body. Looks fine to you? Well, the thing is, like, if you have it set to the same quality as Twitch, it should look about the same. Shadow. But, like, Twitch's cap for bitrate, I think, is 8,000. Whereas YouTube, I don't think has a... It's like as much as you can push, they'll process it. 100 armored goblins with sticks fighting 100 humans with hammers. Like warhammers or like a hammer? I mean, arena mode exists. You could test this. The science could be done. The science could be done. I mean, I also feel like goblins would be better at dodging. Kind of a David and Goliath thing. Quest for knowledge never ends, says that dwarf. Who are we putting in a tomb now? I did a couple videos a while ago, which was just like, how many dwarves does it take to kill an undead whale? I think it was actually the first one. Simply put, the game died of frame rate loss before they killed it. For a multitude of reasons. They did okay, and I stopped making them pretty quick. But, you can do some pretty fun things in arena mode. We're in an ad break. Also, I think the, name something redeems up. Yes, it is. Hello, Donut. Don't look at the population count. Everybody definitely didn't die. Well, I mean, not everybody. I definitely didn't give up and switch factions by abandoning the fort and reclaiming it after everybody died, including your dwarf. But it's good to see you, Donut. How you been? Ten dwarves can kill 100 humans. Jesus. If they collide at the same time, and they have the same gear and the same skills at the start, 10 dwarves can kill 100 humans. As in the one that's on screen right now, Shinobi? Can do. Also, YouTube chat, the first person to put... Actually, the first 5 people to put a pickaxe emoji in the YouTube chat get an inanimate object. So, like, a bed, a workshop, a door, just the first 5. Personally treasures leisure time and thinks that it is fairly important in the grand... And thinks that he is fairly important in the grand... Personally treasures leisure time and thinks that it is very important in life and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He's a friendly individual and he doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. And he doesn't often feel envious of others. He often feels discouraged and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract and can handle stress and is quite ambitious. And I need to create a squad and make this dwarf the leader of it. Actually, no. Let's delete that squad. And you are going to... Oh, jeez. I need to reacquire a lot of these items, don't I? You... Can handle stress and is quite ambitious and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He likes trifle pewter and pinfire opal, plum wood, chipmunk, leather, and blind cave bear bone. The color moss green, shields, goblets, and lorikeets for their playful personalities. And the words of the silken watchful amethyst and the sound of the cobalt boulders and the sight of the diamond mines, and when possible prefers to consume pineapple wine and absolutely hates leeches. Me too. And has a pet war elephant. Also, Wheelbank is your last name. Me too, Stormwolf. And they just instantly leave. They accidentally invaded you. Like, scouting parties are a thing that exist in Dwarf Fortress. And they're either A, scouts, or B, they accidentally raided you in pathing towards something else. Because, like, the game processes the physical movement of armies on the world map. Sometimes just randomly an army will hit you because they were trying to head somewhere else not knowing that you're there. Anyway, now they know that you're there. We've got several ghosts that have been laid to rest. What else do we have now? I'm sure there's more. Currently none. Yay! Leeches make great fishing bait for catfish. I thought fingers make great fishing bait for catfish. All right, so in the YouTube chat, we've got Charlie Bacon, Gaia, Baltry, Jesus, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and Motivacative. I'm just going to give you guys random things for ease. So this is the Jesus bed. Over here, we've got a door, and this door is going to be named Baltiri. What else do we have? This lovely quern is going to be the Gaia. Yep. There's an A initially in there. The Gaia quern. Right next to it, we have a statue of a superiorly designed image of Zelost, which is an image of a goblin and a cave dragon. And Baskerbit, the cave dragon, is striking down Bihal Zelos. The artwork relates to the killing of a goblin by a cave dragon in the year 612 during Cock Olong. Don't make jokes out of that. That's rude. The assaults of skinning. Gross. This statue is now named... there you go. I think that's everything. Oh, I forgot Charlie Bacon. Charlie Bacon, you get this kitchen because your name makes me hungry. You like your humors where you are? Well, you can keep them then. Still at it. What happened? Chat, you guys want to give Greg and then some the down low? Or the up high? The either or? I trust you can. I am in the belief of you. It seems that, Technically, this is a new embark. So a bunch of... We had a bit of an oopsie. Well, not really an oopsie. We had a siege go real bad, and I kind of willingly let it go bad. And the reason I willingly let it go bad was because we kind of, sort of, maybe a little bit weren't getting any migrants. And I think that faction was maybe just a little bit beyond recovery. So my idea was, well, I'll just let this fortress die and then reclaim it as a fort with a different faction and see if that new faction can have do a slightly better job keeping things up and running and functional. Yeah, the rules and theme are all still the same. Although it's going to take me a little bit to get back to where we were progress-wise, but... Well, I mean, rather, no metal for weapons rule, yes. So, for those of you who don't know the rules of this fortress, I am not using any metal from trade caravans. I'm not using any goblinite. I am not purchasing or importing any metal. However, I can use metal for furniture and whatnot, just not metal that would be used for weapons. So I can use like platinum, brass, gold, those things to make furniture. If dwarves make an artifact out of metal, I can use that, but that is it. So basically, I'm restricted to metal furniture and artifacts, and that is literally it. That's the only thing that I'm allowed to do stuff with in this particular fortress. I'm just trying to get all these beds out of here so I can see how much more space I have left. You know, oddly enough, there's not as many tasks sitting here as I kind of thought there was. You hope the ghosts aren't too hungry? I've been able to get them dealt with really quickly. The issue was we actually had 2 dwarves a minute ago. We've had a migrant wave because the game decided to fill my fort up with blind cave bears. So we only survived because this dwarf that you're seeing right here managed to train the elephants that I brought with us for war while locked in a room and then run around and finish everybody off. And Asmil lay down in the hospital for a while. So that's why the moods are kind of bad. Not just because of the bodies, but like, you know, because of the whole bear situation and the fact that most of my seconded party of dwarves died almost immediately. So, you know, things have been pretty horrible, and hopefully they'll improve, but there's only so much you can actually do. I may also have gotten everything buried, which is crazy if that's the case. Do I plan on having an army? I had one in the last fort. Or in the last attempt of this fort. So yes. I'm allowed to use artifact weapons. And I'm allowed to use non-metal weapons. So like, if I was going to go make obsidian, and I'm still kind of planning on doing that. I'm allowed to use bone and wooden bolts. I'm allowed to use... I have an artifact mace in the fort. I made an armor smith's guild in the last fort, and I think I'm going to do something similar to that again. So, you know. Just one thing at a time. I mean, they take them if they like them. You just have to be very attentive as to what your dwarves like. I mean, I'm saying it with like an element of humor. Baltiri. An element of humor, you know? Why would I use DF hack optimizations? I don't need them. They're also not really optimizations. They're more like, what's the word? Automations. Like it plays the game for you, which I don't need that. Unless you're talking about like Streamline, which fuck that. Absolutely not. That's how you break the physics. But why would I want the game to play itself without my input? I do use dfhack, but I just don't use the scripts. I do agree, though, that disasterific is a pretty good word, though, Valtteri. Stuff like Taylor. So you want the game to play itself for you? I mean, I have a question. What's annoying about just going to this screen and typing in one of each clothes type that you need and then setting it to repeat once per year when you have less than a certain amount in a stockpile? It takes 5 minutes to set it up once. And then you pause them when you don't need them. Like, I don't know. I don't fully understand the... Like, if you are playing Dwarf Fortress... Controversial take here, I guess. If you're playing Dwarf Fortress and you're saying, I want to play this game. I'm enjoying this game. And you're putzing away and doing what you do. And then you say, but I don't want to deal with this mechanic, 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 or this mechanic. Why? Just go play Cookie Clicker. Like, genuinely, that's my take, and that's my feeling. So if you don't feel that way, then enjoy the video game the way you like to play it. It's a single player game, but calling it annoyance, I think, is a bit wild to me. It's always been a bit wild. Trash is what I'm going to call this. Butcher an animal. Genuinely kind of curious as to what I'm butchering, but I just don't need these. There's just so many random animals that we're just butchering for not no reason. Let's check if you have the ability to make shirts. What about vests? Or tunics, even. Living the true Legend of Zelda experience. I don't agree with that, Monoplex. I don't agree with that at all. And the reason I don't agree with that is because... How do I put this? This dwarf currently is wearing trousers, dress, gloves, sock, shoe, shoe. That's it, right? And they're hauling a tooth. That is the only clothing this dwarf will ever need, unless I provide other clothing for them. So right now, I only need to make, to keep this dwarf happy, dress, shoe, gloves, trousers, right? If I make a hood once and this dwarf equips a hood, they will wear that hood until that hood wears out and then will be sad that they can't find another hood. So the reason I don't agree with that is because it gives you full customization of what your dwarves require. And they won't require full sets of clothing unless you allow them full sets of clothing. So if it was just a generic, they make everything, you would need significantly more clothing to, like, satisfy the full need. I'm not super pro the oversimplification of clothing. I kind of wish you could shatter pottery in adventure mode, Donut. Well, just wearing a tunic and a skirt, I guess, would be the true Link experience. Leggings, tunic, skirt. We're finally getting there, man. But, like, I gather you're saying that you want that in addition. I think that, like, if you set it up in addition, most people would just default to that. I think what Dwarf Fortress needs more than a make crafts similar to make crafts option for clothing is like sometimes, you know, certain things will be a banned export, so you don't want to overproduce it. And you want to have the option to not produce it. I think what Dwarf Fortress needs more is just in this screen, the ability to save sets and put these into folders. Like if I could put all of my clothing options into folders and then save them from fort to fort, problem solved. But a make crafts type option for clothing, I think is a bit silly. Because then I could, and they could also have like some defaults as well. So it could be like, you know, make one of each clothing for your current faction, or make one of each clothing in human size for what's available for your faction right now. Kind of deal. But, and before somebody says, you can do that with DFHack. I know. Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, a supply caravan from the obstinate Rampart is here, and it is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with the anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious crafts, dwarves. I guess I should open the door, shit. But take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants offer may very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. Get up there and pull that lever, Dwarf. If your queen wants splints, they'll never ask for more than 3. Go here, type in the word splint, or maybe wood, I guess. Wooden splint. Then click this. Repeat seasonally, click on the clock 3 times. And then just set the number to 3. They'll never request splints again, because you'll always have enough splints. That's it. Yeah, just click the clock 3 times and just make sure that you have the materials for it. And you won't run into issue again. They can be quite confusing, though. I'll give you that. Okay, let's go here. I'm just gonna sell as much as I can carry. It's a lot of sandals. I'm sure most of these are like human sandals and stuff. But I don't know. I am of the opinion that while DFHack has some really good features that make the game a lot more interesting for a lot of people, I do think that my biggest issue with DFHack and its popularity is that there is a portion of the community that will forever make my head spin a little bit. Of people who learned the game with DFHack, refuse to relearn it any other way, and complain that Tarn doesn't just, you know, develop features for the game that are not the features that DFHack use because they think everybody should use DFHack. Which I don't really like. Little Blast meets with Toulon, Sode, and they say, how'd you end up here? Let's discuss your situation. I'm just going to, just going to request brass. That's it. They want bars of meat, okay? That's not really a mod, but it's more like having access to dev tools that can be enabled or disabled, which is kind of how I use them. Letter N. Baron de Bus, hello. Similarly to like, you know, if you're playing RimWorld, right? If you play enough RimWorld, you probably know how to you probably know your way around the dev tools. And probably pop in there and pop out of there occasionally. That's what I use it for. Doran. Is I use it like a optional dev tool that sometimes I enable, depending on what I'm up to or what I'm doing or what I need it for. And if I find that I need a dev tool or I need to like break the game for one reason or another, that's when I enable it. Or like if the game broke due to a new patch and I need to fix it now, that's when I enable it. Or rather, it's a tool. It's not a requirement for enjoyment of the game, I guess. I mean, you could put mods in Dwarfort. Somebody actually released a mod recently that I'm kind of tempted to use. Somebody put hookahs in Dwarfort. I made stuff smokable, but it requires a bunch of DF hack scripts. I'm like, I don't know. I'm slowly getting more tempted. Probably at some point in the next year, I'll do a world in a Forter 3 with like probably some form of magic enabled and then some smaller mods. That's been like one of my weird wanted features for a really long time. Although I personally don't think I don't think hookahs really suit dwarves personally. I think dwarves just need pipes, you know? Carry around a personal pipe. I'm just not a fan that mod also added every other drug on Earth. It's like, oh, come on. We don't need that. We don't need to just make it RimWorld. Like, let's just add smoking and call it a day, but I've done it before. Traditionally, I used to do it around once or twice a year. Usually it's like a seasonal theme around a bus. Like I used to do like a winter mod pack around Christmas every year that would make dwarves into Santa back in the day and add things like candy canes and other random shit. No, sorry. I don't. The thing is like, when it comes to drugs and colony builders where you're very attached to characters, I'm totally fine with made up drugs. You know? Like skooma is funny to me as an example of this. But when you just put meth in your game, it's like, come on, man. They don't have the chemicals to make that shit. Like opium, okay, that I can sort of see. Gonna grab some clear glass as well. Buy a bunch of the cheaper bags. Let's just buy food, probably drink as well. Let's buy the paper and the books. And the scrolls. Oh, can't do the scrolls, too expensive. Now we wait. I mean, I don't really get the appeal of Schedule 1. Or kind of any of those, really, for that matter. Physics as game mechanic is not really something that appeals to me, but that's mostly because I don't play games with other people. It's just co-op silliness. Like it's very similar to like, oh shit, what's the Totally Accurate Delivery? No, it's that delivery game that came out a while ago where you have to like, it's split screen and you try to deliver stuff. My brain wants to say deliver at all costs, but that's not what it is. It's a funny punishment for attacking a colony. Well, that's mean. That's like that's the RimWorld equivalent of like making a were creature bite a goblin and then expelling them back to their home faction. Like, ugh, you're sending a bomb back home. Pew, 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 pew. Imagine if they come back on a full moon. I've had that happen before. I once had a goblin army arrive, and then a were creature arrive, and they attacked the goblin army and bit them a bunch, and then most of them left, and then they sieged me again, and then I waited half a month, and then they all died because like 40 were creatures arrived, and then they didn't siege me again. This was a while ago, though. Yeah, it can happen. You're just like, I saved your life. And they're like, you guys addicted to the murder drug. But you're like, I saved your life. Now come back and pay for more. Are you asking me if I've played Lethal Company? I haven't. If that's what you're asking. Administrator. Oh, it's you and your husband that arrived. Okay. And your pet goat. Anasis. Analysis. What kind of... Xenophon? I have a question. The hell does that mean? Which one? I'll do that after I name this. Bear on the bus. It's a name. Yeah, sure, but which one? Pick one? Okay, boss. I was asking you to pick one, but Xenophon. Any relation to Zaphod? 29 years old, is not bothered by the slightest deviation from the norm or even extreme differences in lifestyle or appearance, and is not a private person and freely shares her details of her life, and she is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and she tends to be a bit wasteful when working on projects, and she is pleased by her own appearance and talents and is slow to anger. Done. It's a Greek author? Really? Oh. The more you know. Yeah, I mean, that's what I use it for. Casey Bola is the big legit thing that stops the fort. Or, like, you know, if you just want to play it in a sandbox and not play the game the way it's built. I mean, one of my favorite examples of like a good use for DF hack actually is there's a viewer. There was a viewer who was a regular in this channel for a while. I tried to stop reading No Camera when the ads popped, but I might have gotten the timing off. There was a viewer who watched this channel for a while, who I haven't seen in a while, who said they had 3 kids, and the way they played Dwarf Fortress was, well, they watched the streams during the weekdays while they were working, and then in the evenings and weekends for about 35 minutes, they could play video games. So what they did was they played Dwarf Fortress with Fast Dwarf 2 enabled, which like quadruples all the speed of the dwarves. And they would use Dig Now and Instabuild pretty frequently. And basically do that until they had a full fort, and then would use Migrants Now to bring in Migrants and just get to jump to mid-late game, which was the portion of the game that they enjoyed, but without having to like spend the, 20 hours that it takes to really get to the mid-late game. But, like that's fair. It's just speed run the early game. Also, we've got another migrant wave. We're up to 12 dwarves now. Why are we talking about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? What does that have to do with anything? What about it? I mean, I know I asked what that stood for, but then I figured it out after like 10 seconds, and that was also like an hour ago. Killed with style, huh? Old reply, I noticed, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Kingdom, come over here. I got to deliver something. Ints. That game would be better if it was just like medieval wagon driving simulator. Because you're delivering things, you know? Get it? So many bring items to Trading Depot. My sad dwarf was because he saw a goblin die. That happens. That'll happen. I mean, if you saw a person die, you'd be upset too, probably. Unless I don't want to talk to you or be your friend. Which is also possible. Let's buy these 2 gems. I mean, I don't know if I want medieval death string. I was thinking more like medieval spin tires, but actually, that would probably be pretty cool. Or I guess at this point, medieval roadcraft, because that's what most people think of now when the once beloved franchise of spin tires comes up. But I want like getting your wagon stuck, you know? And then having to like get out of your wagon and then get onto a horse to like pull your wagon out of the dirt so that you can pull the wagon again, kind of thing. And then it could have like big weighty physics-based combat for if you get attacked by bandits, similar to like what's the name of that goddamn game? Similar to the combat in Mountain Blade, you know? Oh, also, I know Neezer isn't here anymore, but I'm pretty sure that Neezer's chicken's probably left with him because I haven't seen their bodies anywhere, so. Also, I do have a baby chicken now. We have a chick. So I have a singular dog, and I'm just going to go slaughter everything that doesn't need aliving. Rum, milk. Don't need Black Mamba Man venom. Dwarven beer. Water Buffalo's milk. Don't need rattlesnake venom. I mean, I did that to Grand Theft Auto back in the day. Monoplex. I modded the cops out of San Andreas using a mod pack and then put realistic trucks in, and a mod that modified the taxi minigame to delivering goods for trucks. And I would literally just do laps around the map. I'm just getting caught up on YouTube chat here. Kingdom Come is a great game that you haven't played. I feel like Kingdom Come is just a game that I wouldn't have the time to finish. And I'd be sad if I didn't finish it, so it's not going to bother, really. worry about all this clothing and stuff later. I may actually just get rid of it. Once we get rid of most of the bodies, though. Yeah, because I refreshed it a while ago. Refreshing YouTube chat tends to fix it. Really enjoyed playing Dirt 2 with a proper sim set. You couldn't go back. Anybody else kind of bummed out that, like, Codemasters isn't allowed to make dirt games anymore? Like, I kind of feel bad because, like, I'm a Formula 1 fan. I like Formula 1 quite a lot. But I could care less about the fucking video games. And, like, according to EA Games, Codemasters is only allowed to make Formula 1 games now. Which just sucks. Like, I'm actually kind of upset about that. What else can I do with this? Yeah, but WRC versus Dirt is kind of like the difference between Forza Horizon and Forza Motorsport. If that's a fair line to draw there. Have I caught anything else in cages? No, just that. To me, like, MudRunner died when it stopped being a level-based game. Like that, or that, rather that thing became something else. When it stopped being a strictly level-based game, when it became a giant open world with like super grindy combat, or not combat, progression. It became a different thing that I didn't really want to play anymore. So yeah, the kind of lineage now is Spin Tires, MudRunner. Well, I guess with Spin Tires Advanced Edition, Spin Tires, MudRunner, then SnowRunner, which I hated. Then they put out a bunch of expansions and DLC and stuff for SnowRunner, and now it's Roadcraft, which is a terrible name. I should have called it Roadrunner. I think that's a unique name. Nobody's used that one before. I'm very perplexed as to why we're constantly recovering wounded. It's not just like because there's flies everywhere in here, right? It's so odd. Just put stuff away. You know, I would honestly say that, like, the Spin Tires, like, engine-based games, I suppose, if you want to just refer to that series as an engine instead of a game in and of itself, which is kind of how I've always thought about it. To me, Spin Tires engine games are just, like, dad sandboxes. Like, it's literally, like, the equivalent of a video game sandbox. It is soft deformable sand and mud, the video game, go play in the dirt. And I do think they do a pretty good job of that. I just liked them more when it was like, here is a level that takes maybe 15 minutes to drive across, and it takes you about an hour and a half to finish it. I really, really liked that as a format for a video game, and they just kind of live service-ified it, I guess, is maybe the best way to put it, which was where they kind of lost me. Like, I really quite enjoy... Oh, hey, we got baby elephants. Cool. Look at that. Baby elephants. Let's move the babies over here. But, like, I do quite like it as a standalone little level-based thing, but to me, once you kind of add on the additional requirements of... Now it's a very grindy, long truck RPG that requires a lot of grinding, upgrading, and missions and back and forth. It's like, I just want to unlock a truck. That's it. Building a castle that spanned the entire surface. Oh, that's funny. My dad played Age of Empires in like 2005, maybe. The first one. Not even the sequel. Only played skirmish maps. Set every character in the map to neutral. Or allied with him. And then just played as a fully allied, self-contained faction. That was it. And basically played it like a city builder. So he would just build a massive city until he ran out of resources on the map. Or then he figured out that he didn't actually have to set the enemies and he would just build a massive city. And then I told him SimCity exists. And then he played SimCity 3000 because they gave it to me for my birthday. And I want to say he played for, oh boy, a good long while. And then a switch flipped suddenly because turns out there's aliens in that game and things that will just like, destroy your city after a while. He got invaded by aliens and they blew up all of his power plants and destroyed everything while he was at work because he would play the game on, what's it called? He would play the game on the slowest possible speed. And he got really irritated with the fact that his city got destroyed by, like, aliens. And uninstalled the game and hasn't played it since. I think that if he'd known, he would have just turned them off, but... he didn't know that they existed, because he played the game on slow speed, right? And he would just let it run around the clock. Like, he would never turn it off. He would just let it run 24/7. Also, I was going to make this into an inn and tavern, and I never did. The constructive candy. I love that. And then this right here. Oh, shit. I think I need to up the difficulty. This is just going to be a weaponsmith's guild. I want to keep things the same. Yeah, economy's on easy. Let's turn that up. No, it's the constructive candy. It's got nothing to do with adamantine. No, my dad more or less swore off video games at that point in his life, and I don't really blame him. I mean, honestly, he reads a lot and writes a lot and avoids computers when he's not working. And honestly, I don't blame him. I think your dad's currently into Overwatch 2 and Diablo 4. He's a Blizzard head, is he? What the fuck's Blizzard doing right now? Because I've been reading this like Jason Schreier book about Blizzard, Play Nice, which is just like a chronological history of Blizzard. Like, no, my dad hasn't published any books. Maybe one day, I don't know. Your dad played the demo disc of Diablo 1. That's funny. No, I told him that SimCity existed, Bart. I didn't like Quasimorph, unfortunately. I tried. I didn't like it because they put out several demos a long time ago where it was a proper roguelike. Basically, like you die, you start over from the beginning, and it's like a linear thing. And then they made it into a extraction game, which I don't want to do that in a turn-based setting. Like it'll take a lot to convince me to do that anyway. Like the go out, get resources, go back, grind, go back, get resources, etc. gameplay loop. And like you can do that. Like I quite enjoy Zero Sievert. But I don't want to do that in a turn-based game. Like at all. So I didn't like Quasimorph, I guess. I think they made, honestly, I think they made it into an extraction shooter or an extraction style game because they were afraid it wouldn't succeed. Which is fair. I mean, like, proper roguelikes is like maybe the hardest, or if not the hardest, one of the hardest genres to get anywhere in. So I kind of don't blame them. An ambush? What? Okay. Oh, I see. A troll found them. Like, it is truly one of the hardest genres to get any kind of a foothold in. So I don't really, like, you know, for lack of a better term, blame them for trying something. But then I really don't like the publisher. Hype Train Digital is one of those publishers that, like, if you work in this industry, you hear enough bad things about them that it's pretty easy to be like, Yeah, no, I know they turned them off, but there is still the little ambient populate. We're basically back to where we were before, where there would maybe be one or two little groups of them on each cavern layer, and that's it, which is what we had originally. So they're still there. They're just occasional little clusters. I don't like open world survival crafting games. I tried Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. It's not for me. I like Caves of Cud, though, but I only play it like twice a year. Do I like Stone Soup? I did until they removed Hunger. I was one of those guys. I used to play it on my phone a bunch. It's not a game I'd want to stream anyway, so which kind of makes it an easy one for me to dodge, but there was a point where I liked it, yes. I think I'm going to go to kitchen and just don't cook anything. I'm gonna regret this, aren't I? Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna queue up a bunch of cooking. It's gonna do the opposite of what I was initially thinking. Just don't cook any of my drinks instead. This is one of those needs an all on or all off menu. Please, for the love of Dorothy, don't cook any of my food. And for seeds, is there any seeds I don't want to cook? Don't cook the ropery. Yeah. Man, none of those are even cookable. Well, that's a shame. Oh, never mind. The game just crashed. When did I save last? Shit. Ruh-roh. I think it was like right when, probably right before the traders arrived, actually. I mean, I'll know if actually 23 minutes ago, because Baron de Bus asked me to save. So not actually that long ago. It's early autumn. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, we already traded. Grumble. Oh well. What I can do is I can go down here. Go bedroom. Multi. Speed that process up. Yeah, we'll just let them do the thing for a little bit. Please don't do that, Killed with Style. Because I would probably just ignore you. Because the redeem a save game thing is mostly for like adventure mode and when the game is like being crashy during a beta branch period or something. It's one of those that like if people just repeat it, like spam it and make me save for no reason, then I'm just gonna turn it off. Like if you want me to turn it off, then yeah, sure, pop it like at a time like that. But that would just be a nah, I'm just gonna refund that and disable it. Sorry, mate, kind of deal. It's not there to waste my time. It's just there to remind me to actually save when I need it. You know. Fair enough, kill the style. I feel like open world survival crafting games are great if you play games with other people. Duke Nukem would be I don't think there's anything cool about Duke Nukem, but fair enough. I mean, the level design in the original Duke Nukem's okay. Will clear glass in your barracks end up reversing cave adaptation for your military? I tested this recently, and the conclusion I came to was no. So, you need them to work up. You need them to be outside. But the kind of stance that I have with open world survival crafting games is, I'll chat explain it to generic Matt. Good luck. The issue that I run into with open world survival crafting games is there's a saying in games which is, it's hard to make a good game, but a bad game can be good with friends. If that makes any sense. Which is kind of like an example of like a lot of cooperative wave-based shooters. Like there's a lot of those games out there that are pretty dull or unpleasant in a solo experience. But the second you throw 5 friends in there and you're chatting about unrelated things and goofing off, it becomes fun, right? That to me is just about every survival game I've ever played, where it's like, by myself, this is just boring and I don't really want to do this. But with like 3 friends, it's like, okay, I can see why this is now interesting. Angel Quakes? I could use myself an angel food cake. That just made me think of angel cakes. He accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. He is very slow to anger, and he is rarely jealous and quite ambitious. He is quick to form negative views about things, and he has a calm demeanor. He occasionally overindulges and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. And he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this. He values artwork and its creation. He is brave in the face of imminent danger and licks his lips when he's nervous. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees war as a useful means to an end. I'm also going to put you into the military. Personally sees war as a useful means to an end and dreams of mastering a skill like steel, pink tourmaline, and giant elephant tooth. The color sandy top, shields, and sheep for their wool, and the sound of the velvety incenses and the sight of the diamond mines. When possible, prefers to consume Reacher Soul, Jack Reacher's Soul? Reacher, Soul, and artichoke wine. And hates worms. Really likes the art of choking wine, I guess. Yeah, Reachers are critters in Dorfort. Okay, let's trade. Just going to take the gems. And I'm going to go down to books. Buy this. Oh, can't buy the scrolls. Too expensive. Buy the two. Oh, right. It would help if I buy the 2 cheaper scrolls. That, this, and that. And then say chip it. And then you here. I'm actually just going to do this. I just don't have enough dwarves to do this. But yeah, simply put, I decided to retire the fortress because we weren't getting migrant waves. In the hopes that making a new or reclaiming the fortress with a different faction would fix the population problems. And so far it seems to be. I also like artichoke. What? Artichoke hearts. I haven't had an artichoke heart in a really long time though, let me tell you. Would I like to name your Goblin King? I mean, if you're asking if I would like to name the Goblin King of your fortress, I would say just name him Goblin King after the artist who does a lot of the merch for my big videos and the like splash screens and stuff. Literally goes by Goblin King on Discord, so. This dwarf is trying to build a chair underneath that other dwarf. Imagine just like sitting there counting numbers. Oh, I put a Q in there. Whoops. Sorry, Darius. That was accidental. King Goblin King. Yes, there you go. YouTube chat says David Bowie, but that's also pretty good. I'll give you that, actually. In an ad break. Now's a good time to quick save, actually. Also, just as a moment of selloutiness, it only takes 1 bit to get number 3 on the bits leaderboard and 2 gift subs to get number 3 on the gift subs leaderboard. And if you clipped something earlier, post it in the chat and see if you can get it some views, because we do have a clips leaderboard. Your $8,000 PC to play? I mean, I bought an $800 CPU, and basically all I've done on it is play Dwarfort. Thank you very much for the penny, Ilmirin. I'm now 1 penny richer than I was before. Well, okay. Oh, okay. I'm presuming when you say Crisis Engine, you mean like, what's the word? You probably mean Star Citizen. Oh, actually, does that even run on this Crisis Engine anymore? You're probably talking about Hunt Showdown, right? Well, you need to remember, it's like a different type of compute bound, though, right? Yeah, Star Citizen moved to the Amazon engine. Sorry, Elmirin, but you've been demoted. I've been recommending people get Ryzen's, like the Ryzen X. I wanted to say Ryzen X KCD. Man, I need to go to bed. The X3D series of Ryzen's. Oh no, it's a penny throwing match. Yeah. Lumberyard was based on CryEngine tech. Crytek technology, if you will. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Let's just make a shit ton of food. And I'm going to go to the kitchen screen. Please don't cook my booze. Jesus Christ, dwarves. Not gonna be epic this time? No epic mega grants for me.
Cheered. X300.
Oh man, you'd committed to the bit. Thanks for $3.13, Shinobi. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take my war elephants and pen pasture them out here. All of the leaves are falling. Man, this is something that I really like about surface forts. Is it makes me notice things like the leaves falling off the trees better. All of the dwarves, probably. No, actually, the local mountain gnomes, Zamodir. Let's turn the burrows off. And so if anything monstrous shows up... Bah! Thank you very much for helping keep the channel funded, man.
X300. Take this as well, Frand.
Frand. Appreciate you, Frand. Ambush, drive them out. That's fine. Oh, wrong tool. Thanks for the $13.37.
Letter and cheered. X1337.
Appreciate you greatly. Seriously. I really find it kind of hysterical when people use the word leaf lover as like an ironic insult to Dwarf Fortress players. Because unironically, I fucking love trees. Trees are great. I like oxygen. They give us a lot of that. In fact, I would say we're short. We could use some more. Some more trees, the better. Are we making a hype train? I kind of figured I wasn't going to make much money today, but I won't complain if you want to. Yeah, that'll be fine. If anybody's wondering what this is, it's a gremlin trap. Thanks for the additional sub, Elmiran. That's very kind of you. I suppose we are hype training now, chats. YouTube chat. You can egg them on by hitting the party button, I guess. Also, I find it very ironic that the person who said leaf lovers right after I was talking about trees in the YouTube chat is named Angus. There's something really funny about that. Like, of course. I'll have you know, beef wouldn't exist without grass. That's all. Dude, I love the tree leaves. I flip when I get cherry blossoms. Hell yeah. It's killed with style. Thanks for the 5-pack. That's very kind of you. I was super enamored. Speaking of loving trees, I was super enamored a little bit earlier this year because there's a fir tree right next to my apartment building. and it got warm really quickly here. Like, it went from, like, not cold, but, like, chilly to, like, suddenly 15 degrees above freezing Celsius. And all the pine cones were cracking. I literally stood there for, like, 15 minutes one day, like, right underneath it, just listening to them crack. Because it's them opening up when suddenly it gets warm and they're ready to fall. It was like, it literally sounded like Rice Krispies. It was so fucking cool. See, I don't know. Trees are neat. Big fan of trees. But seriously, chat, thank you very much for that hype train. And thank you, Killed with Style. Also, you sniped a sentient potato. That always feels good. Is it bad that I kind of have some, like, odd, fond memories for pandemic lockdowns? Because, like, it was genuinely the best era for streaming in a lot of ways. Like, that was the point where Twitch grew the most, YouTube grew the most people started doing this. It's like I kind of feel bad that I kind of look back on that time fondly in a weird way. But I do kind of miss it. True, that is true. That's why Animal Crossing did so well. That is true.
This is Sparta!
Oh, in some ways as well,
Ahsoken
Shinobi.
cheered. X
Many ways
300.
even. You work a 9 to 5 at home fully, and you still miss the. Wait, so you still work from the thing is, it's just like I miss when, because like I'll see like gift sub packs and stuff go through now, which is awesome when people do that, and thank you very much. But like I'll see them go through, and it'll be like, for lack of a better term, oh shit, I screwed up. I forgot to put a track stop underneath this. I was like, why aren't you working? But I'll see like gift sub packs go through, and I'll see like 2-3 names that I haven't seen in like 6 months. And almost always it's because like they just work during the day now and can't watch while working. It's like, oh man, I miss that person. Happened a lot actually during the my editing of the last video. Ergo Goodies, thank you very much for the 10 pack. Appreciate you, man. That's very kind. Still leveling up. Yeah. No, absolutely, Wise Pranker. Absolutely. I mean, I think I lost more friends than I gained during that period. So now this is empty, which means this can start dumping now, which is good. You're homesick today? Well, I hope you feel better soon. That sucks. It's like, on one hand, I don't think I would have this job still if it wasn't for the pandemic. But at the same time, like, I don't know, it was one of the most mentally destructive years of my life. By a lot. I think for a lot of people, too. No, I know what you mean, Edwin. Was and still is terrifying. No, absolutely. I mean, I got diagnosed with type 1 diabetes during that time. Unrelated to the pandemic. So I got to sit in a hospital without being able to talk to anybody in the hospital, which was fun. Like, peak lockdown period, I was just, like, in a stretcher for 10 days. I mean, it's over now. It's fine. You don't need to be sorry. It would have been nice if they let me walk down to the lobby and get coffee. Or if one of them could bring me a coffee. Because, like, there was a fucking Starbucks in the lobby of the hospital. And I wasn't allowed to leave to go get a coffee. And they weren't allowed to bring me a coffee. So I was stuck with hospital coffee, which they were allowed to bring me. Which, like, might be the thing that still irritates me about that the most. Which is funny in hindsight. Hey, Hibiscus Dragon. Hope it doesn't end soon, like the last 4 times. I mean, I've only been on for 7 hours, so I will likely be on for another 2. How'd I find out? I almost died. Realize? I'm 6 feet tall on the dot in the unit that most people understand. 1.7 something meters, I think, or maybe it's 1.6 something meters. Anyway, and I weighed about 100 pounds. I weighed about 40 kilos. Roughly that. 41 kilos? Anyway. It didn't cost anything. Hospitals are free in Canada. You get them on? So you just get food delivered to you when you're in the hospital? And it was just like a very slow, like, buildup of symptoms over the span of literal years, right? So, kind of like a frog in hot water thing. Yeah, no, I mean, in Canada, I didn't have to spend anything. What's funny to me is, like, I remember posting on Discord that I took an ambulance to the hospital and, like, explaining to people that no, I didn't have to pay for it. No, it's fair. Isn't that anorexia? No, it is not. I had type 1 diabetes and still do. Being extremely slim does not mean that you are anorexic. It can be a side effect of being anorexic. I wish I could forget that America exists. You should consider yourself privileged, my friend. Here you can get a fine for using an ambulance, but it's like it's a repeated, like if you repeatedly call an ambulance for no logical reason, like they'll fine you. But that's not them charging you for the ambulance. That's you abusing the service, I guess. But chat, thank you very much for the hype train. $22.79 in bits and 16 subscriptions. I appreciate you guys. It means a lot. Thank you so much. I think that's more bits than I got last week, actually. But no, I would probably still be paying off the debt if I went through that in the US. Actually, I would straight up be bankrupt, probably live with my parents and have to work a minimum wage job that would give me health insurance. I wouldn't be able to stream full time. If you type in !goal, it'll usually give you a brief summary for SNEXE, but the addendum on it is I had to abandon it and then reclaim it as a different faction because I wasn't getting any migrants. So we're no longer playing as that faction, and in 1074 we had to reclaim it, but the rules are still the same, so I can't use Goblinite and can't use metal weapons unless they're artifacts. And I can't use metal armor. Yeah, I mean, I would have to go to the nearest job that would give me any sort of health insurance, or I would just straight up be bankrupt because, like, insulin's expensive. Insulin's expensive here. I did some math recently, and I'm extremely privileged, okay? So please don't, like, think that this is me complaining, because I'm not. I realized recently that in order to be able to afford or in order to pay for all of my diabetic supplies, it costs me more than my rent used to when I first moved into the old place. Every month, just to not die. Like the privilege of living with coverage is more than my rent used to cost. Goes right to the government. Oh yeah, well here's the thing. I see the bill because I'm a private business, independent contractor. So I see my taxes and I know what my deductible is, which is quite high because I'm very fortunate. But I don't think my meds cost enough that I'm going to hit my deductible this year. So I may have to look into private insurance because that might actually end up being cheaper. So simply put, I'm in a tax bracket where if I worked, like if I was like my brother-in-law, where my brother-in-law is an electrician and he's in an electricians union here in BC. So he, as part of his benefits, gets private insurance because he's in a high enough tax bracket that like he wouldn't ever make a deductible, which I'm in that position now. So I'm currently spending about $700 a month to not die. That's just to not die. And that's after like, you know, shit's cheaper here in Canada. Like a box of insulin, thankfully, is only like $85 here. Only. But between blood tests and everything, if I had to pay for all that, it would be significantly higher if I lived anywhere else. Okay, so now we are just automatically disposing of everything, which is good. What's funny, Sergeant Donut, my insulin is made in the States. That's what's funny. Or at least half of my insulin is made in the States. One of the ones that I use isn't. I have a Canadian-made generic one. Because the brand name that's made in Canada is like twice the price. Which isn't covered, by the way. Chromatite? Isn't that a thing from CUD? Dead copper? There's jokes in the last name of this dwarf. I personally don't know what insulin is flavored like because I've never tried it. Well, I mean, it's a name brand, but there are several brands that make insulin in Canada. But, I'm sorry, I don't want to have to eat the same thing every day and only take one injection and have absolutely no control over what I actually get to eat. Which would be my other option. Like, I could go to the, like, stuff that's like $5 a vial. Which is made in just about every university here in Canada, but it's like extremely shit, and you get a specific number of carbs that you can eat per day, and you have to eat at certain times because it activates slowly. It's like the original recipe, more or less. But, you know, you want stuff that allows you to like live a normal-ish life. So I could go to the super cheap stuff, but I don't really want to. It smells like the color gray. It smells like chemical to me, but you also pay $600 for insurance. You also need to remember that $200 US is about $300 something a month in Canada. So $600 a month in insurance is like close to $900. The person in YouTube chat? Start to gag? Yeah, it's not great. She cleaves an austere lifestyle, disdaining even minor immodesties in appearance, and she does not trust others, and doesn't hold on to grievances. She isn't particularly curious about the world, and she tries to keep her things orderly. She likes to take it easy, and she is slow to anger. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and is conflicted by this. She values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and she has a sense of duty. She tends to think before acting, and she tends to consider what others think of her. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. I mean, I'll eat the same thing over and over for days if I'm like on hard times. I basically ate nothing but beans and broccoli and rice for about 2 years during the pandemic. Personally values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior and disregards tradition. Likes earthenware, zinc, and rubicel, as well as unicorn hoof and the color heliotrope, as well as pebbles, shields, and great barracudas for their predatory nature. And the sight of the diamond mines, and when possible prefers to consume clown loach and kimwa beer, and absolutely hates snails. I mean, I didn't want to eat like that. There was a pandemic going on, and it turns out that, like, frozen broccoli keeps for a while. Also, I was kind of broke, so. She is average in size. She worships Cattle, who's the god of minerals. Also, I should check how popular that god is still. And she is a member of the Sienna Creed. Let's see. How popular is that god? "11 worshippers, eh? 1 worshipper, 2, 3, 7. Seems that the Bronze Sect is the most popular one. God of minerals and fire. The Safe, which is the god of fortresses. We got the god of jewels, wealth, and trade. Minerals and death. I like the Safe. That's a cool name for a god. I'm here for it. I'm also gonna rebuild the library, I think. Try and get this up and running again. Diamond Homes. Let's see if... Huh. You've come to the wrong neighborhood here, Bessemer. That or reclaiming the fort is just sort of pseudo-bugged that. Do I not have any axe? Oh. I don't have a battle axe. Me no have an axe in the fort right now. Can I make one? Nope, I got gold and brass. Well, fuck. Shit. I melt, something down here, maybe? That's like the one thing I'm allowed to use metal for. I suppose not. Well, no chopping down trees until next year, I guess. This is a axeless situation, I suppose. Let's also start processing plants, which I'm just going to do whenever there's more than 10 plants to process plants. We're also making all sorts of lovely, fancy roasts. You'll love to see it. The elves are going to love me? I mean, they already invaded me, so I'm not entirely sure. Well, that or they were just here. I'm not positive as to which one. But they did attack me when I first arrived. And another thing I was going to do and then wasn't able to actually do it because shit went south. So I was going to make an animal trap for vermin. Let's also open the front doors so that we can come and go easier. But black beans, avocado, spinach, and a shit ton of spices and hot sauce and maybe some cheese, and it sounds depressing. You know, honestly, like, nothing about that sounds depressing. I would just willingly eat that. Maybe not every day, but, like, it's also funny, like, please don't take this the wrong way. I'm judging you slightly that you're describing a subtle meal and one of the first ingredients is avocado. Because, like, I don't know where you live or how much avocado costs where you live, but where I live, avocado's, like, kind of fucking expensive. Like, it's far from cheap. It's, like, not what I would describe as an affordable foodstuff that you could just buy. So I'm kind of judging you on the fact that, like, your struggle meal includes something that I think of as, like, up there with fancy olive oil when it comes to, like, buying something nice. Like, I'm down for that, and I fucking love avocados. I just think it's funny. No, true. Like, if you just have avocados growing near you and they're cheap, then yeah, use avocado. Hell yeah. But at least up here, like, avocados are kind of like, depending on the store, they're anywhere from like $3 to $6 an avocado. Sometimes you can find them for like 3 for $5, but that's pretty rare. At least where I live. Just don't get off the tree. No, totally. You know, an avocado's like a treat. I'll buy an avocado and it'll last me a week. The tree rats? What's a tree rat? Is that a funny way of saying squirrel? Or is that similar to mall rats? I mean, again, it depends on where you live, Majestic. I mean, Hobo, my moderator, lives somewhere where he can just walk outside and pick a fucking dragon fruit, which I'm not normally the sort of person to be jealous of other people's lives because, like, I don't have to, you know, deal with living in the States. But, like, at the same time, motherfucker can just pick a dragon fruit. A dragon fruit's like $13 here, and it won't taste good. Makes me mad. It's like the one thing I genuinely love about going to, like, the southern states is, like, oh, I can get good Mexican food and also, like, fucking fresh papayas and things. It's frustrating. But hey, you know, we have magic mushrooms that grow wild in public parks here, so pick your poison, I suppose. Oh shit, the game decided to save when the ads ran. That's actually, like, perfect. Never works out that well. What Woodstock, you said. Yes, correct. But because you've been watching my great DF story videos and you haven't subbed yet, well, cheers, mate. Welcome to the subscription club. JKV. Hello, Hibiscus. Thanks for the prime. Appreciate you. Little pack. Now that one, okay, so you know what, like, annoyed the crap out of me where I used to live? And it's the same here now, looking around, Letteran, is go into the grocery store, pack this big of organic blackberries, like $6, $7, right? Walk outside, walk behind the dumpster, behind the grocery store, pick a bucket of blackberries, walk home. Like, I don't know, I feel like I should just set up like a goddamn blackberry stall in front of the grocery store and just be like, wanna buy a bucket of blackberries? $12. $12 for a whole, you get a whole pail. It only took me 30 minutes to pick them. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to like if there's just straight up blackberry bushes like in the parking lot behind my apartment building, right where I live now. They're usually nasty. Yeah. Hibiscus, thank you very much for the prime, though. Appreciate you. Dodging ads or not. Here you can get a kilo of avocado for 1.6 euro. So I know that you probably mean that's just like a bundle of avocados, right? In my mind, that's one really big avocado. Like, it's just like a pumpkin-sized avocado. Just go to the side of the highway out here, man. There's just blackberries everywhere. This fortress rebuild, I think, has genuinely been kind of heroic. Speaking of blackberries, I'm gonna plant some blackberry bushes. Let's get some planting going. Processing plants going. Yeah, I mean, it's recovering. How much is a yen worth versus like the US dollar these days, Letterin? I have like no sense of what the yen is worth. I realize I could just Google it, but okay, yeah, that's fair. Japan is serious about their fruit. Japan's also subtropical. Like, Japan's also pretty warm. Like, it's a pretty good place to grow fruit. Not, well, okay. Please don't at me and be like, yes, that's actually a fruit, okay? Because I know it is, but like, look at this. This was this morning. I took this photo and sent it to my mom. It's a baby tomato. What tomato plants have tomatoes? Oh, you're in northern Japan? Yeah, fair. I mean, that's pretty harsh winters. I guess Japan's just longer than I think a lot of people in, like, North America realize. Like, it goes from, like, temperate cold to actually really hot. It's the two extremes that I think a lot of people don't realize. Maybe bigger than a pinhead. But I'd prefer ripe tomatoes. Growing your own food is so satisfying. It's a tiny little porch that I have, too. I mean, it's like half a meter wide and maybe 3 meters long. Like, it's not that big. I can't even step across, like, take a full step walking out onto it, but I've got 6 tomato plants on there, and I'm terrified that I'm not going to have a porch in, like, 6 weeks because they're starting to grow. I had to sacrifice, well, I was going to sacrifice it anyway, but I sacrificed an old metal band shirt. And it's been repurposed into, string to string up the tomato plants. What band? A local band called Saints of Death. I cut the shirt up into like a bunch of pieces, and the rest of it is going to be used for, what's it called? The rest of it is going to be used, like the logo parts of it are going to be reassembled onto a flannel jacket that I have, or a flannel shirt. I guess not really a jacket. It's a denser material, so I think of it more of as a jacket. But I have a flannel that I'm turning into basically a alternative metal vest to my normal one, because I don't want that metal vest to just be the only thing that I have, because in the summer it gets kind of warm and walk around in thick denim's a bit much. Phineas, thank you for your years, literally, of service. Appreciate you greatly. I would drink coffee, but I just have water. Thanks for the 59 months, sir. I mean, here, I showed this off earlier today. This thing. Those are 2 of the patches that are going on it. The Pure Love Eternal Peace patch was like $10, I think, and they made them on their kitchen table the day before the show. Different band than Saints of Death. Before I start clicking buttons. That's what it looks like. Although I did cut the sleeves off. You can see my wall of Stephen King books down there. But I never put the studs on my DF hoodie, and I probably won't. I might use them on something else, though. It's like edgy in a way that I'm just not into. It also makes it kind of hard to machine wash things. Have you tried a tie with that fit could be funny? I mean, no, I don't own a tie. Fun fact. You have a human in your army? Ooh. So many random seeds. Okay, so I can also start doing this now, which is replacing all of these chests. Okay, well, I don't want you to have two. It's ridiculous. Some of these got toppled, most of them didn't. Like some of these didn't. That's fine though. All right, there we go. Got all those put away. These dwarves are now getting significantly nicer bedrooms. Yeah, Jet looks awesome. I've really liked his short stories over the years, and I've never really had the patience to read his full-on novels, but I've been reading a lot more recently. So I think it's one of those, like, maybe I've, like, developed a taste for it, so there was a sale at the bookstore recently, and I actually haven't read any of those. I've read Skeleton Crew, Late Shift, and Night Shift. But I haven't read any of his full-length novels in a very long time. But since I'm back to reading novels and actually reading them, I'm going to try. They were like $6 each. They were all used and not in the greatest condition and extremely cheap, so it's pretty easy to justify that when we're talking like pretty low cost entry. Let's also see the really upset dwarf. What can I do to work on your moods? What do you need? You need excitement, you need to make merry, you need to admire art, you need to learn something. You also need a study assigned. Do you not have a study? I thought you did, but I guess I will give the expedition leader one of these. Did I assign you to something else? Oh, you're the manager, right. That'll do it. And then up here, you wanted to learn something. Killa's still alive, by the way. Looks like. Set my expedition leader as a scholar. No immortal soldiers? Oh no. I'm not sure what an albalit is. The dwarves are dumping garbage into a what's it called? A partially formed volcano. No, you can. Let in. Like, say you want to make them iron armor because you have iron. Just type in armor as breastplate, est-plate, what? And then click the magnifying glass. And then type in human. Or like, say you want a Chinchilla Man size armor. Also, characters by default will make gear in their size. So if you have a human armor smith, they will make gear in human size and not in dwarf size, which can be a problem if your only weaponsmith is a human and you don't notice it. Making wild carrot roasts with pond turtle? Ooh. And honey bee royal jelly. You're learning so much today? You're welcome. Happy to help. All this can go away. All of this can go away. I'm saving lives. Maybe people's, like, time. I don't know about lives. I mean, I'm more than happy to take that credit, but... sanity, maybe? I could roll with sanity. I'm saving people's sanity today. And you didn't know that you could do that? Yeah, I mean, like, you obviously won't need to make as much gear for them, but... I think I'm going to go to you and say, make me 10 ash. I'm then going to go make funny mouth sounds, apparently. I'm going to make an ashery in the soap maker's workshop. I'm also going to go down to here. And I'm going to go to farming. I'm going to make a vermin catcher shop down here because I was planning on making one. I'm also going to delete this and put a door there. The unabridged human, eh? I'm going to remove your other tasks. Who are sad that they're naked? Do you want to know why they're naked? Because I could tell you why they're not naked. There is a reason as to why they're naked. Yeah, there's a reason why visitors are naked. Clothing is assigned based on faction and culture in Dwarfort. So a character gets clothing based on the culture that they are a part of. And different cultures have different clothing. If a character doesn't have culture, or if they've been expelled from their faction, or if they've willingly left their faction, then the game doesn't know what clothing to assign them. If you walk around in adventure mode, everybody will have clothing, but it's because they are just assigned generic clothing. In Fortress mode, there is no tags to assign clothing to somebody who doesn't have a culture. Because the adventure or Fortress mode is much more tied to like culture in Dwarfort, meaning yeah, they are literally just they don't have a culture, so thus they are naked. And I'm gonna make a silver battle axe. Silver battle axe. What, an ashery? I mean, I did say ashery. I am not a Newfie. I'm about as far away from Newfoundland as you possibly could be. I honestly, I don't even really know how, like, Newfies speak. So this dwarf should go pick that up. Feels wonder after incompetently performing the rites at that temple. Well, should I just cancel that task, please? Yeah, there you go. Go pick up that axe. There is no way to get Gremlin's armor. Gremlins are... The fact that gremlins function as intelligent creatures is kind of a bug, because they're not an intelligent creature. Well, they are an intelligent creature. They're an intelligent creature masquerading as an unintelligent creature. And because of that, there's some really old code dependencies that makes them not function in the modern game properly. Which is really funny, but also real bad. Got a lot of carrot wine, which is cool. So if you ever end up with a gremlin in your fort, you basically just have to kind of hope that they're zany. Because if they're zany, then they won't care about being naked. Which is maybe one of my favorite, like, personality quirks in Dwarfort. It's like, if somebody is zany, they just... There we go. Stacked Little Blast, that dwarf that, like, started off this whole fort, is unironically very happy about just hanging out, reading books, and pondering reproductive behavior, apparently. Which means that officially this dwarf's full-time job now is my lead studier, who also was the dwarf who saved this fortress. I really like this dwarf so far. This might be my early favorite. You know, trained the war elephants in the nick of time and got the dwarves into a state of safety after ending up here. And is now my most valued, I guess, scholar. More like animal breeding, because that's what reproductive behavior is. If you read all the books that they write about them, they're talking about, like, selective breeding for livestock, generally. That's literally all it is. She's the one who got traumatized. She's the one who's the angriest, angry-faced. So they're not, like, studying tantric, you know, culture or anything. What are we fighting with? Troglodyte. Apparently. You kicked the troglodyte. Did you kill it? Go get him, buddy. Well, it says you killed a troglodyte, so I'm going to go default to yes. Oh, there it is. Please kick the shit out of this troglodyte. Okay, thanks, bye. Punch it! Kick it, that! Get him! There you go. Yeah, sure. Elephant husbandry, definitely yes. I mean, reading books for the rest of your life is like the dream. YouTube chat, like Jesus and YouTube chat's like reading books for the rest of my life doesn't sound half bad. That's literally like what some wealthy people do because they can just afford to do nothing, and so they just hang around and read books all day. Like I was kind of amused because I saw a post relatively recently of basically from an interview with a pretty famous like movie star, and the interview kind of started off with like, so, you know, what do you do when you're not working in film? And the response was, oh, you know, I read a lot of books. I read about a book and a half a day. And all of the comments are like, how do they find the time? It's like, well, if you have unlimited money, like, it takes like 18 hours to read a book if it's a big one, maybe like 6 hours if it's a short one. Just sit there, read light novels all day. Like, fuck, I could read 6 books a day if they were like this big. Yeah, we don't have any small animals, although there are some snails over here. One of your friends knows him. All he does is, yeah, so I was reading about Tom Hanks because apparently he is one of like 2 Hollywood celebrities who are single-handedly responsible for keeping this one typewriter shop in LA alive. I was like reading about this recently. Like there's this tiny little typewriter shop who like, if it wasn't for Tom Hanks constantly getting them to refurbish like old typewriters, like they'd be bankrupt. Like I've read about this. It's kind of whack, actually. Also kind of awesome. I don't know. You used to do Lord of the Rings. Wait, all 3 books or just one of the 3 books? Because Lord of the Rings is pretty dense. That's impressive. Let's just make lye, and then we'll just make some soap. Just because I would like to have some soap around. But yeah, that's impressive, Shinobi. And watch them? Oh, I thought they were... I'm presuming they're referring to reading the book. But, like, yeah, I did a... I think I've done one Lord of the Rings film marathon in my life. Didn't feel anything after seeing an elf's dead body. Well, I found YouTube chat. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a pretty slow reader, although I blame that on my eyes. The fact that my eyes are kind of terrible makes that difficult. Let's just make soap from tallow. Oh, shit. It's frozen lye. It might not work while frozen. Yeah, that's slightly frustrating. You blame it on your brain? Yeah. I think, like, when I'm listening to audiobooks, I'd rather just listen to a podcast because it's, like, less physically requiring of having functioning eyes, I guess. And if I don't pay full attention to like the podcast and I miss things, I don't really care because it's a podcast usually. But if it's a book, I don't want to miss things. So let's press honey from honeycomb and also make wax crafts. Let's just make wax crafts whenever there's more than 10 wax. We'll check that monthly. I'm just going to go down to here. I want to say this was finished goods and furniture. Oopsies. Wrong button. Went too far. Overshot. Finished goods and furniture. Oh, except for goblets. Please don't put goblets in there. And then you're distracted by imagining it. No, I know what you mean. That used to sort of be me for quite a long time. Now that this stuff's getting done, we're chopping down trees again. Go over to you. Assign gold minecart to you. And then just do this. Say wood. Then here, also wood. And you are going to load from there. Also back to making gold sarcophagi, sarcophaguses. Knew you video on YouTube was great. The vampire crypts before becoming the is a neat idea. I'm glad you liked it. Cheers, man. I wish that like that fortress held its interest for me longer. But I did really quite like that fort. It was fun. It was just, I'll be honest, kind of a... It turned into a bit of a slog, especially towards the end. Latter half of that fort got kind of tough. Also, hello, TS. In the YouTube chat. The baby vampire was tragic. I don't think it was as tragic as the zombie baby. I can't remember which fort it was. It was a couple forts ago. But I had a zombie baby in a fort who, like, was an intelligent undead zombie. And mother dwarves in Dwarf Fortress will just carry their baby around forever until it grows up and is big enough to walk. And so this mom carried it for like 10 years. And she had other kids in that period of time. It was so sad. And like, it was this weird heart punch moment when it happened. And then somebody in chat was like, hold on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go hug my kid. I'm like, you know what? Fair. It's like, I don't have a kid, but like, if I did, I would go hug them. Because Jesus Christ, man. Kind of depressing. Kind of depressing is like, I would say an understatement, but... Hug your dog instead. I mean, it'd be like zombie puppy, you know? I try to... It's like somebody commented on that video and was like, Dwarf Fortress is great because it shows just how fucked up and psychopathic we are. I'm like, I don't know about that. I think it's more just like survival in extreme circumstances kind of thing. Just don't forget to, you know, like the video and leave a comment if you watched it and enjoyed it, or respond to somebody else's comment and try and drum up some conversation under the video, because that's what tells YouTube to recommend it to people. This one has slowed down pretty quickly as well. I mean, it's not doing badly by any stretch. I'm certainly not complaining, but it is slowing down at a pretty consistent clip. So I'm kind of hoping it'll get recommended a bit, because my goal when I upload a video like that is for it to get 100,000 views, which I don't always expect that to happen, but that is the goal. That is the hope. Where it lets you get creative. No, totally. I mean, it's like Cities Skylines is a pretty innocent video game, and then it's like poop fountain. So, you know. I tend to agree with that, yeah. Although it depends on the video game. Nothing, Jesus, I don't think. It's on your watch later list. You're going to get to it when you have an uninterrupted time. That's totally fair, mate. You watch it when it works for you. Just whenever you do watch it, please leave a like and a comment. Some people act like I'm being, like, very downer when I'm telling people to like it and comment it on it, but, you know, I try not to be obnoxious in the video, so the result is I'm just obnoxious in my streams. Look at all this honeybee honey. You're You're gonna make mead. This here is gonna make mead. When the amount of honey-containing item and empty food storage item 5, 4, 4, 3. Let's say 4. So we'll just make the 1 for right now. Because turns out this takes a wee bit of time. Can I make another screw press? I think I can. There it is. Unretiring is, I mean, still a little silly in some ways. Like, some buildings get toppled for seemingly no reason, but it's kind of random. As far as drinks all remain in containers. Items remain where they were, but stockpiles get destroyed. It's stuff like that. I don't know. I was never super bothered by unretiring a fort or reclaiming an abandoned fort. Things in cages are released from the cages. Obviously, there may be things in there that you're not expecting. This fort was full of cave bears when I unretired it. But I don't know. I mean, like, a place was abandoned by people and destroyed or fought over, or you abandon it. Stuff's not going to be quite the same when you get back. If it is the same, I don't know. That's a little strange to me. And unretiring is very fun. I have a question. Did you change your world settings to get 2 dragons, or did you just end up with 2 dragons? Because that's kind of crazy if you did. Although, like, aren't you able to tame them if you have babies? All 3 of the wild dragons? Oh, damn. I once settled on a map that had 2 dragons. I knew that they were there. And I was hoping it would have mom, dad, and kid, but it just had mom and kid. But dad never showed up. Until finally, I got a male dragon that showed up, and the mom had died for various reasons. And so I had a lady kid dragon and a male additional dragon. The male dragon was gay. I was so fucking mad. Like, genuinely, I was so fucking mad. Like, they just didn't, they didn't fertilize eggs for like a year, and then I used one of the best DF hack commands of all time, which is one that Putnam made, which is the Gaydar, and pressed enter, and it was just like... Speaking of, this one's apparently... you know, like, just like that. Well, actually, sorry, is like bi-curious. Likes females, will marry males. I misread it. But, you know. It's really funny when you see cats and it's just like, will only marry females. And then it has like a lady pet dwarf. It's like, just like real life. Cats giving owners preferential treatment. Okay, how many more sarcophagi am I making? Let's stop doing that. Chat, what should I make out of gold? Let's make 10 gold altars. Let's make 10 gold mine carts. Let's make... Ooh, I should just make fucking gold pots. Gold pot and gold toy. Excellent. Kids will love me. Except for pots, let's make 40. And only 3 minecarts because I don't actually need many. Also, holy shit, that was quick. Did you just, like... Did this dwarf just complete all this immediately? Because they are my manager. They kind of did. I guess, like, the actual MVP plan is just have your manager as a scholar. And just, like, immediately send out orders. That's incredible. Seems kind of like a bug, actually, but You prefer military. Both the dwarves and the military are named. How about... We don't really have much population to choose from here for military. But whatever I can find. Let me poke around for a moment and see if I can find somebody who's decent for the military. Let's choose you. In terms of mastering a skill, wants to fight, wants excitement. Sure, this one can join the military. Zul'Ban. Rainy Merchant is your last name, is sloppy with his living space and is quite polite. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and often acts with compassion. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He often is nervous and does not go out of his way to help others and isn't particularly curious about the world. Takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful and is brave in the face of imminent danger. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't right-click so that he loses the screen, and has a greedy streak and is brave in the face of imminent danger. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds the idea of independence and freedom somewhat foolish. Does not care about friendship. He likes Electrum and Onyx as well as giant hares for their fluffy tails, and the sight of the diamond mines, and when possible prefers to consume raven, soul, and sweet potato wine, and absolutely hates rats. Welcome to the fort. So, since I have a pickaxe, or a wood-cutting dwarf now, I'm going to go down here and we're going to hack down these trees. And I'm going to start separating this off, or continue separating this off, I guess, from the rest of the fort. Because I started that a little while ago. And I got this done. That's it. So the next part is over here. And then I need to seal this area off down here and then this side off. And kind of the hope here is that I will be able to separate out this lava tube and use it as a form of smelting. Plus also making obsidian. Just so I can train these dwarves in stabbing with swords. Sag. Later on. I feel like if you walked into a farmer and were talking to them about raising livestock and referred to sheep livestock management as yiffing, they would look at you real funny. They'd probably tell you to log off and go outside and touch some moss once in a while. Which is what I kind of want to tell you, but at the same time, I'll just sit here and judge you loudly. They got the boring work done so they can get back to the real work, thinking about animals breeding. I mean, totally, yeah. They want to think about breeding puppies, getting the cute ones. Commuting, you thought it was instant? Yeah, but they just did it without leaving the off. They didn't leave the, what's it called? They didn't leave the library. So I guess they just used the library as an office. So they wouldn't need to commute. They would just be, boom, done. I still have 160 gold bars. That's ridiculous, man. I just had a table there and went, well, I mean, it isn't named Lederan. Well, I don't need to know about your furry dojinshi, my friend. What you do in the safety of your own home is one thing. Let's just melt this shit down. Just get rid of it. This is definitely specifically my manager. I think it's you projecting on my manager, you know. My manager is not the pervert here, I'll have you know. Chat, back me up here. Come on. I know they won't back me up. But I have to say it on principle. You have a manager? My Dwarven Fortress manager? I don't have one in real life. Although I will tell you, there's this one company that's been reaching out to me a lot again recently that's like, hey, you should let us sell your content to casinos so that we can help you make a lot of money, huh? And I go, I don't see why this is beneficial for anybody. Why would I want to do that? The Medal of Safety. It's an Armorer Guild. There we go. And this is now officially a guild, sort of. Oh no, it's just like the most common sponsorships on the internet for people like me are organizations that try and get people addicted to slot machines. And I don't take sponsorships to begin with, but also like, if I were to take a sponsorship, the last fucking thing I would do in my life would be that kind of sponsorship. I'm kind of perplexed. Why are you not removing construction? I guess it's just too low a priority, hey? Let's see. Needs light containing item. Needs honey containing item. Oh, did they not tell me why it was canceled? Do I have to turn on all of them? Sad. Oh, never mind. I now have a live hamster. Apparently. Oh, never mind. It didn't. The live hamster gnawed its way out of confinement. I caught a live hamster and it escaped, which, great. I don't really feel like making better animal traps. Seems like effort. Instead, I will just simply get rid of all this stuff and maybe I'll make some metal ones. I don't know. Like, I could make some gold animal traps. Or adamantine ballista arrows. Gold animal traps. That's kind of overkill, but hey, why not? I mean, it is my most readily available material, gold. 500 pounds per trap? No, maybe they're tiny. Thanks, newbie, in YouTube chat. YouTube chat's talking about clay jugs, and I'm sitting here going, milk jugs? No, I wish I had clay available on this map. I like it when clay is available. Clay is a fun material. I know Krug Smash did a Dwarf Fortress Casino themed fort, but it wasn't like... I'd say it was less of a casino and more of a, like... What's the name of that fucking show? Squid Game themed fort. Although Squid Game didn't really exist at the time. You do clay in real life? I've played around with clay in real life. I've made some... I took a class in clay a very long time ago. But, in my modern adult life, not so much. But I like it in Dwarf Fort because it's like just an infinite material that you can do some cool things with. You're imagining... I mean, if there's Angry Birds slot machines, I don't think Kit Fox is that much of a sellout, but... Uh-oh. The Walk Dead, hide while you still dwarf. It's a very lonely zombie. I feel like the easy way to kill this thing is just wait for it to walk over and let my elephants kill it. Just gonna pause 2 of these make lavish meal jobs. I need somebody to come knock this thing off the pedestal. Where's zombie at? Wow. There's no elven civ in your game? That's kind of wild. Are there no forests? Because they only start in forests. I think that's kind of unfortunate. There you go. Grab that, please. Oh, well, you're taking a nap right now. That's very inconvenient there, dwarf. Okay, you've got your fancy weapon now. Let's go kill this zombie, chat. I just really, really, really need my elephants to catch up. Wherever they're at. No, like seriously, where are they? Oh, I see. They're following. Just slowly. Yeah, well, elves only populate in forested regions during World Gen. So if you don't have a lot of forest, then it kind of limits their places that they can survive. Same with dwarves. They only populate the base of mountains during World Gen. Okay, so where is this one zombie? All right. Place your bets, chat. Will the dwarves kill the zombie, yes or no? I have decent enough faith that the dwarves will, in fact, zombie the death. Shinobi is leading the attack. Can I get a vile force of darkness for these dwarves? Dwarves will win, but with losses. It's 5v1. Oh. Never mind. It's actually an ambush. Curse all friends of nature. So, wait. Is this an elven tower that's attacking me? It has to be. No, I don't do predictions unless you pay me more money, and chat hasn't paid me enough money today. Well, I guess we're kind of banking on the fact that they do have rope reed helms. Yeah, this literally is a elven necromancer tower. Where are my elephants? Very far away. Well, go get them, Shinobi. Did you get hit with a bolt? You must have. Yeah, got hit with an arrow. So now we're just waiting on my... Whoop. We're now just waiting on the Hope. Darius is in a martial trance, but nauseous. Shinobi is not. Okay, so that's several down already. It's now a dabbling mace dwarf. This is the first time ever using a mace. He's killed a human already. In fact, killed him by punching the human bowman in the upper arm and then punching him which so hard in the lower body that bruised the fat. Literally punched a human to death. Now you are feeling nauseous because you got hit with an arrow in the lower body, which bruised your muscle and bruised your guts, which is making you vomit. So the nauseousness is... Where's my elephants? Pretty far back, actually. And then we have Sergeant Donut, who's coming in to help defend. So the elephant killed one. Well done. Neither of my dwarves are dead yet. Although Shinobi here is tired. Here comes the elephant to fight. And also now Sergeant Donut is in the fighting. He was learning to fight for the first time, so we'll see how this goes for you. You're not, still tired and nauseous. Winded. Uh-oh. Please don't lose the ability to breathe. We're basically depending entirely on the elephants here. Thankfully, the other elephant is now in the fighting. Nobody has died as of yet, although Shinobi can't breathe. So Shinobi may be the first to die. Darius still ain't dead and is currently trying to punch this human. Shinobi is overexerted and has killed how many people? 2, it looks. Or, yeah, nope, 1. Sorry. Meanwhile, Darius's pet elephant has killed 3 things. So the elephants are really doing all of the work here. Darius is chasing this human bowman, and the overexert... Oh! Shinobi may not be dead. Last thing he said was, I was attacked by the dead. I am not upset by this. Well, that's good that you're not upset by this. In fact, did you kill the guy that was in front of you? No, you did not. So it appears to just be... Watch the... Okay, it's early spring. Watch the river thaw and them all drown. Wouldn't that just be like an amazing insult to injury? This human over here is like getting punched by the dwarves. They're just punching him. Come on, dwarves, you got this. Keep bopping him. Keep beating him. Just hit him. You too, Shinobi. You got this. I know that you're overexerted and like tired and everything is awful, but like this human over here may be proficient, but like there you go. It was just a matter of time. I'm gonna leave them on no order so that they bring the gear back, but the dwarves can head home, and you're seriously injured. The siege is now over. Nobody needs to continue panicking if you were panicking. And Shinobi, injuries and all, is going to survive. Although his toe is mangled around. Did you literally... His toe got crushed? That was it. If you type in exclamation point tickets, you'll see how many you have, Jan Mart. Chat, can I get a round of beers? And congratulations for our friend here, Shinobi, who didn't die. And hopefully somebody comes and gets him. Somebody gonna come get him? Oh, I don't have a chief medical dwarf. Now I do. Did I not reappoint the hospital? I thought I did. I must have, like, unappointed it. Is nobody, like, you know, gonna go rescue the wounded? Sad. At least I have a bone doctor. Chief Medical Dwarf is also injured, but they're not the one that's in charge of rescuing patients. That's just orderlies, and everybody's set to do orderlies. So somebody else should go rescue wounded. And it's not like they can't get outside. Okay, hold on. I'm just going to pause a bunch of jobs that don't need doing right now. They might just be overjobbed. Which is certainly possible because there's only 14 dwarves in this friggin' fort. Oh boy. Clean patient, can't clean patient. Sure, but like, what about rescue patient? There we go. Stinthad finally decided to go get the wounded dwarf. It would be very funny if this dwarf died of, like, thirst. It's like, gets crushed foot, dies of thirst due to, like, abandonment by everybody else in the fort. Not quite a beholder, Woodstock, but I once had a one-eyed necromancer creature that was my outpost liaison. And because when it first arrived, I didn't have a public tavern, it just sat in the middle at the top of the map because it could fly. So it just hung out there until it was time for the meetings every time. It was kind of cool, actually. So now we get to find out if this dwarf gains their ability to stand back. It's actually because it's his own fault. I would say it's probably more like my fault, but... Okay, so you need a bunch of cleanings. These should be part of the hospital. If they're not, they are. That's good. I mean, could you have picked a further distance to walk, dwarf? I don't think so. It's going pretty good, Bob. How's it going for you? Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Let's get to it. Clean him up with that gold bucket. As you watch the bucket go down and back up. Now use is all clean. Now you need dressing. Oh, now you get a diagnosis. How are we doing? You need surgery on your left hand and surgery on your toe. Oh no! That's a compound fracture. His thumb's got a compound fracture. Oh, big baby. I'm sure he'll be fine. Does really need a new shoe, though. Also a new shirt. Giving him stitches. Glad to hear it, Bob. I feel like Krug Smash has already made like a dozen of them in regards to Dwarf Fortress movies. I feel like, you know, every other stream or so, we talk about what if Dwarf Fortress had a movie. And I think the same thing that I keep coming back to time and time again that I'm just going to keep referencing is personally, I would prefer that things like a film about Dwarf Fortress is either literally just what NoClip recently made, like about the creators, or a fan-made thing. Because I think, like, if it was a corporate-made thing, that would, like, completely destroy what makes Dwarf Fortress super cool. But that's just my opinion. Welcome back, Potato. How's your day been? Good enough, I hope. Let's not collect webs. I don't really need those. Now we're making soap because we can actually make the tallow, which is really funny to me. So we've got dog soap. Hopefully that soap is not dog. Oh, also the hospital isn't functioning properly because I don't have a chest in it. I should fix that. Although I do have a pile of hospital stuff in the hospital, so I guess that's good. There's somebody on the roof. I just heard the door close going up onto the roof and felt it in the wall. You know, it's really funny that we're just like, yeah, I think the Dwarf Fortress gameplay doesn't lend itself to movies. And I'm sitting here going like, I have a playlist called Dwarf Fortress Movies. Actually. But yeah, no, I don't disagree with that feeling. That's disgusting. Robert Harrison YouTube chat. Meanwhile, Robert Harrison YouTube chat. With AI, I can make a game like Dwarf Fortress actually make a movie from your play. You mean you can have a computer vomit together an approximation based on stolen work from other artists? How dystopian and shit is that? Remember how I said that, like, you know, fans should make stuff? Sad. Continuation of your sad dwarf story. He's sad because he saw a dying goblin as he dropped him in his cage in a pool of lava, and he stopped dropping goblins in the pool of magma. Well, I mean, fair enough. Anyway, finally some good news. Ward Portal. Sounds like a fantasy film if I ever saw one. Was it Raising a Family? Ooh, were you brave? Yeah, it should be fine. I love it when they just appear out of nowhere. It's always kind of funny. Because you just have a weird shaped map. Mine Kiss likes to kiss the mines. Did you get to help somebody? You're having a meeting in a very good setting. No more treatment is scheduled. What do you need then? Healing time, perhaps? Eh. I mean, Dwarf Fortress kind of has a cannon. Zach writes it. Also, that's quite the migrant wave. Sheesh. I feel like that's something that a fan could make, though, Robert. In YouTube chat. Not a bad little migrant wave so far. If we get above 35 dwarves, we'll have more dwarves than we had before I had to abandon the fort the first time, so. We're now up to 30, so that's pretty good. That is, in fact, pretty good. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go right here. Yeah, no, Xanthium is correct. It is in fact up. I mean, I essentially, yeah, Onel. That is more or less all that's really there, is that it's just Armok out there fucking with people. I mean, realistically, I would be totally okay with a series of short films based on Dwarf Fortresses, based on a loose approximation of the Dwarf Fortress universe. That's basically just like Saturday morning cartoons or like Tales from the Crypt kind of style, except specifically just like Armok creates a world, shenanigans ensue, world ends, next world. But not everything needs to be, you know, a multimedia nightmare. Every episode ends with the fort collapsing. Here we go again. At that point. Yeah, exactly, which is why there really isn't any reason to do it. Still just making lavish meals. Let's put 10 thread in here, 10 cloth, 10 splints, 10 crafts, powder if we have it, more soap, more buckets. Let's go down here. Let's see what other animals we have. Apparently we have some more sheep. We have a goat, some llamas, and a duckling. And a puppy dog. Puppy dog who is named, in fact. Unanswerable questions to turn Dwarf Fortress into a movie. I would say that about most movies, or most video game franchise movies, I suppose. Okay, let's try and catch a small animal. See if we can catch small animals with gold cages. Also, my broker got stung by a bee. I caught a hamster. Which doesn't appear to be, like, escaping. Like it did previously. Also, hey, look, a Gorlak. So I now have a live hamster. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here and I'm going to tame small animal. I understood that reference. TSCHEN. So you bring dog meat roast. My God. That's a valuable item to give to this little hamster. I mean, it's fine. We got like 1,000 meals in the fort. The Bronze Sect has many worshippers and skull ponders, and now requires a temple and a priest. Well, that's easy. That's the base level. The Stream of Palisades, and this is going to be the new temple. New temple. The Bronze Sect, the god of minerals. And I'm going to place an offering place here of a gold altar. And I'm going to go here. And I'm going to type copper. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to go here and I'm going to type in iron. How about steel? No. Cool. Good. And I will put those there and this here and then that there. And we can now recognize the priest, who's the Holy Gravel. Well, that sucks. If somebody wants to claim the Holy Gravel is now Muma's, because they're a skilled liar. Cheers, Surf King. I appreciate the fortress blessings. What in the hell is that? I thought I saw some evil monster there, but I did not. Okay, so that side's clear. This side's clear. That side is pretty far from clear. And look at Gorlak. Hello, Mr. Gorlak. Kind of want to make going you into my fort. Because Gorlaks are fun. And then rocks. Let's throw another gold minecart onto here. You're loading from there. None of that. I wouldn't know, actually. If liars make it harder for them to learn counseling. That's news to me. If that's the case, that's a dead baby troglodyte. That's kind of grim. We're over here making wax crafts. Ooh, I could encrust them with gems. I mean, if you want to see how skills interact, you can do that in the character creation screen of Adventure Mode. It's actually pretty comprehensive. Let's go cranberries, 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 cranberries. Why is there blood here? Why is there human blood here? Can I just say, it's raining for the first time in a while? That's Mass Morass's blood. Did this shoe belong to Mass Morass, and now Mass Morass's blood is on the ground because it was washed off the shoe finally? Dear Dwarf Fortress, your logic is terrifying sometimes. Like, genuinely, your logic is horrifying. I now have a tame hamster, by the way. Also, I have to say that hamster, who also happens to be in a gold cage, would probably sell for quite a bit. We could sell some real high-end pets. So are you up and moving? Yes, you are. Good news, chat. Shinobi here has regained the ability to stand. And I'm actually going to send Shinobi out alongside of my dwarves. We're going to go on a little mission. I'm going to go to Trickstill down here. Trickstill is a monastery, I think. Yes. It is a monastery with a bunch of books in it. And we're going to go free captives and steal some books. Although I do need to go here and release these. And I also need to go here. And I'm just going to throw some random dwarfs in here, just so we can have a set of 10. And them and their little bundle of elephants are going to go off and go on to mission. Mostly recruits, as you can see. But 'tis a very important mission. They're going to go get us some books. We got to stock up that library. I mean, dwarves don't get paid, so sure. Paid vacation. As I also said, we're sending the elephants, so they'll follow and leave eventually. You know, when the Mountain Home comes and trades with us again, we should really just sell. When the migrant when the Mountain Home comes to trade with us again, we should just sell the hamsters to them, but also import more elephants. Because that I could just do. I'm also going to pause literally every job. Because I want to see some green happy dwarfs. What the hell are you hauling? Oh, wow, just a bunch of stuff. I love how, like, they can't haul stuff until they do, and then they haul a bunch of stuff. Like, if they're putting something into a bin. Man, that would be lovely, Bad Lotus. So I have my first strange mood of the reboot of this fort. And it's my gem cutter. Who obviously claims the gem cutter shop. And wants rough gems. Well, geez. Okay. You know, why don't we be greedy, chat? What's wrong with being greedy? We're dwarves. Does there happen to be any diamonds around here? If I dig into this and it just has a demon in it, I'm going to be sad. There we go. Clear diamond, green diamond. Chat, clear or green? What do you think is cooler sounding to you? Welcome back, DS. The greed diamond. Got it. You don't know if this is just your problem, but the stream isn't buffering? If the stream is buffering, wouldn't that be the problem? Also, did the strange mood dwarf already grab a diamond and I just misread? Oh, yeah, you did. Damn it! Oh, man. Oh, well. I'll still go get these diamonds. The crystalline air have arrived. Let's see how many books we got. The enjoyable knowledge search the place. The modern era of Trickstill. Various other books. Also, we're looting stuff from the Shrine of Hooves. I mean, your name is green, so this bias checks out. I believe it. Let's go and do that again. Great Hamlet. I like to think it's just a great copy of Hamlet. And off they go again. I'm going to pop back onto the map, drop a book, and immediately leave. Okay, so then the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go right here and do that. Chromite, Nokogrisil, the gem cutter has created Nani Robod Enamod, a perfect turquoise, and offers it to the enjoyable knowledge. I think that has to go into the temple dedicated to minerals. Yeah, that looks nice. Although it does kind of sound like an anime meme, but might be in large gems. Yes, there it is. Actually, I have two, apparently. You heard me, Shinobi, clearly. I never... Okay. Did you guys know that if doors are open, they show as open in the stockpiles room? Or in the stock screen? That's nifty. That's neat. Because it shows constructed and unconstructed stuff, right? This is a perfect turquoise. All craftsmanship is of the highest. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with baguette cut turquoises. Hi ho, hi ho. It's off the doors they go. I'm also going to make gold flask. And this dwarf is still pissed off. Even though they're generally, like, ideally getting happier moods-wise, but... You're also getting followed around by your pet elephant. You have a good night, Gazoom. I think we're probably going to be winding down soonish as well. Speaking of books, how exactly do you get dwarfs to write their own books? They need to make a discovery. Oh, you're probably in an ad. They've been majestic that you don't need to turn them off anymore because they've been completely removed from the game as of the last major patch. It's been a little bit over a month, but they are like not even in the game anymore. I mean, you can still get Forgotten Beasts and stuff, but you don't get little armies of dudes stealthed in your caverns anymore. Just because they did too much harm to the frame rate. So unless you haven't updated your game or are intentionally playing on an older version, you don't get it. Are you in an ad on L? Otherwise, I'll explain it if you want. You haven't played in a while? Yep. Nope. That was the last update. That stuff was removed. You're out of an ad? Okay. So a discovery, there's a finite number, right? And basically the way a dwarf makes a discovery is like, you know how dwarves will ponder when they're just hanging out in the what's it called? When they're hanging out in the like library and doing the task of being in a library, I guess. They sit there and they ponder. And what you, the player, need to do is you need them to make a discovery. So they need to sit there and ponder stuff until they discover the thing that they're pondering, and then they can write it in a book. The problem is there's a finite number of discoveries, and if all of the discoveries have been made, or if the thing that the dwarf is pondering has already been discovered, then you, like, in a particular topic, then they can't write a book. It's very easy to get them to copy books, though. All you need is a book, and they need to read it, and then you need a scribe and set them to copy stuff. So if you want to write a lot of books, you kind of need to make young worlds, like 100 years or so, and then make a bunch of scholars and just let them start right away. We're still getting rid of teeth. God damn. Holy hell, goddamn. Man. Yeah, so like discoveries are quite a time-consuming thing. I wouldn't worry so much about writing books. Like if you want to write books, I'd make a book copying industry instead of an authoring industry. Because simply put, it'll just save you a fuckload of time. And also sanity. Oopsies, why did I right-click? Not a ton of people. Several dwarves that enjoy it. and then don't let them do anything else. And then you'll get a little light bulb that'll pop up that they've made a discovery. You could also enable notifications for that light bulb. If you are worried you'll miss it. And then once you've done that, you just
Good evening and
make sure
welcome
that
to
there's
the
a
Panic
choir or an unwritten scroll there. Pilot Guy, thanks very much for the 62nd month. Hope things have been good, mate. I really do. Appreciate you. Thanks for sticking around. After all these years and drastic changes in stream content and whatnot. Thanks, man. Was that a troglodyte? No, it wasn't. I'm trying to see everywhere that this goes. Kind of looks like they're going this way. So if I want to block this whole thing off, really the easiest way to do it would be to go around here. And then hopefully we'll get this built first. And this will speed up the process of building this dramatically. Also need to build up this one. And I need to block that off. I need to go along here, do this, this, this. Oh, now I'm using tower cap. I prefer to use blocks as long as possible. Oh, I only have 3 left. Pfft. Oh well. Tower cap it'll be then. But chat room, can I please get a big round of beers? Because in this channel, when you see something that happens that's exciting, I'd like you to post beers. Just my beer emote, the beer emoji, the beers in plural emoji, or something else that you have that you seem, or that you think is fitting of beer. And if you don't drink, it's okay. We have apple juice. Because that's 60-second months. That's 67 reasons that you should post beer. Thanks, chat. Mahuel, hello, in YouTube chat. Any tips on avoiding brawling under the influence? Don't have tavern keepers. Tavern keepers cause those. Like, that wouldn't happen at all if you... Won't happen at all if you don't have tavern keepers. That was a question from YouTube chat. Pilot Guy, thanks for checking out a gift. Appreciate you, man. Doran, you want to go hack a tree down, please? No? How about now? I really need this done sooner than later so that I don't, you know, get Forgotten Beasts flying in here. So it is kind of critical that I get this done quickly. Or at least quicker than slower. Ideally quicker. Run to that, probably go to there, and then hopefully up to here. It's a big-ass tree. It's like I realized I could just kind of go this way, but I'd rather go across this way. I also then need to do this one on a slightly lower priority. Just get those while we're at it. Because I also got to get this. But I hope you've been well, Pilot. Hope life's been treating you all right. As well as things can treat you in the good year of 2025. You know, this year's like almost half over and it doesn't feel like it started yet. At least not for me. All right, now that I've done that, the next thing, and I guess final thing that I need to do here, is I'm going to dig out this. You know why I'm going to dig out this, chat? It's because I want this to fill up into here. Fill up this whole thing. So I'm going to go all the way across, get them to dig all of this out, and then I'm going to channel through that. And then I'm going to channel through that. And then I'm going to channel through that. And this, we're going to make obsidian in. Might be less than 2 weeks from starting training. Oh, that's cool. Hell yeah, man. Bit of panic over here. I mean, that's fair. I mean, I would say that's kind of like excitement panic, though. Like good panic, you know? As opposed to bad panic. Who's ready to say burn, baby, burn, Disco Inferno? Dear Dwarfs, why you cancel task? Did you decide to go drink instead? I think that dwarf decided to go drink instead. Darius, you get to do the honors. Kind of want to plan to move if you have to. Oh, that's true. Actually, I just realized this is going to be a huge problem. He's going to try and run it across it. What could possibly go wrong? Run quickly, dwarf. You didn't see anything. Probably? I don't think I've ever tried specifically to make them dig diagonally through fortifications. Stepped into the flowing lava. I mean, it's a very dwarfy thing to do. Blueprints are a thing, but you can't copy-paste blueprints. Blueprints are a thing, but they don't work the way they work in literally any other game with blueprints. It's a planning tool, not a blueprint tool. Truly, Vaughn. How God saved him from lava. About how he caught, or about how he had a crazy premonition about how he was going to catch on fire and then walked around it instead. Yes, this is true. I kind of figured that would happen. But also, I'm tired. I felt like being lazy. No one will ever believe him. Well, I don't know. Some crazy shit happens in these forts. I guess I'll say you'd be surprised. Is it frozen? It's currently saving. It's not frozen. Saving just takes a while because this is 1,000 years of history with like 1 million+ events. It's got a lot of content to save. Takes about 90 seconds to save in this world. And this is on an M.2 drive. Pretty fast one, too. Yeah, it's just a lot of raw data. That's all it is. Glorious. All right, friends. We've made some pretty great progress today. We also killed and restarted the fort, sort of. So I think now is an awesome time for me to say goodnight. As a thief arrives to steal my stuff. Who are you and what are you doing? Glitteruckus and your spouse Prucabulugus, who's a novice organizer, is here to steal my things. Run away, you doofus, or you will be a deadus. Trust us, Amias. Keep running. Uh-oh. Running into the tree was a bad decision. Just needs yakety sacks. The farmer is chasing and trying to get... okay. The militia commander bashes the kobold thief in the head, and with Cancor, and which is an artifact gold mace, and the injured part is crushed. I think I will put the large dagger on a pedestal, because I think that's fitting. All right, chat. I think I'm gonna call it. We've made some good progress today. You know, we had to retire the fort and reclaim it. But honestly, I think this was a solid fort. Chat, did you enjoy the stream today? Can you give me a rating out of 10? YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now. And we'll be live tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific. Same time, same channel. 9 a.m. Pacific on Twitch if you want to catch the pre-show. And we'll be streaming another day of Dwarfs. But Twitch folks, don't go anywhere, because we are going to raid somebody. Thank you, Pilot. I would, honestly, Pilot, I would say 62 out of 10, because that's how many months you resubbed for. All right. See you later, you.